It's all coming down to this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Pmnc USA Spring 2026. And we finally reached it here, Niptura. We're at the final moment of this tournament to see which will be the 5 teams to move on to the NA PMGO Regional Finals. My name is Maxman, Niptura. Along the line today, how are you feeling?
Very, very excited. I am super ready for the Smash to come into play. We got some epic teams, so I think, honestly, this might be the first Smash that I get to cast, that I get to be on the broadcast team for. I'm so excited for it. Don't let me down, teams. Don't let me down. Game 2.
Hopefully. Game 2? You wanted to end that Game 2?
Yes, Game 2, come on. We have a double Rondo super epic, and then we all go home and go to bed?
I didn't know we had a PUBG Mobile Esports speedrun section, apparently. She just wants to call her a day, like, I'm going back to bed. Which, it is late for us, so I wouldn't say no to going to bed a little bit early, but you know what? Or you have a good bedtime, Niptra, or more PUBG Mobile Esports action. You gotta pick one. And you know what?
Yeah, gotta pick
I'm
PUBG.
going for the esports side of things.
But
yeah, it's a good old Pogi Mogi esports, Niptra. But yesterday, right, we did see so many big, strong games from all of our top performers, and in particular, a sneaky team, Equinox, that was kind of forgotten about for a portion of these matches, and they just came into the last game, right, and snatched away first place. I'm sure we'll check out the leaderboard soon, but Team Equinox, man, dominating on day 2.
And they looked so good that I have no doubt that they'll be able to just come back in guns blazing on game number 1, right?
Meng!
Meng! Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Meng! I mean, he can take down everybody just by himself. We saw that from Meng, we saw that from Blaze as well. So, here we go, leaderboards. Yeah, they do sneak in. When you say sneak, you mean sneak. It's 1 point difference between them and Sun Esports, right? But the point threshold we're going to be looking for today is 137 points. Super easy for a team like Equinox. For Sun, even Upgrade would be able to get it in this next Rondo, right? So, Vatic as well, actually. Well, no. Maybe not Vatic and Reed. Well, okay, Max, what do you think? Because, like, I'm trying to deliberate in my mind how well they would have to do. I mean, that's like 30 points, 40 points.
Which is doable on a Rondo. I will say it's on the higher echelon of what you would see from a Rondo game, right? Theoretically, it could happen. I've seen games in that kind of point threshold happen on Rondo. So you know what? Maybe they'll be the ones to make it happen. But quick explainer also, by the way, for everyone that doesn't know what the Smash ruling is, because it's still a fairly new point system, right? That was added last year when you really look at it. Team Equinox said the point threshold, as you said, Niptura, now is going to be an added 10 points on top of the 127, so it's 137. Tying 137 does also put you in the Smash zone. So as long as you get to 137, it doesn't matter how you do it, you will be now eligible in the next game to end the tournament if you do get that heavily contested chicken dinner. That is what is going to be on the line right now. But yeah, so many teams are going on the line, but Niptura, there's one big strat that we see happening every time when a team gets in the Smash zone, which is they might just get targeted by all these other teams that are trying to buy even more time for themselves.
I think they'll be easier to combat on a map like Rondo, right? Because everybody's kind of hot dropping anyway. We have seen in the past many teams actually change their drop spot on the last day just to switch things up and make sure they're not targeted. So I do hope that some of these teams have similar tactics. It's going to be interesting to see what those tactics are going to be. I really hope that the teams on the second half of the page, though, are not going to target those teams, because for me, you know, you had your chance to get up and closer to the top 5. It's not going to happen, so just let them do their thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, which of these teams actually do you think on the second page maybe have a glimmer of opportunity? Unfortunately, YKG, I don't feel like I want to talk about them much anymore because I've been severely disappointed in the first 2 days of action. But anyone here, you're like, you know what, top 5, maybe not out of the realm of possibilities today?
I mean, just on the points, if we go just on points, I think YKG could do it. YKG and above. Anybody below that, I think, is going to have too tough of a time. But I don't think as a team, YKG have shown us enough that they can have a massive 60-point game today, and the others do badly. So for me, yeah, I think it's probably maybe Rain. We saw some good stuff out of Rain. Extreme Slayers really popped up yesterday as well. They won the back-to-back Rondos. So, you know, if they have a similar performance as they did yesterday today, then absolutely they could come in and be a contender. So yeah, I'm gonna say maybe 9th and above.
Okay, no, that's fair. I do feel like Zombie Boys could surprise. They do tend to get very desperate from time to time and go for these big flashy plays. Most of the time it didn't work out because they are then again quite low on the rankings. But Zombie Boys, I think, could be a team that could surprise and throw a wrench in the works today. But yeah, Rain Esports, I think especially on the Erangel games, they were very surprising. They got some really solid points, very consistent on that Battleground in particular. So I would be excited to see if they can do it, though, going on to the top echelon of these leaderboards. I'm looking especially at Golden Eagles. I think they've showed so many good glimmers of hope throughout the entirety of Pmnc USA Spring 2026. So if there's any of the teams that could look to make a jump up in top 5, I think Golden Eagles could do it. Even as soon as this game, they just, what is that, 22 points away?
Yeah.
They could do it if they get a high elimination match here on Rondo, which, it's Rondo, it could be happening.
It could absolutely happen. I'm going to be looking particularly at Rich, though, if we're going to continue our conversation about teams outside of the 5. Because Rich were number 2 or number 1 at one point in this tournament, and they've just been slowly sliding down for the rest of the matches. So they're not out of any sort of hope yet, right? They're still 25 points away. And it's not too hard. We've seen them pop off, especially on Rondo before, and I'd like to see them do that again. Are they going to be able to compete now with the momentum that the top 5 teams actually have? I don't know. Region 8 potentially, because Region 8 only really started doing very well yesterday, so maybe a little bit more of a you know, there's a little bit more of a chance to defend against them, but we'll see. I'm going to be looking at Rich for sure.
Okay, no, Rich is a fair one. Anyways, you said from 9th and above, right? So they're all involved in that 9th and above kind of situation. So we could expect big things from these teams as you get cheeky head-to-head of the big boys, Sun Esports, or also known as straight from Nepal, straight out of Nepal in particular, if you go word for word, versus Team Equinox. And yeah, we mentioned it a bit earlier, right? But Team Equinox, just the comeback of, I was going to say the century. You know what? The century when it comes to PUBG Mobile Esports in USA. I'll go that far. Able to overtake one of the lobby leaders, not only the only one, right? Also able to overtake Upgrade Niptura on that second day of action. But the thing is, can they hold down that top position? Can they hold down the throne?
I'm really excited actually for Team Equinox. They're a great balance to Sun and Upgrade, because Sun and Upgrade, they get their points based on the position in zone that they have, the zone control, the macro, the rotations, right? Yes, they do back that up with eliminations, but you can see it here. 80 eliminations for Sun and 91 for Team Equinox, just a little bit further, and they got the majority of those yesterday. So this is a very, very aggressive team. They sweep the edges. They're not afraid to take fights. They, you know, just push and push and push and push, and that's a great balance to teams that do end up doing a lot of zone control, because it gives them something to be wary of, and it just helps everybody not get too, you know, kind of cornered in their own strategy. They have to think outside the box. To have teams like that, it's a really healthy thing for the region.
So I'm going to go into now prediction territory, right? And it's more fun, you know, we're not getting super serious about it, but do you have a team in mind? I just hit my mic, wait. okay, let's just, I don't want to break my setup. That's how excited I am, Niptra. I'm so hyped about these games. But who do we think is going to be the champion, right? Do you have one team that is going to be your prediction for this evening?
One team. Honestly, I think it's going to be Sun. I want to say Equinox, but honestly, I think Sun have been so consistent over the last 2 days that I really think that they could do something really cool, and I think they're going to bring it out of the bag.
Okay, that's fair. I think we're talking a lot about Equinox and Sun Esports straight out of Nepal. So yeah, but Meng though. But Meng do be pretty good. I kind of want to go with a fun prediction of, I don't know, Upgrade, because they've had also some decent starts in Rondo sometimes. Yeah. So I would say if they get a good Rondo, they're back in a race, because they're realistically, what is that, less than 20 points away from second place of Sun Esports, so they could make it up there. So you know what? I'm going to go for a bit of a weird one. I'm going to go and say that Upgrade will become your Pmnc USA Spring 2026 champions. Also, tell us in the chat, guys, which team do you think will be crowned the champions after these possibly 2 games, possibly 6 matches happening today. It's going to be very excited. Of course, check out also esports PUBG Mobile NA on all the socials, the Facebook, the Instagrams, the YouTubes, the TikTokies. It's all over the place, guys. Check it out. And there go Niptura. She enjoyed that. Do you enjoy some TikTokies, Niptura? Is it good over there?
I enjoy TikTokies way too much. Way too much. I've been on it far too much today alone. But yeah, we're not going to talk about that. It's fine.
Yes,
no.
It's I was watching my Bushka and also my Dr. Chemist TikToks. I was checking it all over the place.
Excellent.
But yes, my feed is infected with PUBG Mobile esports content, and you know what? I love it. More of it, please. But no, it's going to be fun to see. And actually, final question here before we get into it. I'm in prediction vibes today, and it shows my. I know you love vibes in particular, so the prediction vibes are real. MVP, can Meng hold down the crown?
It's gotta be.
No suspense,
you
no
can't
nothing.
Keep up. No, you can't keep up with that man. You can't. He's just gonna go for it, especially for today, as we look at our MVP.
Look at that, perfect.
Woo! No, I think he's kind of run away with it. Yes, the points look close, but Demon popped off. Yes, Shelby did pop off. Yes, Blade really popped off. However, Meng is always there with eliminations every single game, every single one, and I don't think anybody can catch him.
I agree. I wanted to try and put a bit of suspense, but
sorry.
if you have any common sense and you look at this rankings for the MVP leaderboards, you're like, yeah, he's got it in the bag, right? Unless you see some crazy matches coming out from Demon, Shelby, Blaze, Nico, other players down below, which we do have a lot of really strong individual players, but Meng has just created such a massive gap between himself and the rest of the competition. You know what? He should be good to go for that MVP award. So yeah, I think Meng is going to be it. Though, sure, Meng, top player in terms of overall stats, Niptura, but Blaze, come on, that push with a mini 14, getting 7 eliminations early game in the first 2 phases of a Miramar match? Mental. Like, he's got the skill to be the coolest player of this tournament, in my opinion.
He does indeed. Also, special shout out while we wait for the Rondo to start. Remember yesterday on Rondo 1, we didn't see a win from them, but Vatic got 16 eliminations.
Ooh, yeah.
They don't need that many points to get into the smash zone, and they got half of what they need just on eliminations alone in the first Rondo. So I'm just putting it out there. If we want to be like super predicty and have a sort of unorthodox pick, maybe Vatic.
Okay, well that's a fun one. Actually, I kind of have a conversation I would love to have with you right now. Do we think, because I love talking about this, because the strat of Rondo is going for a 3-1 split, right? You send 3 players in a hot drop in maybe Yulin, maybe into Neox, maybe Stadium, depending on the playing path. It changes every single time. Are we going to see some teams that want to slow down the top squads on Rondo so they don't get in the smash zone too early? Maybe hot drop that one single player that is camping out a recall tower. I think it's a very good strat. There's very low risk if you send like 2, 3, 4 players on a solo player. Unless you fight Ming, it might be a bit harder. But otherwise, anyone else, it's fair game.
The only counter I have to that point is I've not noticed any of the solos go to the same recall. So I'm not sure how easy it would be to track that enough to be able to hot drop them. If they can, then absolutely, yeah, it makes it a lot harder for these teams to get ahead on the Rondo, and you're right, it would be the easiest way to just slow them down a little bit, because once you hit the Miramar, once you hit the Erangels, it's very difficult to get those kinds of points and then win on top of it. You really do need a Rondo to make sure that you're on track for a smash.
Wait, do we have a player here also that's got himself some wings? He's got vampire wings. He's going to soar right through Rondo and get all the points possible. Actually, that's a really cool glider. I like it. I wish I could get it. It's going to be mid-ass. He's going to go actually south of Fengton. So he's going to hopefully get himself a recall tower for his teammates if they do get taken out early. ARZ currently in 14th position. So chances of a comeback, very low, unless they get 2 of the biggest Rondo we've ever seen in our lives, Niptura. But who knows how things will be going down as we're looking at the playing path. Really fair for most of these teams. But yes, indeed, Yulin is already hot. All of these squads taking a fight, and that is going to be some early knocks and elimination secured by ARZ.
Not really anybody going to Factory as well, though. Neox, right? There's like 2 teams going over there. Equinox being, or 3 teams perhaps. Equinox being one of them. Interesting. Ooh, and the zone does center up over on that direction as Rich starting to pop off. There we go. They did lose 2, and they're going to get recalled pretty much straight away, but we're looking at Jat 24K, he's got 3 eliminations, nearly a full squad wipe over here, and I think that was against Golden Eagles, and they're going to be able to get that res up and running here, so they're going to be A-OK for now, though, as we also have 2 teams on to the opposite side of Yulin. Got to be careful of that.
I'm seeing Sun Esports already taking some big casualties early game, but though Wolf is there stepping up with the M249 against Zombie Boys. He's able to find Shinoboy. So it's going to be some decent early eliminations to get for yourself. Jat24K going to get some decent damage done with that utility. Now going for his own push over to the ridge line and looking for that 1v1 onto General.
JN's completely out, though. I'm not sure what happened there, but they didn't even get a chance to revive. They're just gone. Out of the match, out of game number 1 here. General popping off, but not off enough. Down he goes to that teammate there. Rich Kunjun able just to, no, that's not Kun. That's a, is that 2 D's? A D and an O? Or, okay. I saw that as June, but maybe it's not. Anyway.
I just call him The Don. That's the name I go for.
Oh, okay, I see it now. Okay, yeah. Anyway, well done. 4 elims, 5 elims total for the team. Looking very good indeed. They're going to be able to win that one out this time as Strangers BD, Voltex, going to be moving downwards. And Sun Esports, yeah, they do lose one. Hopefully they can get that revived ASAP, but 2 more points go their way.
That's going to be a decent amount of points to get for themselves. Yeah, that's going to be looking pretty solid indeed as we get ready for these teams to go. Yeah, 9 more to go. No, I mean, the thing is on a Rondo, 9 points should be pretty easy. I would say this is some just... Who even cares about my feedback? I think if you have 2 Rondos in your map rotation, maybe you should do the point gap of 20. You should add an extra 20 points on top of the points of the #1 ranked team. Because otherwise, 10, that's like an average Rondo match, right? So definitely doable for the likes of Team Equinox and Sun Esports alike. Now, going to be seen on the left side on the picture-in-picture is going to be the side of YKG going for an early elimination. One of their players, though, being knocked, and I think might even get flushed out of this game entirely. Hopefully, they can find a recall tower next to them very soon, as indeed, their player is now taken on out. But the circle, you said it earlier already, Niptra, the circle going heavily over to the eastern side. So these teams that went for Western early drop will have to think about maybe getting away from these fights early on, because otherwise you're just not going to have too much information on where these teams might be parked up in the play zone.
I'm trying to figure out, you know, who is where, you know, in our contenders for the Smash Zone. So you've got Equinox and Neox. That's pretty spot on, you know, dead center. There's Upgrade in Stadium, I think it was, and they've still got that, you know, super stereotypical big split that they do all the time. All spread out across the city there. And then you have Sun way down to the south side as well. So those teams shouldn't be looking at each other, at least, for a long time. And it's actually looking like they might have a fairly easy entry into zone. It's not too heavily populated just now, as Cinco is going to go on down to 24K. YKG, they know what they need to do, and it's nice to see them come back in day 3 with a lot of energy, right? Too often teams, you know, day 3, it's not gone their way. They've had 2 rough days, and they kind of just fall down, and they kind of just give up a little bit. It's nice to see that YKG here, they're able to, you know, come in with a bang. 3 eliminations already. They're really looking for those points, and it's nice to see that.
If you're YKG, you have to go hard or go home at this point. You need to go with one of your best performances you've ever done in PUBG Mobile esports history, for themselves in particular, not like for in the entire world. That would be a lot to ask for. But yeah, just pedal to the metal and give it your best shot. And unfortunately, if it doesn't work out, at least you gave it everything you had at that moment in time. Region 8 did have, you know, a really good step up yesterday. A team that I was kind of overlooking, the Nitra, to be fully honest with you. I was not having high expectations, but boy, oh boy, they were doing so many good plays. Tens Jelly, a really good setup player for his team, but Neek in particular, as a solo, having some great clutches on Orango in day 1. They have what it takes, I would say, right now with that kind of synergy and fragging power to be a top 5 performer and represent USA in the PMGO NA regional finals. I would love to see them make it to that next stage.
Yeah, because again, yesterday they had another, similar to Equinox, they had a 50-point game. Yeah, a 50-point day yesterday, which is pretty big. That is pretty insane for esports at this level, I feel like. So they've really done a great job in popping off and making sure that they keep up, because they came into day 2 in 4th place, so they were keeping ahead. They were making sure that they stayed with the rest of the crew. They didn't get flushed down the leaderboard. So very nice to see that. I really enjoy that from them. And hopefully they can keep it up, right? We'd love to see them in that top 5 in those PMGO regional finals. Falcons.
Ooh.
Or Falcon, rather, not the team, the player. Oh, Meng! Meng! Falcon's gonna take down Meng. He's gonna take down basically everybody here, as he's got 3 eliminations right now in Equinox. I'm not sure that they know what to do with that.
Don't worry, Meng, just like a phoenix, will come back, will be reborn from his ashes to take down everyone in this Rondo game. But YKG, yeah, trying to just surround the entirety of Yulin. And Falcon, yeah, the player, not the team, as you said, Niptura, successfully so, gonna be slowly but surely surrounded by his opposition. As Fate got a good spray and it connects with the Yorg onto Jimmy. That should be a nice confirm for them to get. Not sure where the rest of the team is currently standing to go for the recall, but you know what? I do believe that I saw in the elimination feed them bringing up their teammates. As Falcon now inside of this building. Just going to try and play with some utility there. A little bit too far to play with nades. I would say, yeah, it would just be a waste at this point in time. And you might even create a dip for them to play into, which would not be a good option. But they're all going to be engulfed in the blue zone. So you know what? You've got an extra time factor ticking up, but Falcon gets one early knock. And unfortunately, it's just not going to be enough.
Unfortunate. Again, I really like what we're seeing from YKG. This is exactly what they need to do. Up to 6 eliminations now. They're just pushing through these teams on the outside of those zones. Nobody has gone out yet, right? So they're going to be able to get those revives. We've not lost Equinox just yet. We've not lost Control just yet. But it's really nice to be seeing YKG just putting up those points as the zone. Oh, hard shift straight onto Control's new position. Thank you very much, YKG. You've just given us a free rotation into zone. That's crazy.
I don't know if you remember, Nipcho, we had this exact circle during PMGC 2025, sorry, not this year's one. It happened last year. And this circle is very rough to play around, so you're just going to be down to terrain knowledge, see exactly what kind of dips, nook, and crannies you can play around. Definitely not going to be an easy one. And also, the thing is, when you do have a usual 50-50 split over or roads or valleys, or in this case, in particular, rivers, you've got to make a gamble. Which side are you going to commit to? And also have a backup plan in case the circle shifts away from you on the other side of that river. So that's what you really got to think about. If you're the IGL now, your work is not going to be cut out for you because you're going to have to put a lot of brain cells at work to make this rotation work out.
Upgrade have been very chill for now, right? Only 1 elimination. I'm wondering if, you know, like you said, they're going to be, how they're going to access this zone, how they're going to play this zone, because Upgrade in particular, they are a team that definitely likes to spread out. Upgrade and Sun, both of those teams like to control as much zone as possible. With a zone like that where the river's running through it, it makes it both easier and harder. It's easier because there's less zone to control. It's a lot harder if you're a team that has to spread out to work, right? If you feel a little bit cooped up, then that pressure is going to get to you and you start, you know, overthinking things. You start not being in control. So if you're a team like that, this is going to be a difficult zone to really do your best work in, I think. So going to be interested to see how they're going to be looking towards the zone. But right now, everybody's just like, can we please just get in zone? That's all we want right now. Let's just get in there and figure it out later.
Let's just get to the next stage first, and then we'll see who we have to fight for it. But I don't think we highlighted it too much, but looking at the elimination spread, 7 Elim's going to wear off Rich, right? So they were already standing in, that was in 6th position. They were 17 points away from Region 8 Gaming in 5th position, which again is the entry point to the next stage for the PMGO regional finals. So now they're just going to be a single 10 points away to make it up there. Of course, that's in the case where Region 8 Gaming don't get a single point, which seems fairly unlikely, and based on how things are going so far in this game. But definitely a good start for Rich Esports. That is what you want to see on the Rondo game from this team if they want to have what it takes to make it even further in this year's season of PUBG Mobile Esports. Zombie Boys, going to go for a wide northern eastern rotation next to Miramar. They got a nice entry point. You've got to be careful of that lake, though. Some teams could try and hold you off around it. As Extreme Slayer's also going to move deeper and deeper in the zone. But Upgrade, taking their merry time, Niptura. They're like, their zone? Overrated. We love the blue. Oh, yes, Papa Blue, as Hodrix would say.
Yep, indeedy. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Oh, the hardship.
Is it the river again?
Oh, you know, I was just about to say I love Golden Eagle's position. They've got a 3-1 split either side of the river, and I thought that's such an interesting control point. Wow, then the zone goes, I don't care. You gotta move now. And now YKG are like, yeah, you gotta move through us. So very nicely timed push here by YKG. Just gonna try and hold out Golden Eagles. That is really unfortunate for them though, because I did like that setup.
This is the moment in time where I wish we had a map feed intro because I could just see the team struggle and just like, where do we go? This is awful. This is terrible. We're being truly tested. And you know what? That's good. Bad circles makes champions. And in this case, we'll force them to improve and get good. And that's it. That's the end of my point. This is going to make them get good.
Just get good.
Just get good off the back of this circle. Fate, though, going to make for his own rotation. This bridge, I hate this bridge, by the way. We haven't seen it often in esports. This bridge sucks. It's got literally no cover. If a team is looking your way, you are just asking to get sprayed on down. It's going to be Fate, though, spotting out General. He doesn't have too much elevation, so it's kind of hard. The railing really is tanking up a lot of those bullets, and his teammates on the other side of the Eagles will be able to defend him. So that was a crossing, but if he had a bit more height in him, I think Fate could have gotten that elimination fairly easily.
Yep, I think so too. Really fantastic getaway from Golden Eagles, actually. Oh my goodness. Because YKG were setting that up to be really lethal, right? They had the full four-man group all there. And then they went off to a 2-2 split. That was working really, really well. And I thought, oh, Golden Eagles, they're donezo. But they managed to get across the bridge really nicely. I do agree, if Fate had been a little bit more elevation, that would have been an easier clutch there for him. But still, GG's to Golden Eagles for getting out of that one alive. Blaze, no, down he goes. It's Wolf with the DP28. Oh, and now he's gonna go down because, yeah, this is the problem with these rivers, right? You just look straight at you from the other side. It's not wide enough. It's not like it's an Erangel with the bay, right, where you go over to Millie Island and nobody can see you on the other side. No, this is you're right next door. There's no way you can use these as cover.
I know when I see a Paraboy fanboy, you know, I see that play with a DP28. I'm like, yeah, he was watching PMGC back in like 2021 when that was the meta. Oh, good old times, you remember? DP28 meta? That was crazy times back then. Golden Eagles, after a successful cross over the bridge. Again, I don't know, that bridge is like the architect was not getting paid enough, so he's like, it's just basic bridge, just plonk it down, and because of that now the blue zone is going to engulf the entirety of that bridge, meaning late rotations. It's still phase 4, some teams could go for it, but I would say it's extremely risky to do at some point, especially when Golden Eagles would be possibly looking your direction. So it seems like the southern eastern side is going to be Golden Eagles' location to work with for the remainder of this game.
I don't think I know this, but just to let everybody know, Sun Esports is out. They're out, and they haven't actually gotten to Smash Point. So it's up to Equinox, it's up to Upgrade. It's up to Vatic, actually. They're up to 111 points here. So, yeah, I must have missed that one. That's crazy. But that's just gonna mean no Smash ruling here for that team in game number 1. They're gonna have to wait till next game to achieve that.
Yep, to be fair, I also missed it. There were so many fights happening. I was like, wait a minute, what happened? But yeah, they're out of the equation entirely, and Equinox down to just a solo. So it seems like no one's going to be breaching that Smash zone just yet. Looking at the southern side, already another team getting eliminated. Golden Eagles taking an extra casualty, down to now Shuyong and General. So they're going to try and slow things down slightly. But YKG Niptra, just step after step, getting deep into the circle and also playing the coastal line of this river. Not a terrible position to play around as long as you're able to find a decent hiding spot, which I believe if you have some cover flares, they can create their very own defensive position. But over to the East Niptra, this is teams that are going to get very desperate. Golden Eagles, you're looking at Rain, you're looking at the side of Team Control, even Winter of Extreme Slayers and Finial. How are these teams going to enter the play zone?
It's by the skin of their teeth, basically. That's the only way they're going to be able to do this. It's going to be so difficult to get in, especially with teams on the other side of that river, right? Like I said, it's not wide enough for the likes of YKG to not see teams entering on the other side. So this is going to be super difficult for them. I do love how YKG are just moving up that hillside, though, or up the ridge. It's really looking really nice, very controlled. Yeah, 11 eliminations. It's kind of crazy. This is basically what Vatic did yesterday, right? So very easily could YKG pull a Vatic and get up right back into the conversation. This is what we wanted to see from them in day 1. It's taken them 2 days to do it, but hey, better late than never.
Yeah, I mean, Vatic did it, and now on their team of YKG, they have a player called Valik. So you know what? It's just that name, just sometimes it lines up perfectly, and you just get an absolute banger day for the USA region of Pmnc. It's Extreme Slayers. Now, Winter, they did come into this game as a trio, by the way, so not quite the way you want to start your match here for day 3. They'll have to make it work. As General Soul Survivor, and he's not even in the play zone currently. He's just got this blank, hoping to find a decent hiding spot. I believe one of the wheels was exploded. That's why he's just losing complete control of this vehicle. And Finial are indeed looking in this overall direction. General, I think this might just be game over, Niptra, incoming very soon. It
might indeed. Oh, the General, there we go. He's going to go out to Shadow. Yeah, to Rain. That is correct. They'll end up in 7th place, though, with 5 points extra from this game. Not the most amount, but honestly, I think the way that this play zone has gone, I think nobody is really going to have the game that they wanted. I don't think we can blame them for being like, oh, you've only got 7 points on a Rondo? No. Have you seen the zone? Have you seen the zone? No, it's not going to happen. 7's good.
True. By the way, I'm looking at the 2 teams in the center of the circle. There was going to be over there YKG, another team. I didn't have time to see exactly the name. My feed is a little bit pixelated, so I couldn't read the exact full name. But those teams should not fight each other. At this point, coexist, work together, symbiotic relationship, zone teams away. And when you have successfully cleared at least one cardinal angle of this circle, maybe the full western or southern side of this circle, then you can start fighting each other. As of right now, working together would definitely be a big benefit to these 2 squads. Especially for YKG, again, they are attempting a comeback for the ages in the USA region. Vatic, XP3 with a car, just staying right next to Strangers BD. A team that would say is too low to really initiate a big comeback today. As Extreme Slayers also going for their own breach over to the western side of this river. And so far, it is looking pretty good for themselves. The trio is still alive here, Niptra. They do take Winter down. Joyuya, Fradi, can they make it work out in the end?
Oh my goodness,
nice.
Extreme Slayers just crashing in and saying, we are here to stay. Love the style, the flair that came in from them. Valik being put down, and they're just going to have to revive.
That was clutch.
Almost.
That was literally a 1 HP res. Ooh, that was way too close for comfort. He does get it. Looking at Team Rain, though. How are they going to make their approach? 8th position. 4 eliminations this game. Definitely not a bad match, but Finial is going to be between them and the play zone. And right now, they're going to be the true gatekeepers of phase number 5. And so far, Finial having the game of their lifetime. So many free points coming their way, but the nade is right on the money. It's going to be Zotic to get and even confirming those 2 points, because every point counts if you're a Rain esports fan. Now, Finial down to just a solo and a knocked play in the distance. This is the time to strike. Rain needs to commit and capitalize on this opportunity they created for themselves.
Oh, Extreme Slayers, after coming in, guns blazing, just running through teams, now they switch up tactics. They switch up that pace. They're going super quiet mode. They've made their entrance. They've made their stamp on the place, and now they need to just occupy it. Love that switch up from them. They're not trying to be too crazy, too overconfident. They're just occupying the space as well as they can. Well, when that opportunity is there, you gotta go ahead and take it. Frady gonna be taking some shots down there, but still keeping in mind that YKG are right next to them, and the way that YKG have been playing, you don't want to mess with this team. 12 eliminations, so Extreme Slayers very wise to just make sure they have an eye on them at all times, but Strangers BD and Rain, they have no need to think about that. They are too occupied with each other. Exotic does go down to Frady, again, just continuing that off-angle look-see, just kind of third-partying where they can. Really, really controlled stuff from Extreme Slayers.
Good nade damage onto Never's side, and Flash God unfortunately doesn't result in a knock, but definitely able to demand respect in that situation. Wolf just left stranded in the front line here, Niptra. He's left in a 1v4 scenario. Vostok doesn't want to do anything with this fight, it seems. The nade's inbound, and Wolf will go down on his knees in submission, and it seems like it might just be game over for him and his entire squad, as Frady now getting involved from the high ground position on this rocky terrain, and Strangers BD getting absolutely demolished. These bullets are right on the player's hitbox. And that nade could just put the nail in the coffin. It could be game over. Extreme Slayers absolutely dominating this game. Again, Niptra, as a trio, they're really up to 5 eliminations and have yet to lose a single member.
Oh, there you go. Another knock going on down onto Strangers. I'm really impressed with Extreme Slayers. Yeah, like you said, they're only a trio right now. They've taken this rock and they're holding it so well. Fate is going to go ahead and help Strangers BD go out to the lobby. Voltec still alive, as is Neverside. But we'll see if they can hold on for that much longer. Actually, Flash God is alive as well. They were able to get that res going. Vostok, though, has been saved,
links.
right? Links? Oh!
Fraddy, yeah.
Frady? Thank you.
Frady. I don't know.
Frady?
Which one?
The Frady bunch.
Yeah, not the one from Scooby-Doo. Different.
Yeah.
It's not Fred. But no, Lynx MR, actually interesting at that range. We'll see if he can get it. Maybe even do some damage to vehicles, because that's what the Lynx is mainly meant for, right? Is doing vehicle damage.
Yep.
Getting rid of BRDMs. But here all I'm seeing is just typical supercars. And you know what? They're not quite tanky enough against a Lynx AMR. But the thing is, since all the teams over to the eastern side of the bridge all left or died out, this is making it really playable for the likes of YKG in particular, as they are looking to just use it as decent cover. But Vostok getting some good spray damage with the AUG. And unfortunately, the play zone has a different idea in mind for him. But he gets an angle onto Stranger's PD, but none of the bullets connect.
Nope, and he's got to continue to move on over. Frady's now been completely healed up, and he's going to be looking in this direction. He knows exactly where that came from. Maybe not. Winter goes on down. Vostok, you need to do something, but he's only got 9 bandages. He can't even really heal up that much. He's not able to get that that point confirmed. It's too far away, just too far down the ridge for him. My goodness, he's just throwing a wrench in the works, and sometimes that's the power of the solo, just able to, you know, delay other teams' tactics enough to the point where it ruins their game just a little bit. So, gotta be super careful there. Winter, though, does get back up. He's healed back up, and everything is just fine with the world. Vostok, opportunity that was not missed, but could not be capitalized on.
Yeah, unfortunately didn't quite work out at the end. R8, Region 8 looking to slowly but surely claim more real estate in this circle. Fraddy looking to scope in onto Cloudy behind that tree. Not able to find a knock just yet, but you know what? It might just be a matter of time. The circle, the moment the circle shifts away from this eastern ridge, Neptune, it's going to get really tricky for these teams to survive. But here, so many shots are being taken, and yet so many players still stand strong, as Vostok is taken out.
Lynx AMR. Frady just got a knock with the Lynx. I saw it in the Elam feed, so that is doing some work. I'm not sure who it was onto. I think one of the Strangers players. Looking very, very good indeed. Love that. And really, he's got the best high ground to do it on as well. Mm-hmm. He's got the only high ground, it seems, in a lot of these this circle. I'm just gonna be watching now. Things are gonna quiet right down now. We have only a few seconds until that zone starts. Or we see the new zone, rather, and then that zone starts shifting on in. So right now, all these teams, they just gotta hold on. Just gotta wait. Alright, have some great cover. They're in some good ridges here. Only 3 players left alive for them, but alright, really have an opportunity to jump a few placements, especially with that zone moving in onto them. It moves away from all these teams we've been looking at. YKG, Strangers, Extreme Slayers are still in, but they have a heck of a job ahead of them now. Yeah. As all these teams are going to be moving forward onto them, probably all at once.
Yeah, all at once is definitely going to be a breaking point reached in this game. YKG, though, you've got to pick one fight at a time. If they have cars, maybe sending it to the west would be a better option, but right now they're going to be forced in a situation they don't really want to take. But the thing is about Battle Royales, right, you do have to play in the play zone, so you don't really have a choice if you are YKG at this moment in time. Strangers PD, luckily enough, able to keep Neverside alive, which I thought the entire team would get squad wiped, but you know what? Seems like one player was able to weasel his way through the play zone and make it into stage number 7. Cloudy's got a beautiful angle with the AUG. He doesn't have too much ammo, so he's got to be careful. And they are looking to be the only team in the center of this phase. So you've got to make sure you can zone teams away, as Meng, the survivor, is here, Niptura. But unfortunately, the blue zone should be taking him out swiftly. And that is going to be game over for Team Equinox.
They do sneak ahead of Sun, so back into first place they go. But it's not enough. It is not enough. They're still 6 points away from that smash zone. I thought we were going to see 2-3 teams, you know, make that smash. It's only 10 points, guys. You've made 30 on this first match before. But no, not to be the case. The zone has said, no, that's not happening. We are going to be guaranteed 3 games. Well, as long as Upgrade don't pop off and get rid of everybody in this lobby. We should be looking at least one Miramar here. as the nades are just gonna, I mean, they don't even have to take any knocks or do any real damage. They're only there to keep YKG down this ridge, only to stop them from moving forward. That's the power of the utility so often, is it doesn't even have to do damage. Frady is not going to be able to throw any more grenades now. Ooh, that was a quick flick. And that is going to give,
Did he know he was there? I genuinely am like, you should have gotten that. Like, 9 times out of 10, that should have been going the way of Frady. But no, maybe you just didn't have the information at that point in time. Neverside, if you can make it to top 5, this would be such a massive win for, again, a solo player for the past 2 or 3 minutes. The nades inbound onto Winter's location. Going to be slowly but surely sneaking his way away. He's got M79, so that's going to keep him away and hidden in that smoke for a little while longer. Over to the west, we've got so much presence from Upgrade. They've got the angles. They're not involved in any of these skirmishes. They're looking to be the team to fight at the very end for this game to get the chicken dinner to initiate day number 3 of Pmnc USA. Keep an eye out for them. It might be silent, but not for long. As Rich also still got 2 players, but Jat 24K Nipcher has got 7 eliminations to his name. This guy is having Meng numbers in this match.
He really is. As his Trick, though, he's got 7. YKG with 15 eliminations, but now might be the time he falls. Yep, can't do anything about that, but a really, really impressive run coming in from YKG. That's going to be a 17-point game for them, which is got to be by far their largest point game in the tournament so far. Love to see that for them, as Slade now goes down. Rich been able to hold on a long time, Strangers as well, but now we go down to our top 4 teams, Max, and only 2 teams are trios, R8 and Upgrade. Upgrade could still do a lot of work here, really catching up to those top 2 teams.
Could be the case. I'm loving the angles. They do not have Nika to wrap things up, which would have been a great player to have in this finishing moment. But they'll have to make do with that 3-man lineup. This scramble, though, over to the east is still ongoing. And the utility, you don't want to waste it. One piece of utility when the only cover that really we have in this circle are trees and rocks would be so important. It would be paramount for these teams if they want to take that skirmish in their favor. Though Winter of Extreme Slayers is going to get picked off, and that is going to be some big damage coming out from Tense Jelly. Though Jayuya spotting out Jat 24K. Nice knock to get for himself. Rich down to now a solo. Can he hold the front line against Jayuya? He picks it up and nicely executed with a ump. And now it's going to be not only an elimination and also extra placement point, but also getting possibly a res on his fallen teammate. But will Upgrade let that happen? I don't think so. The damage is there, and Baby Tang is there to wrap it up.
Really love that. You could see Baby Tang and Jelly both go, oh, there's only a solo over there. Cloudy goes down to a nade, though. FS picking up the pace here, and Upgrade are looking for the win, but they have to contend with the P90. Jelly now coming on through. 1 is down low, but oh, that nade is going to take him to no HP at all. It's all up to Baby Tang. The 1v1 is going to be coming through. Og over the top. Down he goes, though. Cannot compete with the S12K. And Upgrade taking the first winner chicken dinner of day number 3.
Ooh, the fight to the east was boiling over, and Upgrade were just like, we're going to watch, and you know what? We're just going to time it at the perfect moment to snatch away that chicken dinner from the hands of Region 8. GG, well played. Upgrade again. Wow, a podium team, right? They were in 3rd place before this game, 109 points. And because Team Equinox, well, mainly Sun Esports, right, we're not able to get into the Smash Zone. Team Equinox got some placement points. I don't believe they're going to the Smash Zone. This is the opportunity to Upgrade. We're hoping for Niptra if they wanted to become your Pmnc USA champions. This is literally the best case scenario they could have been asking for.
It really is. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better game from Upgrade. Was it as huge in terms of points as we've seen before from them? No, but it was exactly what they needed. Like you said, those top 2 teams, they were gone. There was no chance for them to get more points. They have not reached the Smash Zone. Have Upgrade? I don't know, but even if they haven't, they have gotten really, really close, and we should be seeing now a 3-way fight for that Smash Zone.
Yeah, it's going to be very close at the top here. Looking at the elimination spread, Baby Tang, some utility throws at the late game here, Niptra. This is a prime example as to why when you have open finishes like this, you hold on to your bloody grenades and molotovs, because the only cover they had is like trees, rocks, and maybe dips. You just chuck one. Hey, you get 1 knock, maybe 2 in a row if you hit it right on the money. So really good utility usage from the entirety of Upgrade. Looking at 2 eliminations for Havico P, 2 also for the side of Quadruple 6, also known as FS, and Fear getting 1 lonesome elimination. It was a participation prize in Niptra. He's here, he got the point, and that's all that matters.
Baby Tang had only took 18 damage, by the way, for 4 eliminations.
Oh, you're right. Oh,
I'm just
I'm happy you
saying.
spot that out.
That's insane.
That's one bullet.
Pretty much, yeah. That is crazy. Baby Tang dodging like it's the Matrix over here as we look at our match standings. Upgrade gonna get a total of 19 points. YKG super impressed with how they played this played this match. Where was this team the first 2 days? Because they were aggressive, they had the macro, they were making those angles work, making those rotations work. Really good start for them. 17 points gonna go their way. And Rich Esports as well. I said I wanted to look out for them. They get 16 as well. So looking like a really interesting lineup we got here, because those teams kind of from 6th down to 9th position, 10th position are really looking to come back up the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, good news also for most of the teams in this lobby, which is we're not seeing Team Equinox or Straight Out of Nepal on the first half of this match rankings, which is going to be good news for a lot of these teams. They've just given a big opportunity to make it later on in this game and maybe higher up in the leaderboards. Second half, though, we're going to be having Team Control that, had some topsy-turvy results. I would say Niptra, a team that was in last place, getting 0 points over so many games in day number 1. But here, they're able to get themselves 5 points. And they have been climbing slowly the rankings. Before this game, they had 51 points. They should push up Team Control actually to the very heights of the second half of the leaderboard. So you know what, Team Control, they're slow, but they're being very effective in that push at the top.
Yeah, I've really liked how they've been playing. Certainly yesterday and now coming into today, they're doing very well. They're very smart on their macro on those rotations as well. So I'm really liking the direction that they're going into. I'm going to be interested, though, to see where that zone is going to be taking us in game number 2, though, Max, because we're really looking at, I think that last match was really a testament as to how much the zone makes a game or breaks a game for different... No, not this time. It's not going to be Meng. It's going to be Jat24K coming on in with 8 eliminations. Really good stuff coming in from him. Yeah, Rich. I enjoyed Rich's gameplay. We didn't see that much from them in terms of, action. They were a very quiet team, but they were there in that top 4. They were doing what they needed to do. So really, really good performance coming in from them. A really good start to the day. Now, hopefully, the next Rondo is going to be kinder to them, kinder to all these teams. Maybe not a river finish, and we'll be able to see a little bit more of the actual strategy of these teams.
Give me a good old stadium finish. Ooh, yes, I want to see it happen. No, okay, that's quite rare. I haven't even seen a single stadium finish ever, I think, in esports or played it myself. So, who knows? We'll see what's going to be going next time around on good old Rondo. But yeah, big step up from some teams in the middle of the rankings, Nitro, that they desperately needed if they wanted to be in the conversation for the next 5 games, well, possibly 5 games to come. You know what? If you want to see how many games are left for today, stick around. We'll be back after this very short break. Upgrades, people, upgrades. That's what we just were provided in that first game of the evening here. Day 3 Pmnc USA Spring 2026 is nicely underway. And you know what, Niptura? The conversation is still ongoing as to who's going to be the champions, because guess what? The big top 2 squads that had a lead did not get a good performance, meaning it's still up in the air as to who will be crowned our USC is a different sport. That's a real life sport. Who's going to be our USA champions here?
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what that leaderboard is shaping up to look like. I need to know how close we are to that smash point. Here we go. Oh. Upgrade have actually just moved up, so there's no real change of the leaderboards going on here. Region 8 do move up past Vatic there only by 1 point, but the real focus we're going to be seeing is the top 3. Equinox with 131, Sunny Sports with 130, Upgrade with 128. So close. Upgrade need 9 points. Sun need 7, and, you know, Equinox need 6. But,
yeah.
Straight up math. But it's looking very, very good. I also want to notice that YKG up to 77 points total. So much better performance coming up from them, and we're already seeing those results.
Yeah, we are. I mean, the thing is that's very important for Upgrade, right, is the point gap has been reduced significantly. Initially, Upgrade had 109 points. Sunny Sports had 126, and Team Equinox had 127. Now, there's no more gap. Then the conversation. Actually, there is a gap, but now it's between 3rd and 4th place, right, Niptura? So now, these 3 teams are currently chasing to be one of the first teams to make it into the Smash Zone, which is 137. 6 points away for Equinox. That's going to be 7 points away for Sunny Sports, and it's going to be 9 points away for Upgrade, which technically, with the Rondo game, Niptura, we could have 3 teams make it into the Smash Zone in a single match, which I don't think I've ever seen. I think I've seen 2 teams making the Smash Zone in 1 game. 3? That's, at least for me, that's unheard of. Chat, if you think I'm wrong, tell me which tournament that happened, but 3 in 1 game would be ludicrous here, Niptura.
3 in 1 would be pretty crazy and make everything just a little bit more exciting than it already is, as we're going to go into Rondo very, very shortly here. Rich as well. Remember, with that really good position, or the really good match that they had, they actually closed up that gap as well. So they are right behind Vatic, looking to knock onto the top 5 now. Here we go. Rondo, match 14, coming on through to a screen near you. Do we have that dual playing path, though? That is the question. To a screen near you?
I mean, technically it's a live stream, so every screen near you could be hosting Pmnc USA. Even your smart fridge.
Yeah.
Guys, chat, who's watching Pmnc USA on their smart fridge? I would love to know. And you know what it's called? You're just next to your drinks, your beverages of choice, your snacks maybe. Ooh. Maybe ice cream also. Ooh, really tasty matches. Okay, no need to flex on me.
It's not particularly a flex. It's not really a flavor I love, so...
What?
You know? Yeah.
You say you don't like ice cream?
No. It's not a flavor of ice cream that I love. Okay. That I have in my freezer right now.
Okay, that's fine. I will not have to 1v1 you in game. That's fine. You are safe. Okay.
Thank you.
Because people who don't like ice cream are not real people. I will not.
That's true. I do like ice cream. Sometimes I just can't be bothered with the messiness of it, though. I'm just like, eh.
How it's are either you really, eating? You know,
it's either too but it's either too cold or it's just messy.
I just imagine you shoving it with your hands, just like, just like, you know, Team Equinox, Sunny Sports all fighting over here to get these chicken dinners. There's going to be ARC again going for the hot drop in Yulin. They just never giving up on Yulin, even though Niptura, they're struggling at the bottom of the rankings. They are still going to consistently attempt a hot drop in this city. And you know what? So far, off to an amazing start. They got 3 limbs.
Well, exactly. When you can get 3 eliminations in the first less than 2 minutes of the game, I would continue going there as well. I was gobsmacked that Tristan there was down to quite literally 1 HP. That was crazy, as we're going to be seeing a lot of eliminations coming through here. YKG actually being one of those teams. Oh no, Fate going down early. Equinox losing 1 as well as Upgrade losing 2 right off the bat there. So a lot of heavy eliminations coming through that Elim feed right now, and hopefully these teams have those solos prepped and ready to go, because to lose that many teams or that many players this early would be insane.
That's why we got the good old recall tower. Oh, Meng! Sorry, I get very excited when I see Meng pop off in some way, shape, or form on the graphic. Here we go, though. It's going to be Meng's POV, looking for the 2nd elimination of the game for himself. Actually, 3rd. He's already up to 2. The guy's crazy. Peeking around the corner, jumps right in his spray, and that's Meng. 3 eliminations to his name. The guy is cracked, Niptura. And again, MVP contender, he's not even a contender. He is the MVP that we deserve here in USA. Let's go.
Yep. He absolutely is. I can't wait to see him be crowned MVP because boy has he deserved it. But we're going to move over to Golden Eagles, Danqing over here. Very interesting city. It's unlike any place that we have anywhere else on PUBG Mobile, like across all maps. You've got these sort of level houses that just are very strange. I don't even know how to really describe them right. We've got these low-level sort of mountainside houses as down goes. Oh, another member of Golden Eagles. There we go. Wolf able to just pop up, get that one, and go back down. General, no vest. Oh, he does have a vest, but no helmet. Gonna be really bad for him.
I want to talk to the devs of PUBG Mobile right now. This city of Danqing, can we rename it to Parkour City? Because it really is just straight up. You can get on almost any roof in this area. You just jump slightly higher than me, which is not very high, by the way. And you can get to literally almost every single roof in this area. The extra bit of elevation in this area is really hard to kind of take into account. And if you know every nook and cranny, you can really kind of upset your enemies. Really good knock coming on through from Demon. Able to get it with the S12K, and that's a nice flush. 4 eliminations over to the entirety of their squad. And you know what, Niptra? That means they're only 3 points away from the smash zone. That's just, one decent fight, and they are going to be the first team to make it to that point where they could end the tournament early.
Exactly. We are guaranteed that Miramar, but you know what? Sun Esports have won there before. So, still a lot to hope for here. Actually, Equinox as well. They're tied right now, so both of them could get those points very early on in this match. I'm gonna be looking as well to those other teams. Vatic, for instance, they did slip down from 4th to 5th that one time in the last match but they're still only 1 point behind. So very much a team to keep an eye on as Trick takes some names in that Elam feed, continuing their dominant performance from the last game here, as Jay Nepal and Strangers BD, I think, is the calmest Neox. Yes.
So he's popping off still. Yeah.
I see him.
If this were League of Legends, someone would be announcing right now, killing spree! And that would be for Trick. He would get it. Sun, though, straight out of Nepal, getting straight out of here. Not looking to fight any further inside of Parkour City. Not worth it. It's Team Equinox. Also, yeah, good old Meng. He has his limits, Niptura, which right now would be a 1v4. That's quite hard for him to take, so he's going to move away. But we could be having here. Well, you know what? It's phase 1. I'm not going to go too early, but Test Track Neox is in the dead center of the circle. Or we could have a very Eastern shift, Niptura, and get a repeat of last game, which I hope won't be the case. But you asked for something different, Niptura. If it does happen, I'm going to blame your circle curse, which begins here in USA. It's your fault.
No, because I said I hope this doesn't happen. Listen, I want the smash.
Yeah,
that's
how the curse works. You I don't want it, and it happens.
I thought it's
I thought we
baguette. That's what I thought. I'm hungry. Anyway.
Whoa. Can't say that to a Frenchman.
But we're both.
Can't say that to. Are you allowed to? Okay. I'm glad I was like, you got to do a comeback at that. Nice. You got me. 4-4K. GG's.
Yes, indeed. Quite. Rain? Wow. What do you think about this, Max? Look at Rain's positioning there. Big old split on the northern side. Is that a little too much for this stage?
Nah, it's fine. Phase 1 splits, I can forgive them. Rich had a very similar split as they were rotating to the east, so you know what? I don't think it's a big issue. As long as you're not over-peaking and forcing fights while split, I don't have an issue with it. Phase 1, 2, 3 splits are completely fine as long as you respect the lobby, which I think they've been able to do quite consistently throughout the entirety of this PMC season. So they should be good to go. Rich, though, still, despite being a little bit split, demanding respect from the lobby, in particular team control. They're going to be zoned away from the eastern side of this river. And they might, because of that, actually, they might have to go for the southern bridge, the yucky bridge, as I call it. It's not a fun bridge to go on. You don't want to go there, especially if it's being gate kept. As of right now, based on how this circle is, they might be able to make it for free because I don't know who in their right mind here would be defending that bridge because, yeah, it's not good.
No, it's not a good position. It's interesting to see that Rich have actually occupied Mang, no! They are occupying where the final circle on game 1 went. So they're going to still be sticking around in that area. It's a great control area to have. Meng did go on down, if you hadn't gathered. I'm not sure if he got actually revived at some point, but we'll see how that goes. As Arzeal now going to be going after Finial. There goes Oo becoming O, and now it's up to Molly. Molly and Mark, actually, these two. Only 2 teams left there. Well, never mind, Molly. Only team left, or player left now.
Yeah, you got to leave. Go for the reset on your teammates if you can. Over to Neox. Fragger looking to disengage this kerfuffle, this little scramble we have happening in Neox. Definitely on the smaller echelon of fights we see happening in this city.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, it's so weird. We're seeing a very small focus around Neox, right? I remember with Jackie, I was covering Pmnc Eastern Europe, and boy, oh boy, every game we just had like 5 teams dropping in Neox, and here's like, no, we went for the passive route. So it's interesting that USA has no interest in that place whatsoever, but Marley, looking at his POV, does find the recall tower. I believe everyone is on their first death this game, so that should be a full team reset on Aspects, Ooh, and Mark, hopefully. And indeed, they are fully back up, and they already got 4 eliminations too, so decent game here for Finial. So we'll see if they can rank up higher after this Rondo match.
Max, this game's gonna go absolutely crazy. We are 9 minutes into the game, and not a single player is gone. We have 64. 64 players in that little zone is gonna be actually insane. Well, 63 players in this zone is gonna be actually insane.
They got recall. They got recall,
Do
maybe.
they?
I
I'm
think
not sure.
because they won the fight early in Yulin. So I believe they might have a recall available. And I've seen one of the players, Tristan in particular, he's going to the western recall tower. So I think we might be back up to 64.
Okay.
We'll keep an eye out. It's not a Niptura curse yet.
Okay, cool. Good. I love that for me. Because I was kind of thinking, I can't really keep track of who's... Okay, he is back. I can't really keep track of who's gone out, because I could have sworn we had a few more go out. As Fragger, you come back? You come back to the scene of the crime? No! Fragger's gonna go on out and realize the error of his ways. Hopefully they can get him back up, and maybe he was trying to do that, although if you were trying to go back to your teammates, you wouldn't give a team a point. But we'll see, as YKG now gonna be rolling on up onto Nika here. Uh-oh! Nika being one of the influential players on our 8 squad, gonna be taken away there. Let's see if he can get revived now. Oh, that's a tree fate, and we all saw it. Unfortunate. Vatic now moving on up onto Extreme Slayers here. Look at their split over this test track area. A really good spot. We'll be very excited to see how that actually gets played, because we don't see it very much. Good
strat for everyone at home. If you do ever finish a round test track, putting down cover flares on top of the test track is actually a really good thing to do. Wait, you can get on top... I didn't know you could do that. Oh, they're using the feature. They're using the assist feature where you can get your teammates... Oh, oh, that is so smart. I did not know you could do that, but yeah, of course you can.
Yeah.
I might make a video on that alone, actually. That is so good. That is genuine. I did not know you had these little, like, platforms above you. Oh, and that gives you a little bit of extra elevation in a very flat area of Rondo. Oh, 10,000 IQ play, may I say? Because you know what? I'm saying it. 10,000 IQ play. Yes.
Yes. I agree. You know what? I have been in those towers before. I did know they could do that, but to that extent, we're able to get basically your entire squad up there. That's another thing entirely, as the zone is going to center up on Dan Ching. Now, Sun Esports fully inside a zone, as is YKG, and zombies behind them. So YKG all of a sudden could be in a little bit of trouble here. They have to be careful. Trick goes very easily down. That's going to be a quick finish coming on through from them. Demon now, they are running, they are gunning for this. Whoa! Oh, there we go. YKG immediately eliminated, and Sun Esports now have made Smash Point with that. 7 eliminations here. 137 points on their tally. We have reached Smash Zone, ladies and gentlemen.
You saw the demon, he meant business, and he's like, you are the point I need if we want to get in the Smash Zone. I'm rushing it. YOLO! And you know what? It worked out beautifully for Demon. So GG well played indeed. He's got 4 eliminations to his name. He got about half the points his team needed to get in the Smash Zone. MVP of the game for his team for sure. This guy is hard carrying. Again, keep in mind though, Even if straight out of Nepal get a chicken dinner, that will not end the tournament. There's going to be having an opportunity of doing so next game. Right now, they cannot end it with a chicken dinner. All they can do is increase a bit of a point lead, or if they get some knocks on plays from Equinox and Upgrade, flush out the team so that they don't get in the smash zone at the same time you do.
Strangers. Ooh, moving up straight. Right up. Sentences. Moving right next door to Sun Esports. There we go. Gonna be just a little bit of pressure put onto Sun there, right? Oh, Wolf coming in with that big old spray. Nicely done there. And JN feeling the burn. Shadow is gonna grab Eclipse as well there. But yeah, there's gonna be a little bit of that pressure now. R8 now trying to pressure Strangers, and so far it looks like it is working. R8 just running through this team. Sun's immediately looking towards them as well, looking for that third-party opportunity. I mean, why not, right? Strangers do go on out there. Was that Demon? Oh my goodness, yes. It was!
He's up to 5 eliminations. This guy's cracked. That nade is looking beautiful, by the way. Ooh. Big damage onto Region 8 Gaming. And you know what? He's not done just yet. He's looking to close the gap. He doesn't need a team. Who needs a team? Definitely, Demon does not need it.
He needs a team.
Maybe he did need a team at that moment. Nika's going to shut him down, finds that 1 point. But I think Demon was on his first life. So that might be a recall. So. His team do have access to a recall tower next door. But that's still a good elimination to get, as Wolf indeed will bring Demon back. Back here from the depth of hell. Demon is back on the battleground. So let's go.
Excellent, and just in time as well, right? Because the 4th zone is about to come in, so that means no more recall for anybody. Finally, these teams are going to start going down. Excellent headshot there. Quick flick on to Sun, but Sentry unable to do anything but pop some tires and take a few shots. That is it. The zone has gone down to the south again here, so we are going to be starting to see these teams move. Sun Esports do need to move away as well. Zombies making a hasty exit, and I think that's the right play here. You go straight down to Denching. Nobody's really down there, and for Zombie, that is actually just the best play they could possibly do. There's no need to try and outplay Sun here. They've got enough problems as it is. Just move on into the circle and do what you need to do.
Parkour City potential finish could be happening here in Danqing. That could be entertaining for sure. One for the history books of PUBG Mobile Esports USA scene. Finny out, made their way in already. They did lose one player, though, on the side of Golden Eagles. It's going to be Bob, taken out for the count. And no recall towers really around this area. So if you're in here, unfortunately, you're going to be somewhat stuck unless you're able to get a solo out of there. And the recall tower is about to be deactivated in the next phase. So do keep that in mind. If you get eliminated now, it might just be GG for good on this second Rondo game of the evening. Equinox, though, I always love it playing. You're somewhat in the city, but not fully, right, Niptro? You're playing inside of the Western gas station. You can get involved on the fight at a distance, but teams can't really threaten your location, because if they want to, they would have to crash, and who in their right mind would do that when so many teams could be shooting you in the back as you make that push? So Equinox, macro-wise, I would say, in a beautiful, beautiful position. We'll see if the circle is going to be having that position still in the play zone on stage number 5, though.
Yeah, it's actually one of my favorite spots to work with, just because on one side, yeah, you do have that town side. On the other side, you can see everybody rolling through as Upgrade are going to be moving in. Baby Tang goes low because they did get, Upgrade did get knocked, so they are pushing it, but Havoc not going to be able to do anything here. Baby Tang super low. That is going to be this push officially failing. I think there's no way Upgrade are going to try and do this again. Maybe not. Poseidon does go down. Maybe that's the next leg they need. They have gotten in. You're right.
Ooh, they do make it in here for some of the players. But Upgrade, I don't know why we sent it one by one. But keep in mind here that looking at Equinox, they need now one more point, Niptura, if they want to be in the Smash Zone. Equinox, so much on the line for this team. If they can confirm it onto a play of Upgrade, that could be massive for themselves. Fear, though, able to tank a bit of that damage from the incoming nade. Now prone in the smoke, trying to keep himself hidden in a blanket of mystery. Jimmy tanking it behind the counter. Come on, they're just hoping. They want to find him. They just can't get that knock in. As Team Equinox going for a slight reset with their utility. As the entirety of Upgrade now joins this engagement, as Fear the nade is perfectly executed. Maybe Equinox could be failing to making it to the Smash Zone by a single point. We still have 12 teams alive, meaning they won't get a placement point.
That would be absolutely crazy.
No way!
with this nade. Oh, Meng! Oh, Meng, no! Don't, not like this, Meng. Oh my goodness, he somehow makes it alive. The nade will not let him finish, though. They're outside of the smash zone, Max. That is it. Upgrade, get those points as well. Worst possible situation for Equinox, right? Upgrade, steal those points away. They're now only... Oh! Okay, they're now only... What is that? 5 points away? 5 more points. That's all they need to get to Smash and push Equinox down to that 3rd place position.
I feel so bad for Equinox, but
Same.
when you know as a fact you only need 1 more point, I would just send my entire squad on a play and just get it and flush him out. Just like what Demon did earlier, right, Niptra? He just full sent. He was like, I have nothing to lose, everything to win in that potential clash. And in that case, it worked out for Demon of Sun Esports. Didn't work out for Equinox. Very unfortunate. Though the other team that could theoretically still make in the Smash Zone would be Upgrade. They still need, what is that, 5 points if they want to make it up there and join the likes of straight out of Nepal. It could be happening. Oh, over to the east. It is going to be the side of Team Control against ARZ. That could be a clash happening very, very soon.
Well, now I have to root for Upgrade just because I want to see multiple teams in the Smash, right, going into Miramar. For Equinox, they're going to have to get those points in the next game, so they're going to have to pray that we go into the 2nd Miramar if they want a chance at the Smash. The zone has centered up. Oh, that's such a shame, because for Equinox, that would have been a great spot. What Upgrade have now? The zone centers up over them. Sure, it's an edge zone, but still, or an edge position. But still, they would be able to do something from it, as Rich do go down just a little bit too early to get those placement points. Not many elims as well, so a little bit of a slower game for them, as Vatic now 3 players still alive. Blaze being one of them, might I add. Just going to be trying to look for Upgrade, and Blaze is right up in the thick of it.
Vatic, this is a perfect setup. The team below you is eliminated. The team above you is also eliminated. This is your opportunity to build a bit of a lead for yourself. They cannot afford to falter. They need to stand strong. Blaze, the man himself, is on the front line. If he's got a mini 40 and CQC range in Ipchura, we know this guy can make miracles happen on the battlegrounds of PUBG Mobile Esports. But right now, everything is just a bit of a standoff. Teams are waiting for stage number 16, where the discussion is going to be going, where the story is going to be headed. It's 2 crates here, dropping on out, actually. Could be a decent cover depending on where the circle goes. If it goes west, actually, that could be a decent bit of cover to play around as. Here we go. Ooh, one of the last 2 players with Mark of Finial. Decent roof angle too. But he's split. I don't know where his teammate is, actually. Where is he? Oh, he's here. He's on another roof.
Yeah.
Yeah. I told you, Parkour City. Every position you could have a player if you're not careful enough.
It is very, very true. Oh, hang on. I see a head. Yeah,
he sees it too. Yeah, he doesn't have a nade. If he had a nade or Molotov, he could do a double elimination very quickly.
Very, very quickly indeed. Yeah, that would be super easy. I think he realized that maybe he's a little too exposed there. You don't really know who's up on that rooftop, as General's gonna be jumping around, hippity-hoppeting around these areas. Ooh, get some damage onto Mark. Might just make him move a little bit, give his position away. Control on the outside there. Just seeing Nyx out there. So there's still a few teams over onto the southern side out in those fields. Vatic not the only one, but they are in zone. So this is going to be a perfect position for them. Now Vatic need to clean up ARZ ASAP, in my opinion, Max. If they want any chance at winning this, they got to get rid of this team.
Vatic need to push up here. I love it too, because Blaze is literally in the fields that are playable, because they got these extra dips and extra bit of elevation, so they're not just unusable fields, they're actually very strong defensive positions, unless you're in nade range of another team, because they just have all the nades and they fall perfectly on your head. So you've got to be very cautious and very effective even at zoning teams away to make it safe. Circle shifts away slightly from Parkour City of Danqing, meaning that now the teams over to the west are going to have to move in Finial Mark and also Extreme Slayers. The defense to try and eliminate a Sono player, as Golden Eagles taking a beating. General knocked on down, but pushing for that solo player, pushing it up with the Org, as he's just going to be making his way up. He finds him, back shot, and that's going to be that elimination possibly secured very soon. Golden Eagles, a bit scary there, but that shot, that final bullet, was exactly what they needed. The nade, though, slightly overcooked for Jayuya.
just by half a second, though. That was really well primed there on board with Sun Esports. I have not wanted to mention them at all, and I'm not going to say anything particularly about them, except here they are. Gonna get a really good almost knock onto Zombie Boys. That might just be the entry point they need. Really, they want to time this because there's a lot of fights happening in Denching right now. They're all smushed up into each other, and if Zombie Boys or another team get really distracted just enough, then Sun could definitely have that entry point. As Finial now moving on in, Mark up against the duo of Extreme Slayers, and this duo really popped off in the last game, so they've got a really nice momentum behind them, especially as a duo, and Mark's just going to be healing on up here, going to try and do anything, something here. Parkouring some more. Oh, maybe not.
It's just like parkour, another roof.
Parkour.
Anything is possible here in Parkour City.
He's trying to get in. It won't let him.
Gonna have that taco at lunchtime. Unfortunately, can't make it through that window. Mark looking to take the fight once again with the S12K. And he's just delaying the entire game plan of Extreme Slayers. They just have to wrap it up. They know that if they move forward, he's just going to get an easy angle behind them. Though here you go, pushing up the staircase. The blue zone's going to engulf him, and his player right behind him going to get the damage. But Mark stands strong. S12K to the face, and that's going to be the first elimination out of 2. Going to attempt once again to make it around, taking a bit of blue zone damage. But you know what? The rotation is successful. Mark making it happen, but unfortunately, the JS9 is stronger. Fraddy to wrap it up, and Finial sent to an early grave, making it in top 9.
Really good stuff coming in there. Love to see it. As Sun now stepping up to the plate, or maybe not. It's General. Demon getting taken out. He was just trying to prime that nade, and Demon's going to go on down. But thankfully for Sun, I think this means that Golden, they're really just trying to get that res. So maybe there's going to be a little bit of a reset here. There's not going to be a push just yet. If Sun want to win this game and apply Smash, if they want to win this entire tournament in this game, they're going to have to get Demon back up on his feet. They cannot do it without him. They've already lost Spence. Wolf goes and gets General. That's one more point going over to them. And they are just spamming and praying. There goes another smoke. Shu Young trying to do his best here, trying to get anything he can, but no, he's down to 1 HP. Down he goes! And that's going to be Golden Eagles falling to Sun. They now have a position in this city. Unfortunately for them, the zone has shifted away from them again, Max, up to 11 eliminations. But is it going to be enough? They have to move across the street, across town, and into Vatic.
But again, Sun don't need a chicken dinner nitro, but they might just do it for the sake of it, just for the absolute flex that they can do in this game. We don't need a win, but you know what? We can still make it happen here on the last game of Rondo. But Upgrade, still, again, just 5 points away, and we start to get placement points. Niptura, Upgrade could make that jump in the Smash Zone.
But Max, if Sun win, the tournament's over.
No, they got in Smash Zone this game.
No, last game.
Was it last game? Wait, am I crazy?
It was last game. I'm sure it was. Wait, wasn't it?
I think you are...
It was this game? Oh, man!
Yeah, okay. We just got confirmation from production. It was this game. Niptura, I think you made me think I had mental issues right now. I was rethinking my entire life. I was like, am I completely lost right now? But no, they still can't end the tournament. It will have to be next game. Thank you, Niptura. Okay, get back into the game, I guess. Sun Esports, straight out of Nepal, down to the last playoff Demon. The nade inbound onto Bad Boy. That's going to be a nice flush. Onto, well, actually, you know, I just realized that's his teammate. That's how confused you got me, Niptura. I don't know what was going on about. Demon trying to take the fight. It's going to be a 1v3. They do get the res onto one of the players of Zombie Boys. Zombie Boys for a reason. A Chanel Boy also cooking his own piece of utility. Decent damage might be inbound. Unfortunately, not going to do anything. But Demon right behind that window doesn't spot him. There's going to be a solo player. Now they're pushing out the building. Does get one knock. But it's going to be actually a cheeky off angle coming on through from ARZ. And that is going to be game over for Sun Esports. No chicken dinner for the flex this time around.
You know what? They're saving it for that win, right? As the nades come bouncing on in, nothing he can do. Bada bing, bada boom, bada see ya. Back to the lobby you go. I'm making back slaps so many times.
Like,
it's great.
Little jingles.
Yeah, it's great.
You worked with Claris too much. He's kind of
True.
Is that an impact on you? Looking at Fraddy, Soul Survivor, Extreme Slayers, it's just not going to be just that. Out of this game, now down to the podium finish here for this game. But Niptura Vatic, they could have the game of the day if they are able to get a massive chicken dinner here, get extra eliminations on the board. You know what? That comeback could be happening for the trio of Vatic. Klaus is out, but again, Blaze, Casper, XP3 have had so many good moments the entirety of this PMNC season. If anyone can make it happen, it definitely would be this super squad, as the play zone will be claiming the life of Sentry. Zombie Boys now down to a duo.
Yeah, that's going to delay their rotation as well, right? They're the only team that needs to rotate, and they're going to be the ones that are delayed. ARZ primed and ready. You can see Storm 77K with that M4 looking straight at him. Oh my goodness. But those cover flares are going to be coming through, and those smokes as well, hopefully, meaning that they're going to be able to come in unscathed. But that zone is now moving in. Time to get your skates on. Start slipping and sliding through those smokes over into the zone.
So many cover flares. There's even more.
Oh,
so many cover flares. They're dropping from the skies. I think all the loot that dropped into Parkour City of Danxing, they got looted up by so many squads, and now they're just going to be using it because why not? You might as well use it. Otherwise, they're not going to have any use if you get eliminated.
Exactly.
Nades inbound can also start to terraform the area. So those dips could be creating even stronger defensive spots in this finishing zone of phase number 8. Again, phase 9 is going to center up. And the team that would be favored by this, I would say, would be Vatic, because they would have a slight slope going in their favor. But if they can survive the nades, that's going to be the name of the game. Blaze with the explosive bow. But unfortunately, his teammate does fall to that utility inbound on his head. He was going to go for the reset, but those explosive bows actually, Hiniptro, could be really good to create extra cover. But Blaze, he just can't go for XP3. He has to reposition deeper in the actual play zone.
Yeah, Zombie Boys are not a team that let things like that go lightly, right? They don't wait around. Once they get a knock, they really try and capitalize on it as much as possible. But right now, they feel like perhaps as Stage 9 starts to close in, that ARZ might be more worthwhile to give their attention to. Which is fair, that makes sense. I think ARZ are definitely trying a little bit harder over there, whereas Vatic are more occupied with what their position in zone is rather than the other teams. This is insane, though. How many? Can we count? There's got to be at least 15.
It's too many. My game is going to lag if this was my phone. This is too many cover flares. There's more inbound. It's just raining cover flares. This is the red zone on Rondo, apparently. Shonoboy making it to an extra cover flare. No, actually kind of saving his life. Going to instantly pull off the first aid. Oh. But that nade is looking good. He's going to have to run away. Actually able to avoid incoming damage. Doesn't have any utility of his own. He's only got tier 2 helmet and vest to work with, and that AUG. And also JS9. I think really, positionally speaking, in Iptra, Vatic's got such a good position to play with, and even XP3 finds an opening knock onto Cinco. It's not looking too good for the side of ARZ.
No, it's not. It's all kind of crumbling around all at once. I would have liked to see them use this cover flares a little bit more, you know? Like, they've put all the... No, they've used them, okay. As in... get behind them rather than stay in the shack and then just put more of them down. I don't know if they were trying to crush the enemies or what they were doing, but I would have liked to see them actually utilize them a little bit more, because now both teams have come up to them at once and they're just going to get picked apart here. Down to a solo. Oh, and the smoke is nasty, Titan. Down goes one of the zombie boys, and now it's just up to Sentry and Smiley. But Smiley can't even get this res. It's Blaze on the front line here, trying to do something here. And, oh, that nade was perfect. Really well done. Vatic coming in with another win on Rondo. A really good show for them. Where is that going to put them on that leaderboard?
Oh, no idea. But you know, this is the day of comebacks, Niptura. First, it was Upgrade, right? They had 109 points, catching up to Sunny Sports and Team Equinox in game number 1. And now it's Vatic's turn in 4th position before today's matches started. 105 points. And they get a big chicken dinner. I think also definitely around the 10 elimination mark. So Vatic, this is the right time to get a big win like this. And I'm really excited to see the leaderboards right now, because we know as a fact that Team Sun Esports are indeed in the Smash Zone for match 3 and moving forward every single match of today. But how close are the other teams to really make it also to that 137 point mark?
Very. No, but I think it's going to be... Yeah, it's going to be very close. I think all of these teams are doing really well to be as close as they are. I think everybody has popped off at least once or twice in the game. Maybe not having the stellar overall game that they've been wanting. Not like we saw in day 1 and day 2 where they were just coming in and sweeping the lobby. But they're keeping up. They're keeping those points consistent. They're moving forward. And with Vatic, for instance, 9 points on top of the 10. That's 19. Quick caster math. but 19 points is going to put them really far up that leaderboard. That's kind of almost what they needed to actually match the top three's points there, the point total. So I think we're really looking at Vatic all of a sudden being a real contender for Smash if we get there, if we get, you know, far enough along in these matches.
Could be the case. I mean, for me and personally, this game, I would say they put on full display their map knowledge of Rondo, which is fun to see teams get so much better on this Battlegrounds, but they were really using that southern field location south of Danqing to its full potential. And then you got the cover flares, which kind of made it a little bit harder to work around because they're not usually there, right? But Vatic definitely executing this game plan beautifully and getting actually 19 points total, but it is going to be matched by ARZ's 14 elimination and third place in this game with a 5 placement points. So yeah, ARZ, big step up that started up today in 14th position. Who knows, maybe at the end of today, ARZ could be looking to be on the first half of the leaderboards. Making it to top 5 though, Niptura, seems a little bit out of the realm of possibilities, but extra prize pool, that is what they should be aiming for.
I want to say as well, Sun Esports, I know we've been talking a lot about the Smash ruling and the Smash zone and all of this. Sun, yes, they are now in the Smash zone. They can win the next game and win the whole thing, right? However, look who's not on the first half of the leaderboards here when it comes to the match standings. 2 very important names are missing, and we're about to see them. Upgrade and Team Equinox on 5 points each. That means now Sun have moved ahead of them. So now you're in a position where if they continue that gap to create that gap, then now they can either win by Smash or play all 6 games and still win. So they're really thinking about both sides of the coin here, where now Sun Esports are looking very, very good to be champions.
I believe Upgrade are going to be, I think it is going to be 4 points away from Smash Zone. And keep in mind, we don't have the usual start of Rondo game that applies where you can just go for a hot drop, get some early eliminations and recall and you'll be good to go. No. You got to take these Miramars and the Wrangles very carefully. Otherwise, you take an early casualty, you might be again barely missing out on the Smash Zone. Looking at the MVP of the game though, it's going to be Demon from straight out of Nepal. And you know what, Neptura here, fully deserved, because not only is the MVP in terms of overall stats, getting 8 eliminations, he is the player that solely put his team in the Smash Zone, able to find that final elimination with the S12K through the window. Well played indeed. And I think after that, he was on a bit of a high, right, because he was just pushing an entire squad solo. But you know what? It was celebrating. He was like, hey, you know what? Screw it. I got my team in the Smash Zone. Let's go.
Absolutely. That's a really, really... It was actually really fun to see that. I really enjoyed seeing them be able to just go for it and go, hey, why not? And I actually stopped mentioning them at a certain point because I genuinely thought that had been the game before that they got Smash Point, and I was like, I'm not going to cast a curse them right now. Next game, I will not be mentioning them. I don't want to ruin their game for them, so we shall see how that goes. But yeah, Miramar is going to be just a different kettle of fish coming in here. It's going to be played so much differently, and I will be very intrigued to see how these teams are going to adapt to that.
Yeah, it's going to be very excited. But you know what? If you guys were also confused by Niptura, that previous game, we need a short break. So we'll be coming back very soon for our next game, heading on over to Miramar. Leaderboards, leaderboards, leaderboards. I want to see the leaderboards right now because you know what? I have no idea how close some of these teams are to get into the Smash Zone. Though we do know as a fact, right, that Sun Esports did make it. Here we go, leaderboards. Ooh. And indeed, it's just, I thought it was going to be way less than that. 1 point away for Team Equinox. Upgrade are going to be 4 points away. Oh my goodness, Niptra. It's so close. Even Vatic, 7 points away.
Yep, Vatic have actually achieved it where they're now within that Smash range. They can get there in this next game, and we are good to go. We have a possibility here, Max, where we will have 4 teams in the Smash Zone at the end of the next game, at the end of game number 3, that Miramar coming on up next. So that is going to be wild. I cannot wait for the rest of these games now because that is so much pressure on everybody, but so many opportunities for a win here. I mean, these teams have won time and time again. You see 2 wins, Equinox with only 1 win, which is super impressive, actually. Upgrade with 3, and Vatic with 2 wins. So we've seen them win multiple times before. They can very easily do it again here. We are looking at a real good show here for the rest of the evening.
I mean, I do have to agree with what you just said, right? Which is we could see now 4 teams in the Smash Zone after this game, but I do want to calm us down, reduce expectations because we don't have the inflated points incoming from Rondo, right? So meaning there's less opportunity for some of these teams to get early eliminations or just get some more limbs throughout the entirety of the game to actually get into the Smash Zone. So for Team Equinox, Upgrade, Vatic, don't put focus on getting early eliminations and fighting teams early on. Focus on getting to the late game portion of this match and try and actually just get eliminations based on position, not based on just you being so desperate to making it into that 137 point range. So that's going to be my little bit of an asterisk here. Be a little bit careful. These maps are fully different, have their own meta compared to Rondo. But here we have it, Niptura. It's time for some Dusty June's madness here on match number 3 of the evening.
And the playing path is looking pretty good, actually. A nice diagonal shift south to north is going to hit all the major drop locations. So actually this is a super nice start to everybody's game. None of those crazy far edge playing paths like we saw yesterday.
Wait, but
so a lot of these teams going to be super nice and easy. Wait, what's up?
But what if you drop in truck stop, Niptura? Like us, that's our drop. We can't make it. It's too far.
Well, we can get to a car in Minas Generalis.
Nah, you just got to give up. You can't make it.
Just give up.
Just abandon ship. Actually, looking at YKG, they got a 2-2 split. They're going to have some players in Partona, which I do like Partona myself. It's quite a fun location. Yep. But they're going to go for a 2-2 split. I feel like I've seen this as a trend. Teams that like to drop in Partona don't send all of their players in Partona. You have some players parked up north of the bridge, I guess as an anchor point to facilitate your further transition in this game. That's going to be the game plan. Why? What's going on?
Cause Shino Boy is really trying to do something here with the vehicle, potentially over onto YKG. I think it might be okay, but I just saw him like be having his trajectory and then just do a huge left turn straight at YKG as the zone is going to hard shift. Oh my goodness, what a hard shift over down to the south side. So YKG actually feeling very confident in their position, Rich as well, but all these teams on the north side, Upgrade and Vatic, most importantly here, looking like they're going to have a little bit of a tough time.
This is this exact circle where I cannot wait for a new compound to be added to Miramar. There's going to be one in the future. I don't know when. It's called Resort, and it's pretty much east of where Valak is, of YKG. And it's not in the game yet. I believe in a future update we will get it, and that area is just so fun to play around. It's like a little villa. It's kind of, it's kind of like Hacienda del Patron, but a southern version of Hacienda del Patron. It's very fun, so hopefully one day would be very fun in a circle like that. As a Sony Sports, just moving on by, even got to play with a Winchester, all of their players in one car, in the Jujutsu Kaisen car too, which gives them extra damage, I heard. No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
They've got the power of God and anime on their side, so it's fine if they go all 4 in
Niptura knows ball. She knows ball, lads. She knows. Oh, she's got the references.
Yeah.
Respect plus 1 in my mind.
You think I don't know memes?
You do. You do.
I do know memes. Thank you.
Well done. Congrats.
Yeah. Thanks.
Respect plus in my mind. You just you rank higher. You were an A tier, now you're A+ tier. You're getting there.
Ooh. Guys, you heard that. I'm happy now. My night has been made. Only thing that will be better is all 4 teams in the Smash Zone. That's the only thing that will make my night better now. Thank you, Max.
No problem. You're welcome. But it's still not an S tier. You still got something to strive for.
Yeah, you know what? Everybody needs that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Blank is an S tier. He's the anime guy. He's my homie.
That's fair. That is fair.
1v1 Blank versus Niptura, and then we'll see who goes in S tier. My personal caster tier list.
That's really funny.
Rain Esport finding an easy bunch of limbs, possibly. Oh my god, the double setup! He doesn't have a nade. One nade behind that ridge would be amazing, but with the DP, yeah, Paraboy here from USA. He's looking strong. Yeah, flush it out onto Marley. Might as well. Again, no recall tower, so that is going to be GG. Game over for Marley. Shadow, his teammates nowhere to be seen this time around, but also getting knocked. It's down to Mark as a solo Niptura. Rain maybe looking to get an entire squad wipe on this team.
They didn't have the anime skin here, Max, on that vehicle. They can't go all four in a car. We know this. It's Vostok. Thank you. Single fire. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Finally, somebody who knows some common sense when it comes to the M16. Anyway. Moving on. Mark, on the other hand, has the Garant, is going to try and do something here, but nope, can't do a darn thing. Down they go. Really early game for them. That's really unfortunate. One of the teams on the lower end of the leaderboard, so not going to really mess with the top 5 too much, but still, for their sakes, that is a really rough start. And for Rain, actually, that's going to be a nice few points of a boost, putting them a little bit closer to Golden Eagles.
Indeed going to be the case. Really good Rain getting those 4 eliminations. I mean, yeah, so they're going to be looking at the rankings in 8th position. 88 points. It's not enough to win, right? Like, not by a long shot. It is enough if you want to maybe initiate... I'm talking a last-minute comeback in top 5. It could happen. But you have that extra time factor. You don't know when the tournament's going to end. If Sunny Sports win now, it's done. You can't have a comeback. So Rain are playing it a little bit too late to maybe qualify to the PMGO regional finals for NA. They're giving it all they have. Golden Eagles, also a team in a very similar situation, right? 92 points, just 4 points ahead of Rain. Are giving it a fair shot to get those eliminations early on. But Jassy, he's going to be flushed out. Unfortunately for Rich, that is a player that you just can't get back on the battlegrounds. And that is going to be him sent to a very early grave, unfortunately.
Yeah, that is too bad. Not the start that they were wanting either, right? 103 points. Anybody over 100 points in my book could still make Smash by the end of, you know, any point tonight is my point, right? You could still get into the top 5. It's not easily done, but as far as the saying goes, easily done, right? You're not that far away. So for Rich to lose a player this early does dampen those chances a little bit, which is unfortunate. But you can still do a lot with a trio. We've seen many teams win from a three-man squad before. And certainly Extreme Slayers over on Rondo just tonight. They were a trio and they got really, really far. So all hope not lost yet for Rich as we move over to Sun. Over in Minas Generalis. Rain just shooting, hooting, and hollering as they move forward. And maybe just to try and get some shots fired onto them, right? Try and get that information. Does mean that JN are going to be falling bait to that, and they're just going to be moving out of Dodge. They want nothing to do with it. They're like, oh, okay, no one. We don't want that. There's somebody there. We're going to move on ahead.
Yeah, but Sunny Esports still got the Gojo buff right now with the anime car. Making their way to the east. I like it. From straight out of Nepal, they're playing it slow, which is the right approach. I remember, if you guys know, the team that did Smash last year was the side of Coops' team. I don't remember which team it was. Was it Vicious back then? Possibly was. In Americas, and they smashed. And the game plan was it was a potato hill finish, and they just played super slow. They avoided every fight. They were playing super passive. Some people might even say they were playing scared. But no, they're just playing with the rule set in mind of the Smash point system, which is, even if you get a 1 elimination chicken dinner, even a 0 elimination chicken dinner, it doesn't matter. It will still reward you with the championship, with the trophy, and the slot to whatever is coming next. So for me, straight out of Nepal are playing it perfectly to not get involved, not even get close to anyone in the early stages of this match.
That is very true. Equinox as well have a lot of space around them to really play that slow game as well, right? They do need 1 more point, so they're not going to be able to get the win and make Smash today in this game. They have to wait to get the win to the next game, upgrade as well, but still very close to that position, to those points that they want. I mean, if for instance Sun did actually win this game, right? If they did, this top 5 is actually really, really nice, right? All of these teams have put up so many points. Vatic are the newcomers when it comes to this, but they have proved so much how well they can play this game, how well, particularly on the Rondos, how well they're able to control teams and be super aggressive. So for me, this top 5 is looking like a really, really good lineup for those regionals.
I would agree. I think that if you told me this is the top 5 we're going to have to represent USA in PMGO NA regional finals, I'd be like, yeah, you know what? That's pretty solid. This is not, though, solid for Strangers BD. That was a little bit of a car flip. And they're making it to Sun Esports. Again, Nitro, they can't afford to lose any of the members. They're going to pick up one of the players on their shoulders, hopefully trying to put them back in their car and get the hell out of Dodge. But they might they smell blood in the water. They're like, yeah, we can punish this team. Do they know they just eliminated a player of straight out of Nepal? I'm not sure. But if they did know, this is 100% like, we want to just delay the end of this tournament.
Yeah, no, they absolutely do. So it is hidden from them until they flush the player out. So when they're knocked, they don't realize who it is. If they flush them out, they do. As far as I'm aware, that is how that goes. So once they got that
and then before the flush, if they knew before the flush.
Before the flush? Oh, I see. No, not from what the game tells them. If they're aware of maybe a rotational pattern that Sun have, that's entirely possible.
So there was a way, I don't know if they've changed it recently or not, but there was a way. I remember talking to Akashi, a player of Game Lord back in the day in Western Europe. If you counted the lobby number, you can somewhat know who you're fighting.
Oh, interesting.
Even with a knock. So I don't know if that's the case anymore. You know what? Actually, I should do some research on that. I should know that.
Yeah.
I feel like I've not done my job properly. Sorry, guys. But keep up to date on that. Spence, fully cornered here. Oh, that is a good nade from Jimmy. And Demon Wolf remaining in this one. Just leave. Again, it doesn't matter. You can have a one-player chicken dinner. We do not care. A win is a win. So Team Equinox here, able to get it. And that does, I believe, Hiniptra, maybe get them into the smash-in, as they needed just a single point to make it up there.
Yep, that is correct. They have made it in at the expense of Sun Esports, not the finish that they were wanting, Sun were wanting at all. This is what happens, though. We saw it before, right? We've seen it so many times. Who was it? Hora Esports. Do you remember last year?
Oh, no,
I think
don't
in
remind
CSA.
me. Oh,
remember? They needed 10 points. They got 4 in 6 matches. 4 points! Yeah. So it happens. It's a day 3 thing where you get that, you achieve smash point, and then you just, I don't know if it's the nerves, if it's pressure, if it's something. It can happen to you. And Sun currently, as a duo now, getting a little overrun over in Los Leones. Not sure what's happening there, but it isn't looking super pretty for them.
Why do you have to remind about the downfall of horror of last year? Like, you know, Niptura, that's so insensitive. We have so many Nepali viewers in chat. Straight out of Nepal, right? You got yourself J Nepal also in chat. Like, I'm sure we have a lot of horror fans in chat, and you just have to bring up that terrible memory.
Yeah, I did. It was important to the storyline.
You're evil. Chat, I am so sorry. On behalf of the team here putting the show, I'm so sorry for what Niptura just said. It was very insensitive. Disrespectful, even I would go to say.
Wow. Wow.
Well, I got it. Yeah, but that, you know what? That even hurt me, even though I'm not.
I'm so sorry. I do like horror, guys.
Yeah,
come on.
That was too close to home, unfortunately. This circle, though, you got literally. This looked like a pizza slice. You got 75% of the circle completely unused, and you got the bottom east, southern eastern edge. 25% of it is playable for these teams, which is going to be the Los Leones city itself. So this is an odd kind of setup for all of these teams and where they're located on phase number 2.
Max, look at where Vatic is. They have the opportunity to do the best thing ever. Because I was looking at Upgrade, I was like, okay, Upgrade just needs to do a massive rotation super quickly over to that side. Vatic might already be there. No, don't go as 1 by 1. Oh no, it's all falling apart. And Demon unable to do a darn thing about it. Survive if you can, Demon.
Oh no, he's so done. Oh wait, he might get some points. He's done. That's it, guys. It will not end this game. No smash can happen this match. This is going to be up to match number 4 today. To see if they can actually wrap it up. But this time around, straight out of Nepal will not end things early. Strangers BD now going to be encroached upon by the entirety of ARZ. ARZ, it feels, I would say, Nipcho, it looks like a different team today, right? They just switched it up to 11, are getting so aggressive in these fights. And I'm really liking the way they're playing. I just wish we saw this team in day 1 and day 2.
I mean, it happens a lot, though, these teams on the lower end of the leaderboard just suddenly, you know, coming alive on day 3, and it just means that, you know, they don't feel the pressure anymore. They're like, okay, well, there's nothing left for us to do except frag out and do the best we can. There's no pressure now. We're not going to get top 5. If we do, it's by some miracle, so might as well just play our game and see if that miracle happens. And a lot of the time, they get really, really close just because that pressure element isn't there. And, yeah, they are really actually playing this building very well, because this is a tricky building to actually push into, right? These stairwells, all these different rooms, all these different angles. It's a really nice way that they're pushing this as a full squad. So I do like this for them a lot.
I think I lost Niptura right now. She just cut out for me. Oh, no, I can hear you now. Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, okay, you're back for me, Niptura. I just lost you for a second. Not sure what was happening, but Strangers BD down to their final 2 players. It's going to be Bane and Flash God. Nade hooked up. That could be a good one, but they just stopped pushing up the staircase, so that nade is not going to be doing too much damage to the opposition. And now swapping on over to the DBS while his teammates cooking his own nade. Really good communication and synergy between these 2 members. Working great stuff is coming through. But the thing is, they are going to be somewhat disturbed by Equinox. Meng in particular. This guy, he's hungry. He smells blood and water. He wants to get involved in this discussion. As ARC also hearing the car pushing up to their location, like, oh, if we commit to the push and we get knocked, we might just get fully engaged by another squad. We should slow things down a little bit. As you can see, actually going to be jumping around from the bottom portion of this roof and making it to the next level. This is a cheeky angle that you might not know too much about. But ARZ are being very smart about the push upstairs.
Equinox, though, not having such a good time. Surprise does go on down here. Jimmy, I think he'll be able to get res back up, right? I think that was R8 able to take a sneaky shot as the fight now suddenly comes in, and Flash God, a flash in the pan, being able to get rid of ARC. Down to a duo they go, but ooh, down they go instead. Strangers BD unable to hold on far enough. They are only going to lose 1. Titan goes down, but strangely ARC only get 2 eliminations. Oh, there was only a duo in this building, so they are good to go. A nice fight from them. I really like that.
Look at Upgrade, though. They're going to be also looking to make their way into the Smash Zone. They're just going to be, what is that? 4 points away from the Smash Zone. So Upgrade, I mean, they've got, what is that? The top 30% of the circle completely controlled by the squad. So for me personally, Niptra, I'm looking at this. This is an easy setup to make it in the Smash Zone. For Vatic, though, they're 7 points away. And looking at their position, they're over to the western side, also not involved in the city. So the 2 teams that have so much to play for this match are not in Los Leones, which is the best setup they could ever ask for if the circle shifts away from the city. But if it goes in the city, Niptura, then things are going to get a little bit dicey for these squads.
If the zone goes into Los Leones, I think Upgrade are going to have a much easier time of actually getting into Circle than Vatic. Vatic have an uphill climb, quite literally, to get in over there. I know that area very well. My old team used to always drop crates over there. So there's a lot of really difficult places to play down there that you just can't really get up to the city, especially if there's somebody on those ridgeline buildings. So Vatic gonna have to be very smart with how they play this next phase if it doesn't go their way. But if it does, they are in for a heck of a game. They just have to position themselves, keep that long range going, pick off players one at a time, and let everybody else do their work for them. So that is going to be a prime position if the zone moves on in. We still have a minute, though, to decide where we're going to be going.
Thing is, they could both make it on almost placement points alone with a few extra eliminations. So at this point, it's just survival. Survive as long as you can, and you can make it. If it was like you need more than 10 points to get into the Smash Zone, then we would need to see them actually get a little bit more desperate in these games. As of right now, no, just a solid podium finish, and that should be even a good top 5 with a bit more eliminations could be enough to make it up to the 137-point mark. As Meng, we saw a team did that on day 1, I think it was Niptra. I think it was YKG playing these very high positions in Los Leones, which are good to get information from. When you have to start to leave it, that's when a lot of players might be looking your direction if they know you're located up there. And actually talking about YKG, also going to be in the warehouse to the west with Rich. This is going to be a tough one to disengage. I think these two teams might end up fighting each other based on where Circle 5 goes especially. This is a fight that could be very important because these are teams that are in the middle of the rankings, Niptra. They're aiming to push themselves up in top 5. They cannot afford to get eliminated now because, again, next game, so many more teams could be in the smash zone. They might not have a lot of time to make that comeback happen.
Well, especially if the top 5 run away with the points, right? That gap becomes much, much bigger, and that means that Rich or even YKG would be unable to reach it just by the sheer volume of points, the sheer amount of gap that there is between them. If top 4 out of 5 get into the smash zone, that's going to be very hard to come back from. So these teams need to be very, very careful how they play this. Region 8, another team now on the cusp, in that number 5 position, not that far away from Rich. They are the only team that I feel at this point are still in danger of losing their top 5 position. I think Vatic, depending on how this game goes, Vatic and Upgrade are good to go. R8 still need to put in enough points to make sure that Rich can't overtake them.
Yeah, Rich got to be a little bit cautious about them. Oh, that's going to be Storm, though, sending it forward. He has no idea where anyone's positioned. He's sending it full YOLO mode. And unfortunately for him, things are not going to go too well. But he scorches the player. Between a rock and a hard play, swaps over to the shotgun, but unfortunately it's just not meant to be. That was a weird setup, and also the elimination stolen away by another team third party from a distance. Things are getting wacky and weird inside of Los Leones. The urban finish is real, at least to the east. As Jay Nepal, actually that's a significant 2-2 split, which I do like, is giving them a lot of insight on the teams that are playing low ground, such as Rich and YKG. So they're going to be very aware of where every single team is located in this circle.
Ooh.
Golden Eagles also cannot afford to go out early, Niptra. They are also not too far away from that top 5.
They really aren't. I was just noticing it's different from the conversation we've been having, but JN have a fantastic 2-2 split either side of that road on the entry point to Los Leones. A surprise goes out. That's going to be huge for Equinox. Down to a solo they go. And they don't need to win. They are in Smash Point. They've done all they need to do in this game, but still, you know, you want to survive as long as possible, and Jimmy's going to be the last man standing when it comes to this fight up against Rain. Ooh! Yeah, timing. Rough timing there. Just moves away. Looks away from that window as soon as Wolf wants to show up and say hello. But no, not going to be happening. Equinox is going to go on out. R8 back on with them. But see the positioning from JN here. That 2-2 split is going to actually work wonders for them if they can play this correctly. That's a really strong position coming out from them.
Especially because Fragger has the M1 ground, and if he has a decent scope, I'm talking 6x, maybe even an 8x, he could get so many good headshots, and that weapon is basically a bolt action on steroids that you can just spam big time. So it is very strong, especially in that kind of position. We'll see if he can get a few cheeky eliminations with that kind of arsenal. Oh, good nade. JPK. He's moving a lot, though. Nice damage. Unfortunately, not going to result in a knock, but you know what? Still demanding a lot of respect. They know some nades are going to be inbound on that location, so they've got to keep moving to be really hard to hit. But the nade onto Nika. And yeah, I think he tanks it once again. Not a single knock for Falcon. That's unfortunate. And JPK, but they're still doing the work and damaging those armors and vests.
Yeah, that's definitely one of those team comm moments of how has he not gone down yet? I can see him. But Falcon goes down, unfortunately. There we go. Cloudy with the AUG. Able to do what he needs to do. The nade comes in. Cloudy goes down a little bit, but not all the way. The nade's in response now. Going to be trying to fly on up here. Meanwhile, the zone still only has 35 seconds to go until we're moving in. And these guys are on the very edge. Going to be really difficult for either of these teams to move on out. Oh, R8 in particular, kind of stuck. I mean, at least they can kind of beeline for the zone through these buildings, right? But otherwise, those vehicles are not in position to get going. There's nothing they can do. They have to keep this fight going.
Oh, the scramble of Rich versus YKG has fully been engaged. And so far, Rich taking a lot of casualties. I think actually might get eliminated based on how things go. Yeah, Rich down to a solo player. It's going to be Jack, one of the MVPs early on Rondo, but things are not working out. JN. Jay Nepal wrapping things up from the high ground position on that cliff, and that is going to be YKG making it deeper in this game. They do get 2 players knocked, but you know what? I feel like they can still go for the full squad reset. Now to the POV of Golden Eagles here, getting clearly overwhelmed, and even General here left stranded as a solo, trying to hopefully get the reset on his teammate. Actually, that's a really good Molotov, biding them a lot of time to get Shuyung back up and hopefully even pull off the first aid. You can see in the distance, teams are slowly but surely moving on in from the east. They don't have a lot of time, and even if they do get the reset, a third party is definitely coming their way.
Absolutely, Max. Though I'm looking over, the zone has moved towards Vatic, and right now, Upgrade are struggling. They got 2 of their players knocked. They have been able to revive 1. Now there's 3 of them knocked. They're down to a solo. Things are not going well on their side as JN and Vatic have been kind of using everything they got to make sure that Upgrade have no chance here. They're 4 points shy of that smash zone, and it looks like they might not be able to achieve it here. If Vatic are able to get those points, have a really good game, we could see Vatic move into Smash Point and the top 3.
Whew, that could be a big jump. 7 points. Doable. Now you're going to start getting to the point where you're going to get some placements secured. So we'll see. Rain Esports, though, that smoke making it definitely a bit harder to get some 6 shot. Oh, you can see one of the players trying to make it through the hole in the floor. That could be a good off angle that could really clean things up massively in favor of Rain Esports. But yeah, they know that that hole in the floor is going to be a big issue. General in particular trying to make sure he keeps that position cleared, and he does just that with the pump, swapping it over to the AR to make sure he can get that elimination confirmed. General Shuyong making God's work in this building. As the eliminations come through, teams, you can even see to the east here, are looking for that chance to push onwards and make it inside this building, inside this spot. As Shadow left stranded, Wolf, his teammate, taken on down. Can Rain survive and redeem this fight in their favor? General, though, going to go for the quick heal. Not going to be able to make it go the entire way. He's going to be fully denied. And there you have it. Shadow not only squad wiping all of Golden Eagles, but also bringing Wolf back in this game.
Rain have 10 eliminations. That is unheard of on a Miramar. Do you see the rest of these teams? Everybody else, the maximum amount they have is 5. Rain are popping off right now, really able to do everything they need to do. Who has an MG3? That's going to be Vatic. Okay.
It's Klaus.
It's Klaus with that MG3. Could do so much here. Oh my goodness. The zone. I was about to talk about
so
YKG,
bad.
but the zone just moved over. But wait, Vatic are the north now for some reason? Hold up. Have they actually moved?
They did,
no, they're
they
full
did
squad,
shift over
surely.
to the northern side. Yeah, they did do a big rotation. Because I think they heard the fight of YKG and Rich, and they just didn't have to get involved and play that position. So I think that now, because of this circle shift, it might be good for them to just move away. I think Klaus's and XP3's position is a bit overstepped. A 2-on-1 split at this stage, it's risky. I know that the circle is favoring them, and all the teams are going to have to fight each other inside of the urban area of Los Lunes, but I still feel like they're biting down way more than they can actually choose. So Vatic do respect the lobby. You don't want to do a mistake where, again, they could be making it in a smash zone as they are just 6 points away.
Yeah, I think they were really just trying to get that last player upgrade, but you saw them moving away now in those vehicles, so they are going to be respecting the lobby a little bit, respecting that zone, because that zone, it's a lot, actually. It's really starting to take down everybody's health, and Control going to be unable to do anything about it. That's going to be JPK going on down, just having a little fun, scope in. Ooh! R8, though, so focused on Control, they forgot about zombies right behind him. Nika going to go on down. That's them reduced to a duo. Upgrade also eliminated here outside of the smash point here. So that's Upgrade having to play another game before they get anywhere near to that. And Rain just moving through all of these teams as R8 the duo 2v2 up against JN. They want this building for themselves.
Well, everyone playing with the S12Ks. There's also an UMP and an M4, but the shotguns are going to be king when you have to push your way through a staircase and a door frame. There you have it. Now initiating the damage. Fragger, though, not able to get any damage done as his teammate having to carry him through that fight. And that is going to be Region 8 able to successfully take over the entirety of this high ground position in the apartment complex. And also should be able to bring Cloudy back. But the thing is, I'm hearing another team in Iptera slowly but surely making their way up the stairs. He didn't have a lot of time, and he's not even going to go for the res. I think that he just kind of gave up on the idea. He's looking to take the 1v2. As Jay Nepal sending it forward. They don't know where he's exactly positioned. He's going to push inside the building. Gets the first knock, though, onto Shadowcat. And though the Blue Zone's going to do the damage, and he survives! Region 8 Gaming making it to top 5. What a clutch here from the solo. And also will try and go for the race, and he can barely make it. He's still in the zone.
He's somehow still in the zone, but Max, Klaus has naded himself over onto VTC. He needs to get res. Thankfully, there's somebody there with him as they're trying to just completely control the zone, but I think you're right. They're biting off too much. They need to leave. They need to leave Extreme Slayers alone. Casper now goes down, and Vatic may have just lost the game for themselves. Maybe. Blaze is the only one who's actually in a fairly decent position. The zone gets so much smaller. 5 teams left alive, but he's so exposed. YKG in the way, R8 also, as well as Rain, all having angles down onto him. Hopefully, these teams get a bit distracted enough for them to be able to res and actually do something and fix this, because right now, I have a feeling Vatic may have just overdone it slightly.
I mean, you know what? They got the full reset. They're back as a full team. So you know what? Sure, there was a slight mistake coming out from one of the players getting naded, but they were able to make up for it. Rain Esports having to think about jumping over this cliffside. It's going to be quite tough. He does find a little bit of a nook and cranny to work with, but you've got to be very careful here. Vatic, especially Klaus, has got MG3, but you don't have to rush it. Take your time. Find the best opportunity to get those eliminations. They got 1 point. They're 6 points away from the Smash Zone. They're making it to top 5. If they don't get a single more elimination here, and they can get to top 2, they would still be in the Smash Zone.
Exactly.
So you really want to try and make it to the podium and get a few more eliminations here and there. Wolf is going to be the next to get picked up. It's going to be Valik from YKG to secure it.
Blaze, I knew
Shadow,
that was going to happen.
Looking for that elim. He's still... Oh, no, he's actually away from the zone by about 10 meters. He's going to trample off a clutch first aid, but it's just not meant to be. 4 teams now remain to try and claim this first chicken dinner on Miramar.
Blaze is on his own. He was too isolated. Down he goes. It's just down to a trio now. It's Klaus with not a lot of HP, but an MG3 on board might just do something here. They get third party, and that's going to be Extreme Slayers out. Klaus with impeccable timing there. Going to be grabbing their second elimination.
Wait,
now they just need to hold on. They just need to hold on.
5 placement points, 2 eliminations. They're in. They made it to the podium. That's it. A new team enters the Smash Zone. It's going to be Vatic. Make it on in. Joining the big boys here in the side of Equinox and Sun Esports. GG, well played. At this point, anything more than that would be an absolute flex. If they can make it, sure. They might not know themselves they're in the Smash Zone, so might as well just go hard while you still can. Final player of R8 will be making it over, but you're just meeting an MG3. Not much can do there, unfortunately, for them. Nade inbound coming out from Trick. Not doing too much work onto Klaus, but the smoke road is coming on through, is going to be blooming, facilitating this transition over the road towards the entirety of YKG. But YKG are beautifully set up. 24K in particular with the Org, able to find 2 shots, and that's it. They deny it out to the blue, and YKG Hinimchura finally securing their first chicken dinner of Pmnc USA.
Finally, this team, we've been waiting for it, and here they are coming in with a bang. The second really good game so far tonight. They're putting up the points. They're doing the work that we wanted to see them do. Could they get into the top 5? Is that crazy to think about, Max? I don't know, but after this win, I'm starting to think it might be a possibility.
Could be the case. I just want to see the leaderboards right now. That's all I'm really focused upon. But yeah, Vatic do indeed make it into the Smash Zone. Whew, this is going to be a close one, Nitro. So many contenders could end the tournament early. That is what we should be expecting going into our second Miramar, and of course the 2 Erangles. If we do even have an Erangle happening today, which would be, now that I think about it, Nitro, it would be weird. We could have a day where we don't have a single Erangle game played, which I haven't seen in a long time. That is quite rare.
Yeah, because usually it's like first or at least in the middle, right? So that's going to be really interesting to figure out if that's going to be a thing. Probably the only time that's going to happen for the rest of the season, I bet. But I'm very excited to see what we've got coming in here. YKG, of course, going to be grabbing those 8 eliminations. A really good start. 18 points going over to them. But Vatic, they did exactly what they needed to do. Did they overextend? Absolutely, yes. They way overextended there. But they still got second place. They still got just enough eliminations to make Smash Point, and right now, Max, that is all that matters, because that puts them in to the top 3, puts them into the Smash Zone, and make sure that they have a potential win, not only of the tournament and jump ahead to the first place, but, you know, winning the next game as well is going to facilitate all that.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Vatic cutting it really close here. They needed 7 points. They got 9. So, woof, they got a little bit sooner. Nipchura, could have been looking a little bit more dicey for them, missing out on an opportunity to end the tournament early and be known as the Pmnc USA champions. Jay Nepal, though, I got to say, very similar thing to what we were seeing by ARZ, right? A team that has stepped up, maybe not in terms of fragging potential, I would say, but macro-wise, that 2-2 split I think you mentioned earlier in this game, Nipchura, they were very controlling and information gathering focused, which I do appreciate. This is a good change up. Is it going to be enough to be significantly high in the leaderboards? Unfortunately, no, but I hope that they're going to be taking this as a positive lesson. That in the future, they can go off the back of this and build upon that strong base. And who knows, maybe in a full season, Niptra, be a contender for those qualification slots.
Absolutely, no doubt about that. We're going to head over to that second place. And actually, for the first time today, we're going to have teams with 0 points coming in. Team Control, Rich, actually, that's huge. Rich, no points at all in this game. They're the ones trying to claw their way back up to the top 5, and so far, it's not looking good. Upgrade and Sun both getting 1 point here, and Equinox getting 2. All three of our top 4 basically had 1 or 2 points in this game. Nowhere near what they need to win this tournament.
This is in particular really bad for Upgrade because they've now been overtaken by Vatic. Vatic getting to the Smash Zone. Upgrade were 4 points away from making it up to the 137 point mark, meaning they're just going to be 3 points away. They cannot end the tournament early. And the thing is, now you have 3 teams, right, Nipcho, that can end the game literally next match that's coming up in the next 5 minutes or so. Upgrade, they are going to feel a mounting of pressure. They should still be good when it comes to making it to top 5, which is what you should be focusing on. But if you want to have the extra flex or be known as your USA champions, this one is going to be really tough for them to execute to its full potential.
I mean, I was going to actually ask you about that, Max, because do you then go, okay, well, the Smash thing isn't working. Now there's a threat of top 3, potentially, you know, any one of them doing it. Do you then focus on making sure you don't go out early, making sure that you stay in the top 5? Is that your new goal coming into the next game?
100%, right? You just want to make sure you survive as deep in the game as possible, get every free elimination you can hopefully secure. That is going to be the case for Upgrade because you just don't want to slip too much because now you would be down in 4th place. I think it's still unlikely for them to fall out of contention, but we've seen a comeback from so many teams like Upgrade themselves at the start of today, followed up by Vatic, Region 8, also waking up massively in these games. So you'd never know. You could have a really bad setup where the planets align perfectly and you just don't make it to the NA Regional Finals for PMGO. Though, looking at the MVP of this game, of course, we do have to highlight him slightly. It was Shadow that making it away from those western cliffs, right, of Los Leones, Niptra here was nigh impossible, but he made the most out of it as he was able to secure 5 points for his team.
Really good stuff coming in from Shadow. This guy has been a real consistent player across the last 3 days, right? We keep seeing his name pop up, maybe not so much as, you know, top MVP, but certainly popping up on the feeds that we're getting onto the games. We're seeing him a lot come up at his POV, him in the eliminations feed. So it's a really nice thing to see him finally on top of that MVP spot, and it makes me very excited for the next game, Max.
Me too. I'm so excited. The next game is going to be absolute cinema, ladies and gentlemen. And if you want to witness a smash that might be happening next game, stick around because you definitely don't want to miss it. Vatic are keeping the dream alive here in PMNC USA Spring 2026 and should be the team to make it next into the Smash. And you know what? If they can end it here with a chicken dinner, that is going to be game over for everyone else except for Vatic. But thing is, Niptra, they do have to get that chicken dinner. We are back. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for waiting. Miramar is back on the menu. And now we know as a fact, right, so many teams are indeed in the Smash Zone. Are we going to see any of the teams end it early today? That's what we're going to have to wait and see.
Max, they're into second place. They're into second place. I thought they were just going to be third. I thought they just went up against, above Upgrade. No, they go up against both of them. Still a little bit of a way to go between them and Sun Esports, but they move firmly into the top 5, into the top 3 even. Now Vatic and Team Equinox both have reached Smash Point with this. So now, not only do we have 3 teams in the Smash Point, but Vatic are now in second place. That is wild.
By a single point. So it's still going to be close. But look at Upgrade too, right? 134 points. So the thing is, even if they don't get in the Smash Zone, technically, right? Technically, they're 12 points away. One big chicken dinner or even a strong podium finish with a lot of eliminations. Upgrade could end up being in first place and entering the Smash Zone at the same point. So Upgrade is not done and dusted just yet. By the way, I do want to update everyone in chat. I think some people are still somewhat unfamiliar with the Smash Zone, which is weird because we had globals with the Smash ruling. But just to explain, if a team does end up winning by Smash, and they still are not the #1 team in terms of overall points, they still will become your PNC USA champions, right? It's about whoever wins become the champions by default, regardless of how many points they have. That is just something to keep in the back of your mind just in case, because it is going to be quite important, because it's so close, Niptro, that a team could get a big win with very low eliminations, and one team just gets 15 elims and are #1 technically on paper. But Smash ruling is just a little bit weird like that sometimes.
Yeah, it is indeed. Also noticing YKG there with that win move up for the first time onto the first half of the leaderboard, which is really nice for them. Actually, not too far away from the top 5. I'm just gonna say it because R8, they're there with 117 points, right? YKG have, I think, 98, 96, something like that. Not impossible to actually boot R8 out of the top 5.
Do you think YKG can make it happen here, Neb? Yes, no answer.
It's a yes.
Ooh! She dropped the big old yes. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Gentle moon. The gentle moon. It is so late. I see the moon is very gentle. It's up in the sky, and so is the plane. That was a terrible transition. Here we have it. Last Miramar of PMNC USA Spring 2026. Let's see how things are going to wrap up for these squads, and especially I'm going to be looking the way of then YKG. As you said, you brought them up right. Can they make it happen? Because the time is very limited. This could be the last game, so you got to make it count while you still can in these matches.
And another very nice playing path coming in here, right? Super easy. PUBG Mobile being so nice to these teams. They're like, look, it's day 3. You got 3 teams in Smash Zone. You got enough to think about. You don't need to think about, oh my god, we're so far away from our, drop position. It's fine. Everybody go to their respective corners. No hot drops here, please and thank you. And we're just going to have a really nice time here for the first half of this game, because everybody's going to play very well and very nicely, and there's not going to be any crazy things happening.
No crazy hot drops, please. That would be nice. Unless someone wants to hot drop one of the 3 teams in the Smash Zone. The thing is, it's easy to do when you have only one team up there, which initially was only straight out of Nepal. Now they have multiple. That strat is just not viable anymore. You're taking too big of a risk, so no one is going to be going for those big chases. At least I don't think so, because it would not be a smart play. Very Eastern Phase 1 circle, by the way, compared to the plane path, so teams will have to start thinking a little bit more about how they want to initiate that Phase 1 transition. Outside of that, teams have already dealt with it, so you know what? It shouldn't be too hard for these teams to deal with.
No, it really shouldn't. If you're any of the teams right on the edge of zone, I actually would think about not going straight into zone, because there's going to be a lot of traffic there, as Titan able to get one onto Vostok. They're going to be taking that point away very, very quickly here, and Titan is kind of feeling that, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, he went out to Rain in the previous match there, so very good to see. Oh, Extreme Slayers and Upgrade! Oh no! Upgrade already lose one. Winter is down.
They need 3 points. Please, Upgrade, don't do it again. You need to get 3 points. I don't care how you do it. You need to get it. And from the looks of it, it seemed like they were just very, very spread when they got caught off guard. So yeah, here, Upgrade with the cars in the Sun Up team. Just need to survive.
And it's Baby Tang as well. That's going to be a hard loss to swallow here as Rain continuing to not have a great time here. Arziel able to just pick them apart. Shadow next up to the chopping block. They might just go down again. Yeah, they're just... Okay, so where was the Rain from last Miramar? Because Rain from last Miramar would never push 1 by 1 like this.
Where's Shadow? We need Shadow.
Where is he?
The step. Oh, you know what? He's gone, actually. I just checked. He's eliminated, so that's why things did not go too well. The thing is, it was not impossible for them to get to top 5, right? There was, what, 27 points away?
Yeah.
Technically doable, but now you're looking to try and close a gap that is going to be increasing after this match reaches its conclusion.
Yep.
I think this loss is actually the death of Rain. I think that just pushed them out of top 5 for possibly the entirety of the tournament, because look at that gap, Niptro, between 5th and 6th place. It is significant. And with the fact that the tournament could end this match, Rain took a risk, and in this case, it really hurt them significantly in this tournament.
Yeah, I have to agree with that, as Extreme Slayer's also going to be going down, and I think they're in the same boat as Rain, right? Because 95 points, it was going to be, you know, even tougher, but it's only a difference of 5 points. It's not the end of the world. They could have still technically done something crazy and gotten up there, but they are also down to a solo so early on. It's going to be really, really difficult for them to do anything after this. YKG, really, in my mind, the only one who could legitimately do something. Golden Eagles have been really good. They're only a few points behind, but in day 3, they've been so quiet. I'm not sure that they have that momentum building. You know, now we're past the halfway point, that they would need to actually, you know, achieve that top 5.
That indeed, Extreme Slayers meeting an early grave. Rangers BD just on a bit of a chase, it seems. Yeah, looking for some early fights. Upgrade. I see what you're doing. I don't like it. Don't take the fight. If you lose an extra player, it might be game over. Actually, that's a nice knock to get. Flush it out, but don't go any further. Don't risk it for the biscuit. Let them get away with it. 1 point. You know what? That's still a big win for you. As a little bit of a crash with a golden Murado.
Oh!
And it's stuck on the side.
Oh, no, fear! No, fear! No, but not solo. Okay, no, it's not solo. Okay, I was really worried there for a second, and it works out. Upgrade. Really nicely played. They are in. They've moved up into 3rd, but they're still Voltex. They're in Smash Zone.
They're in the Smash Zone. Okay,
they are.
We need. I was waiting for the high. We're in the Smash Zone.
We're in Smash Zone. Yes. 5 eliminations. Here we go. Tied up with Vatic so soon, so quickly, up into 2nd place. Here we go. Now remember, they can't win this game because they moved into Smash. So they can't win this game and win the whole thing. However, if we go into an Erangel, they're going to be looking super nice, super happy about this. Here we go. This is the upgrade we wanted to see. Let's go.
Neptura be having a political debate as the team gets into Smash. Fantastic, my dear. They do indeed enter the Smash Zone. Yes.
Yes, Smash
How riveting. Yes.
Very nice. Ooh, actually, look, Max.
Yeah?
YKG just going straight past them. They're like, absolutely not. Truck stop is where we want to go. Or maybe those cliffs above El Hazahar might be the way forward. But nice little sneaky transition there ahead of Upgrade. So that could be very nice for them. Love how they're playing so far tonight.
Yeah, definitely a big step up compared to their first 2 days worth of action. I think they've been very disappointing actually based on this lineup on the first 2 days. And here they're playing up around our initial expectations. So YKG, I think, understood that there were definitely some big issues, some hindrances around their gameplay in those first 12 matches, and they now were able to fix, I would say, fix a majority of them. That last game in particular was very well executed to the west of Los Leones. Upgrade, though, they know they're in a Smash Zone, right? If they did basic math, they know they're up there. They're looking comfortable. They don't even need to win, but what they do need to do is make sure that none of the other teams win. So no win for Straight Out of Nepal, for Vatic, or Equinox. So actually, if you are Upgrade, you still kind of, Neptra, want to go for a chicken dinner just to make sure nobody else can get the chicken dinner.
Yeah, that is true. You want to make sure that nobody has the opportunities that you want for yourself. That's the name of the game right now. This Storm now. Again, this team a little too late here, but still looking really, really nice. Love how they're using their energy and just ruining everybody's game. Unfortunately, Rich at the brunt end of that, they might... I mean, Rich are a team that need the top 5. They need to survive in this game. They have 3 points at the moment. But my goodness me, they need to be sure that they're going to be... They need to be sure that they can get there. They can't lose now.
Come on. Don't pull a rain. You need to get these points. You need to climb higher and higher. Can we get much higher? It's ARZ again standing against them. They've been just stepping up massively, ARZ. Really impressive stuff. Hopefully can do similar plays in the next season. As this is still going to be an impossible comeback for them to execute. But Rich losing one is going to be done. He's out of the equation entirely. It's a trio now remaining, as they have a team down southwest of them looking for a cheeky third-party angle from a distance, so they're not safe. Even if they win this fight, it still could be somewhat risky. But they need to wrap it up, and here they're getting a little bit unsure, uncertain, even maybe scared of committing to the fight, because as you said, Nitro, they can't afford to go out now.
They really, really can't. Thankfully, it looks like there might be a little bit of a third party helping them out here, and they realize what's going on. They are going to push forward. Nice spray down just to stop him doing anything, and there we go. Rich able to just about clutch this one out with the help of JN on the outside here. JN, meanwhile, are going to be able to be rezzed back up as a full squad and get into zone. So, you know, great result there for them. Going to get a free point, so that's looking very good for them. And now, they just need to get into zone. I'm going to be next looking at R8 though, Max, right? The next team up to the block here, 10 points away. 10 points away from that smash zone. They could absolutely do that. 10 points on a Miramar. It's not impossible. We've seen it before. We'll definitely see it again. Especially with this zone, I think. If they played themselves really strategically in this zone because of the way it lined up with the playing path, I think you could have a large concentration of teams and then end up just farming points all day long. So really going to be interested to see how R8 play this.
I would say you need a top 5 minimum. If we don't see them make it to top 5, I think making it to Smash Zone with a 10-point disparity is just not going to happen. We need to see them make it deep into this Miramar game. But yeah, no, I fully agree with your point, though. They could make it happen. It's just they need to make sure they survive very far in this game. Golden Eagles have been just slipping the entirety of today, right, Nitro? They were in 7th position at the start of today before we played any match, and now they're down in 10th position. What a fall from grace. A team that was looking so promising, especially on day 1. They did so well on that first Rondo. And then things just somewhat fell apart, and Golden Eagles have been having a terrible final day for Pmnc USA.
This is going to be a really, really interesting...
Oh, upgrade!
Gatekeep. Upgrade, yeah, I just saw that. Oh, Havoc goes out! Max. Not good. Did they achieve Smash? Yes. What?
Sorry, just like, eliminated. Not good. Yes!
Not good.
Indeed!
Yes.
Getting eliminated is not the way to play the game. If it was, I would be a pro. If the point was to get eliminated, I'm telling you, I would have been world champion back to back to back.
Right?
PMGC, but unfortunately, no. You do have to be in the realm of the living for you to do well in this tournament. Spinning out, looking for Bob. And Bob, oh, that's some too strong. But I think there was a headshot to a body shot or something like that for Finial. So he's able to actually get some significant damage done with that trusty M4.
I really like this though from Golden Eagles actually, because I was like, okay, how is this gatekeep gonna go? Because everybody was placed very strategically, and Finial actually were placed very well here. But Golden Eagles saw that there was an opening and just went, actually guys, we could just go inland and then wrap around and we'll be fine. General though, not feeling the effects of a good push here. That's gonna be him going on down. That's not good at all, as Molly might just move up behind him here. I really thought that they had moved out, that there was only one solo left behind here, but no, that's not the case. Looks like it was only one solo that made it in, away from this team, so this is going to be really hard work now. I think, yeah, this is just going to be a leave it, a go away type thing. As we move over to Vatic here, Klaus able to get rid of one of the players of Control, moving them up out of the tie with Upgrade and into 2nd place again.
If I were Vatic here, I assume you got a lot of players kind of spread all around you, I would be very careful to not overcommit to the fight. If you're able to find some solos and just leverage your man advantage in your favor, then go for it, send it, why the hell not? You're fighting team control, you might get 3 points in the process and get even closer to overtaking straight out of Nepal. And the Molotov, it's there, it's on the money, and it's Casper to secure it. Control, losing an extra member. Down to only Falcon now and JPK, but yeah, so it's good. I'm happy to see it. Niptra, I was scared that Vatic might be overstepping their welcome, getting a little bit too overconfident, but no, they do it respectfully, playing around utility where they're taking very small amount of risks. That is how you want to play a game when you are indeed in that smash zone. So GG well played on that.
Yeah, they're playing this very carefully. It's really nice to see. They're not getting super crazy. Hopefully they've learned their lesson from the last game, right, where they did overextend just a little bit. There's no need to do it this early in the game. We still have 12 teams left, so there's still plenty of time to make the big crazy angle plays. For now, just play it slow, just play it calm and collected. That's how you get those points on the board. And remember now, with those 2 eliminations, they're only 5 points away from first place. They have had a phenomenal run, day 2, day 3, from 8th, 9th place, whatever it was, now up to vying for first place. They could very easily here become our champions of PMNC USA.
Oh, Golden Eagles eliminated. They're done. They're out of this game. No more comeback. This match on Miramar, it seems. Unfortunately, again, that gap is going to keep on building up further and further and further against them, actually. So they should not have afforded to go out. And that is going to be a big L taken by the Golden Eagles. Actually, I do want to highlight, even though this is a team that's not really interesting in the overarching storyline of top 5 teams that are trying to make it to the PMGO regional finals, very nice Eastern rotation from Finial. They sent Mark on the front line. He was scouting ahead of his team, and they were just following from about 200 to 300 meters away. And they do make their way outside of Impala, and actually in a very decent open area of this map. So, hey, good heads up for Finial. That's some good macro decision making and rotations. Hopefully, it could have seen more in the first days for PMNC USA. But I liked, even though some teams sure did not show good promises, right, Niptra, on the first 2 days, it's good to see that potential that if they do re-qualify in the future, they'll have a better foundation to build upon in those tournaments.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, upgrade up against Vatic. Oh, that is not the team you want to see as a duo. Oh, my goodness me. Nope, not going to be doing that. Away you go. Just leave. Just move. Fear, don't even try. Oh, there we go. The backing up. He's 1 HP, Max. He's 1 HP, but he's got that car in reverse. He's moving out of here, or not. Guys, upgrade. Don't scare me. Okay, there we go. They're going to be moving away from that. Thank goodness, Max. They do not want any of that heat. Not with Vatic. That is the one team that they can't go up against here. R8 in that Elam feed brings to my attention they actually have a really good position on the north side of this zone. They're looking to take as much control of the area as possible, as you should in an open place like this, as the car comes flying in straight onto the upper side of that building. Down he goes, and this is control at its finest here, Max. R8 taking over from Rich.
You can't park there, sir. How the hell did he do that? Flying right over on top of the roof. Region 8 Gaming, again, looking strong in 5th position. Can't afford to go out early if they want to keep their position nice and warm for their squad. Anika, the nade, that's a good bounce against the roof. Does do so, almost finding the knock onto Slay, actually. He's on a slither of HP, and now the squad, they need to commit, they need to push, they need to end the fight right here, right now. Slay pulling off the first aid. I think going for the rest on your teammate is going to be a little bit too risky. R8, you need to commit for it, as Slay trying to make for the jump shot, does get one. He's taking a 1v3 down to a 1v2. Still playing around the S12K, goes for the reload, hits some significant damage, but not resulting in a knock again. Slay, 7 bullets. Maybe you want to reload it. He's just spamming every corner, pre-firing every spot. The nade is being cooked. The bounce is there, and Slay put down so damn low, but yet still surviving, still thriving in this game. And he still has the meds, but unfortunately, the third party of Vatic coming in and ruining that fight.
My goodness me, but Vatic, I don't think they realized how good they could have it. Region 8 just down to a solo, and they're not going to push it. They're hesitant. They're going to move away. Maybe that's in their best interest, but they had an opportunity there to not only take more points and actually overtake Sun there, but also take that position, because that's a really good spot in zone. Molly, though, really having a bad time, unable to do anything else. Ooh is now going to be moving on in as well, and Sun might have a little bit of work on their hands now. As takes a lot of damage. Over to the outside, does get that one. What is happening? Hold on a second.
His teammate. He just let him get flushed. Sun Esports losing now 2 players, 1 extra player knocked. Everything is falling apart, and you're getting eliminated by the 15th place team. That is not the way to go. Straight out of Nepal, maybe getting straight out of here. It seemed down to a solo player. It's Demon. The man clutched it many times in the past. He's being tested once more with the DBS, making the push upwards through the staircase. And they might even get third party by YKG, a team that's looking for opportunities here, Niptura, so they're looking good, right on the money. But Demon with the utility, with the smoke, waiting for it to bloom. Beautiful good for blind push with the DBS. Can he pre-fire it? And he connects it. Big damage, 1, 2, and 3. Demon on absolute fire. And sending every single player down into the Shadow Realm.
It's about time. Finial got away with far too much there. GG able to put the kibosh on that one, but Demon, it's not over yet. There's still Molly just waiting in the wings, but he's behind the door and down he goes. Demon using the epic sneak attack to get rid of that team that was just a thorn in their side. But now YKG, I think it's over, Max. Demon, his time is done. His days are numbered. These nades, surely one of them's gonna hit.
Judge, jury, executioner. That is Demon. He does it once again. The man is crazy. He's cracked 1 and a second. Demon is unstoppable. The Grim Reaper in disguise is here on the battleground of Miramar. Down to the 1v1 once again. Demon, can he make it happen as a solo? This man is an absolute beast in the good old US of A. 5 eliminations to his name. Chicken dinner looking unlikely, but it's just for the flex. Nay, decent engage onto Demon. Those 2 hours, that first aid. 2 first aids, in fact, so Niptura could be looking to take another fight. And Trick, no more utility in hand. Down to the Thompson against the good old trusty DBS of Demon. What? Wrapping around. Quick pre-fire. Still got a lot of bullets for the DBS, raring to go at a moment's notice. Quick reload. Might as well loot up. You never know. I think he's looking for stems here, getting some extra bit of energy, making sure he can get up to 100% of his HP. It's tricky indeed. Down to the utility. Demon just playing absolute parkour. The nade is good. Not sure if it did any damage. Actually did do a bit of damage down onto Trick. Here, he knows where he is. He hears the footsteps, looking for the pre-fire around the corner. Can he outlive 2 squads as a solo? The damage is on the money, Demon! What is this guy up to? This guy is crazy today!
What a play coming in from Demon! He strikes again! 6 eliminations all on his own! R8 heard the commotion though, might just try and swoop on in. Now we move over. No time at all to talk about that. Jimmy, Equinox versus Team Control, moving on over on the western side. Vatic now looking for that third party. It is all chaos here. Stage 5, 7 teams alive, and everybody looking for blood. Now we are cooking. Falcon on the defense. Solo left alive, does get the first one. That's going to be Shelby going on down. 1 more point going over to Control. Vatic, though, looking for that timing, looking for that moment. It looks like the moment is now. They're going to be moving on in. Going to be trying to get these nades. Anything to just expose the weak points here. As Equinox, honestly, Equinox, great nade. Not going to do enough damage, though. They're just going to try and interrupt this as much as possible. This might just be the Godsend Falcon needed.
Send it, send it. Yes, regroup. I was a little bit scared there, Niptura, for a second. They're sending it kind of individually. But no, they do regroup eventually. Making it up. It's going to be up against Meng. Of any player, this is the guy that you don't want to, no. Just ignore. He could be a menace. Big pre-fire with the S12K. Not going to be able to get anything of value, though. The off angle is there, is present for Jimmy. And that's Klaus put down in the Molotov, taking a little bit of extra damage too. But Meng, the man himself, right, the MVP contender of the tournament, is here, standing strong, trying to keep the hopes alive for Equinox and his 2 teammates of Surprise and Jimmy. Going for the res, going for the heal up. So Vatic slowing down significantly, Niptura here, maybe losing the big engage Surprise. And now Equinox looking strong in the process.
Vatic just going down to 2. They're unable to do anything here. Surprise does go down, but so does Casper. It's all up to Blaze, but if anybody's going to be a solo for this team, you want it to be Blaze. We saw what he did yesterday. Can he do it again today? At least just try and hold on. Meng, yes! Meng goes down to the nade. Blaze able to get his job done here.
Ooh, clutch last second res onto Klaus. And while this is happening, the two other teams are busy. And that is going to be Jimmy to keep the dream alive for Team Equinox. You know what? If there's any player you want to bring back up in this game, it is definitely good old Meng. Unfortunately, it seems like it's going to be denied. Going for the push now. The full reset of Vatic is now ongoing. The Molotov is even there, going to spread on the wooden floor, denying the playing area of Jimmy quite significantly. He's got the second half of Longhouse. But Vatic, the moment they're fully healed up here, I think they're just going to go on a full-on assault mode. Can even for Meng. Ooh, that little bit of a jump animation was risky. But Meng is going to get rezzed up. But Vatic, you know you have the man advantage. You're fully rezzed up almost. You need to commit. You're taking way too long.
They're looking for that bounce though. No, the Molly did get him. So Blaze does grab Meng. It's just Jimmy on 1 HP, but it looks like Vatic now moving out. They're not gonna wait for this zone to get around to them. They're just gonna try and flush him through the door. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Love how they were able to just corner them into one side of the building, not allow them to move anywhere, and then just nade them to smithereens. Really good job coming in from them. Hard won, to be honest. Equinox really put up a big fight there, but Vatic able just to get rid, say goodbye. 5 eliminations, done and dusted, and now this is a fantastic dip to play from.
Vatic, if they get the chicken dinner again, ladies and gentlemen, that will be the end of Pmnc USA. They could end it with the smash ruling right here, right now on Miramar. But not only that, keep in mind, we're looking at R8. They do have a decent point lead in the top 5. If they can increase even more, they should be very comfortable to make it to the PMGO regional finals of North America. So many storylines here converging in one hot mess here on Miramar. We'll see who can prevail and stand tall in these finishing moments for the National Championship. As Demon sending it dead center on that shed nifter. Actually, not a bad position. Imagine Demon making it as a solo, surviving until the bitter end of this game and getting a solo chicken dinner. That would definitely make the PUBG Mobile esports history books.
That absolutely would, and hey, nothing is off the table yet. I would love a 1v1 or a Sun Vatic Final 2 team fight. That would be so much fun to watch. Maybe we will be able to witness that, but for now we have to look at J-Nepal, R8, Zombies. All 3 of these teams gonna be big thorns in the side of both of those top 2 teams here. R8 are in the top 5. Like you said, they're gonna want to extend their lead a little bit more here, just in case we do go to that first Erangel of the day. They're going to want to get as many points as possible, because then Rich and YKG, all of those teams have something to say once again. They get their voice back, so now it's time. A 1v4, here we go. Jay versus Region 8 Gaming. Oh, and what's he doing? Storm goes down immediately. Didn't even see him come in. Didn't even see him turn around. Demon does go out. Sentry finds him. That's going to be Sun out. No chance of a Sun smash as a solo in this game. It was a nice dream, but it is all done now.
He was just lost in the beauty of that window, I think. He was just like, oh, what a beautiful craftsmanship on that window. And he just showed his back to the enemy, and he just got eliminated. Very unfortunate, not the best way to go. But yeah, J-Nepal down to a trio. It's going to be Shadowcat, Eclipse, and Fragger 977. Does have a Molotov, so if he ever has to, he can chuck it on this staircase and buy himself a little bit more of extra time. It's Eclipse with a Uzi, also waiting for an opportunity to strike from the shadows in the depths of that smoke. But look at it, Vatic here to the west, Niptra taking some damage. I believe Blaze is the first to get unknocked. As Region 8 also thinking, do we rotate away from the circle? I think you have to commit here. You can't really move deep in the circle. Jelly doing so much work over to the M4, and that is going to be done and dusted. J-Nepal out of the game, down to the podium, and Vatic still alive, and especially Niptra still with a full team. Could end with a smash right now.
I only hope they don't get nervous, that they don't feel that pressure too much, right? Zombie, this is not a team to underestimate. We have seen them pop off before. They can do it again. They know how to play this game. Sure, it's not been easy. Sure, they don't have the points they really wanted, but they will make... Vatic, hello?
They're pushing right onto them. Okay, one nade. Oh, okay, XP3 doesn't have a nade. Maybe his teammate does. This should be an easy elimination. One piece of utility. But be careful. Don't bite down more than you can actually chew. Because zombie boys in the distance are still looking your direction. Nika eliminated by XP3. That's a big bit of damage coming out on this squad. And they should be able to get second place confirmed by XP3. There you go. Vatic is the 4v3. If they win this fight, Vatic will become your PMNC USA Spring 2026 Grand Champions. But Niptura, they still have to eliminate these final 3 players of Zombie Boys first.
And like I said, it's not going to be easy. Look at the spread across the zone that they have.
Oh, the headshot!
Down! The headshot with the mini took a note or two from Blaze's textbook. And now they might just... Well, I don't think they're going to push here. There's no real sense in doing that, but it is an opening. It is giving them time. It's delaying Vatic's approach, right? Because look at those two down there. That duo is outside of zone. They need to move in. Vatic's... The other two that are in zone, they need to do something to distract here because Zombie have perfect shots down onto that duo. It's all up to this. The push comes in. And Zombie, they need to relocate ASAP.
This is not any push. This is Klaus securing the center of the circle. We're about to go into phase number 9. The last circle might be the final phase of this PMNC. But looking at Smiley, he's got a good angle. But he's only got 8 bullets in the chamber left on his scar. You got to make it count. Sprays it down. No, he's got an MG3. I didn't see it in the backpack. Ready to go at a moment's notice. Vatic, you got to be careful. XP3 knocked down once again in a position that's going to be very hard to res. I think that's it. It's going to be down to a 3v2. As also on the other side, Shinoboy is knocked on down for Zombie Boys. But the nade, it's on the money. Sentry, no way. The game maybe just escaping the grasp of Vatic. Is Sentry and Smiley making it happen? And now they're in such a bad spot. Actually, chuck the Molotov. Sentry, that could be it. They'd be on Haydale. This is an easy piece of utility to connect.
They have to be so careful here. Don't overdo it. The zone, yes, is going in, but let them come to you. Just move slowly. You don't need to be crazy here. You've already got a possibility here. Yeah, there we go. Just move bit by bit, step by step. That MG3 is really dangerous. Casper, if you have any utility, you kind of know where he is, surely. You got to do something here, but I think everything's run out. It's not one of those games where everybody's got all their utility left. It's just belly to the ground. Shots where you can get them. Casper, really good return there, but goes really, really low. Sentry does have a Molotov, but it's his last. If he doesn't connect this, it's game over for that utility game. Blaze down to just a few HP. Casper also low. It's looking really... Okay, there we go. Zombies are going to take it. GG. Really well fought off against Vatic. Unfortunate for Vatic, but Zombies able to secure themselves another chance to get further up that leaderboard.
Well, I wouldn't go that way. I'm going to be quite negative. Vatic could have gotten himself the chicken dinner. They could have ended the tournament right here, right now, but it was just not meant to be. The Zombie Boys coming out from the grave and finally securing a chicken dinner. If I'm not mistaken, also, Niptro, their first chicken dinner here for this PMNC USA season. Right. Well played indeed, but here, ruining this golden opportunity for Team Vatic that's been having a stellar day 3. But unfortunately, for this time around, it was just not quite meant to be.
Not good enough. The zone was too open. It was too far into the game, right? If it had been stage 7, stage 8, we could have seen a very different story, but stage 9 coming up the way it did was not going to be working in the favor of Vatic. A big GG going over to them. However, yeah, not going to be happening. We are going to be going into Erangel, and now with Upgrade joining the fray, joining that Smash Zone, it's going to get a whole lot more hectic now.
Oh, I just know Vatic are going to rewatch this stream and they're going to be cringing so hard. Like, we had this. We had it. But you know what? They didn't have the MG3 Niptra. That's what made the difference.
That's true.
Okay, maybe not. It was a lot of different things, but as an MG3 fanboy myself, I will say
it was
MG3
the
diff.
Yeah.
MG3 diff was definitely making the difference. 5 eliminations over to Sentry, Smiley getting 1, 2 over to Shinoboy, and Rivera getting, unfortunately, not much done. Only 18 damage with a singular bullet, it seems. But Zombie Boys, yeah, a team that actually able to buy more time by eliminating Vatic. Not impossible. Realistically, to make it to top 5, they would need 2 massive angles back to back, right? But actually, this win later on down the tournament, if we make it to match number 6 today, we could look back on this game that just created that golden opportunity for Zombie Boys to initiate that comeback they're looking for.
Exactly right. Vatic as well, really pulling ahead of Equinox and Upgrade, right? Because both of those teams got 6 points each. Sun got 10, and they were slightly ahead of Vatic, so they should still be in first place. However, Vatic pulling away now from the rest of the top 5. This is incredible. I mean, they have gone from not really doing much of anything on day 1 to now contending for first place by quite a bit. They are keeping up with Sun Esports. They are moving ahead of everybody else, and they are almost winning Smash. I mean, it's a crazy comeback story for this team.
It's still big, yeah, for Vatic because Sun Esports don't get more points than Vatic, so maybe actually Vatic would be one in terms of overall point. I just want to see the leaderboards, realistically.
Same.
I want to see what things are going to be looking like for these teams. And Jaina Pal, sneaking in to the first page of these match standings. So again, a big improvement from this team overall. Same for also Raziel, able to get himself 4 eliminations this game, able to feel more confident overall in every single one of these reoccurring matches. So very proud of their performance. Though one team I'm not too proud of, Niptra, it's got to be the Golden Eagles. They just can't get anything to stick today, and this has been one of the biggest fall-offs, I would even go to say. I know it's a bit harsh to say, but they had an opportunity to get in top 5 and stay up there, and they just fumbled it at the last minute.
It could be down to anything, though. I mean, it's very hard to adapt to how teams are going to play on the final day, because not only do you have the top 5 just going for it, you've also got the bottom 5 just going for it. And when you have all of a sudden not 16 teams playing their own game, but 10, 15 teams playing a completely different game in game 3, day 3, it would be hard for them to adapt to that. But our MVP is going to be Demon, and I mean, were we surprised? Are we surprised? He got 6 eliminations in about, well, I don't know, 3 minutes. So very, very well done to Demon. He does it again. He did it on day 1, and then he does it again here. I mean, is this giving Meng now a run for his money? Because remember, Max Meng, phenomenal first 2 days. Day 3, not seen that much from him.
You know what? I'm going to ask during the break at production if we can get an update on the MVP rankings. I would love to see it before going into the last 2 matches. I think that would be really fun to see exactly what the situation is. Looking at the match recaps so far on this game, of course, looking at the overall work done by Zombie Boys. Really impressive stuff indeed. Big travel distance too. Compared to Upgrade, very small travel distance. But you know what? It makes sense. They only made it to about the 16-minute mark of this match. But 23 smokes, oh my goodness, for Vatic. They were making sure they were surviving. And you know what? It kept them alive until the very end, but the MG3 diff was real once more. But very well done indeed by every single one of these squads. Demon in particular having one of the, I would say that was the best fight, the best clip of Pmnc USA for the spring season of 2026. So you know what, Demon? Big thumbs up to you, man. You were doing incredible. And I still wish you could have got a solo win here. Solo Chicken Dinner Niptura. That would have been...
Yeah.
That would have been the talk of the town here for this esports of PUBG Mobile. But with that said, guys, I feel after that we need a bit of a breather. So we'll be back very soon after the break to initiate our 2 back-to-back Erangel matches. Well, you guys are in luck. I was told we can indeed check out the MVP updated rankings before diving into our last 2 games of the day. Maybe even last game on 2 Erangel. So with that said, let's check it out. Who is currently in the lead? And it is going to be Team Niptura, tied 48 eliminations each between himself and Meng. The guy's been MVP since day 1, but now he's got competition. Demon, after that insane clutch, he's here for the big money, Niptura.
That is an insane twist and turn. 2 games, potentially 2 games before the end of the day. Huge stuff coming in from Demon. Can I just say though, didn't Meng have like 47 elims coming into today, and now he's got 48? The damage has gone way up, but he's only gotten 1 point out of all of that damage, which really hurts because Meng has just been on top of the game for forever. But Demon, we saw it in day 1, he popped off. Day 2, a little bit quieter, but still fantastic support. Now just to move in with another phenomenal game. Huge stuff coming in there. Nearly 10k damage. Are we going to see 10k damage before the day is out? It's entirely possible, and that would be insane. Has any MVP gotten over 10k?
I don't know. It's a possibility. You know what, Niptura, bet.
Yes.
Who's going to be your prediction? Quickly.
Demon.
Demon? Okay,
Yep.
I'm going to go with Meng. I believe that Meng will prevail in the end. Here we go, checking out the MVP, not MVP rankings now, we moved away from that. It's going to be the overall Grand Finals rankings, and it's going to still be in order. Sunny Sports followed by Vatic, Team Equinox, and Upgrade. And now, Region 8 Gaming, Niptura, they're up to 137 points. We didn't even talk about them too much. They survived long enough in that to the point where they could actually get a Smash 2. So every team in the top 5 could Smash in the tournament now. And then you go down to Rich, they're 30 points away. YKG even more, right? So all of these teams outside of top 5, it's going to be really hard to make it up there, especially if we end next game with a Smash.
Yeah, I'm thinking now, Max, that the top 5 is safe. Rich, the way they've been playing, they've been trying. You keep seeing them try and try and try, but they're just not able to get those points on the board. And I think the way that it's going now, the way that the top 5 teams are performing versus the way the bottom or the teams outside of the top 5 are not, I think it's safe to say, I think R8's going to be our 5th and final qualifier. I think we're good to go here. I think we know what's going to be our top qualifying teams. However, it now just comes down to who's going to be the champion and if we can get that Smash.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to have a Smash this game. You got literally 5 teams in the Smash zone. They get a single chicken dinner here. It's game over. We don't get the last Erangel of today. We'll just have this first Erangel to end things off of for PMC USA. It's going to be fun. I think this is very rare you get to a point, Niptura, where you get this many teams in the Smash zone. But here it's the case. You've got 5 teams up there. It's going to get dicey. It's going to get down to the wire. And I can tell you, those teams in the top 5, Niptura, they're going to play so carefully. They're not going to get involved in early game fights whatsoever. They're going to play like so respectfully, almost too respectfully. But you don't want to be too respectful when you get to the end. You've got to make sure you wrap it up in a good old juicy chicken dinner.
You've got to. I almost want to counter that though, Max, because if you play too passively, if you switch it up, so for instance, like Vatic, right, they've been playing very aggressively, controlled but aggressively. If now they dial it way back and become too passive, that could easily end up with a 14th place finish for them and them, you know, ruining their game. So I would be very careful for any of these teams. I need to see them basically play the way that Vatic did up until that final fight, right? Definitely want to see a controlled aggression coming through here, just showing their presence, showing their power, but not overextending, not doing too much. And that's where the balance, that's what makes a team great versus good. You've got to get that balance right. For Vatic, for Equinox, actually, even for Region 8, who are also now in Smash, if you're looking at that that graphic down at the bottom there, these teams, Upgrade as well, all 4 out of the 5, are all very good at the top of those leaderboards when it comes to the average stats for Erangel. So this is looking very much in their favor.
I mean, look at Equinox and Region 8. Average of 8 or above, in particular for Region 8, right? Those are crazy statistics for those 2 squads. So very good. I mean, we know, Niptura, when we look at Equinox, it's all because of good old Meng. You know, and actually, I want to use this opportunity while hopefully nothing big happens. Actually, I'm seeing a lot of teams going towards Severny. We'll see if that turns into anything significant this game. Everyone in chat, I want to know, even on the watch parties, even on the watch party of Dr. Chemist, I want everyone to tell us right now. So many shout outs to Dr. Chemist this tournament. I don't know what it is. I'm on a Dr. Chemist binge. I'm watching all the videos. But tell us, everyone, who do you think is going to be the MVP? Is it going to be Meng or is it going to be Demon? I want to see in the chat what everyone is thinking. As well, that circle is well, that's a rough one. This is
that is
teams
crazy.
are being tested to their absolute limits here, Niptra.
Oh, goodness. I don't like this bit. You know what I also don't like, though? Is Upgrade have a little bit of a hot drop issue over in Pmnc. I'm not sure who that's against yet.
Yeah.
Also, the apartment thing is happening again. I don't know why, but sure. Go off. It's
Why
fine.
are we...
Wait, Equinox as well in Lipovka up against ARZ. Oh, this spells much trouble. R8 and Vatic actually two of the only teams that don't have a hot drop that are in the top 5 right now. Equinox, you're playing with fire.
I think that it might, actually, I don't remember their previous drop on Wrangle, but I think that if they used to drop here, which is definitely a possibility, maybe they're just being fully targeted by ARZ. At this point, they have nothing to lose. They have 70 points. They're like, we'll just send it. Why the hell not? Good on Meng, though, with the ASM Abakan, able to find the opening knock onto Storm, 77k, and confirmed by his teammate of Surprise with a good piece of utility chucked in that overall direction. Jimmy can see on a minimap further up north in Lipovka, maybe just trying to get some extra loot and also a cheeky off angle, maybe even able to deny the escape route of ARZ, as in the elimination feed. Niptra, R8, Region 8 taking 2 big casualties to the hands of YKG. They can't afford to go out because, again, this is a team that could smash, and yet they're already down to 2 players.
That is rough. YKG took that one elimination they took personally. YKG, though, now also down to 2. Rich coming in clutch here, but that is going to be Nika down for them. Oh, no, that is not the player that you want out right now. Jelly as well. Tens, Jelly, and Nika have been some of the best players on this squad. You don't want them to go out anytime soon. We're just going to switch back and forth here as Valak now goes out for YKG. Down to a duo they go. This is not what they wanted either. So close to the top 5. We shall see if that's going to be anything updated later on. But Meng now up to the bat. Let's see. Could possibly get... Yeah, no, nothing. Just a little bit too late on that one. Don't go one by one, though, guys. Come on, Surprise. You know better than this!
What is going on over here? The hot drop in Lipovka is definitely not working out in favor of Equinox. Sure, they get full eliminations, but Niptura, it doesn't really matter, I would even go to say, because you want to get the win. And a win as a 3-man? Not the best way to go about it, so that's not looking too good. Same for Region 8. They lost Nika. If there's any player you don't want to lose on the side of Region 8, it is going to be Nika. This guy has been on an absolute tear in the opening days of Pmnc USA. And look, they're even getting chased in the background by some players of YKG. What is going on over there? No, it's not YKG, it's Rich. It's a completely different team looking for the engage, and they do find some players. That is going to be looking terrible. They got the knock into a flush, and that is it. Game over. No smash for the lads here, and that is Region 8 out of this game.
They are gone. They're done. They're dusted. No chance for them. Sorry. Trick? How did he even get over there?
He's in the secret room. He's in the secret room. Why is he doing...
He's behind the chalkboard.
You can't get there? I didn't know you could go there. That's a genuine surprise to me. I don't know that.
Okay, you know what? That's great. That's awesome. Rich now, with 4 eliminations, right, are able now to build that momentum, have a fantastic game.
Wait, this is Upgrade.
Yeah, this is Upgrade.
Niptura, we got 3 teams in the Smash Zone fighting early. This is... I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to be brutal. This is terrible.
Yes.
This is so bad. Already eliminated. Upgrade already lost 1 player that's currently knocked. Equinox 1 player got fully flushed out of the game. One of their top performers. And now Upgrade, Fear is knocked. Hopefully he doesn't get flushed on out. What the hell is happening here in the good old US of A?
We saw that they hot dropped here. Pmnc, it's been quiet for now. They've had a little bit of a truce while they looted up, but now it's all going to pop up. It's all going to go on down here. Strangers looking not so good now. Havoc up to taking 1 more out, but they still have Volt X, one of the strongest players on Strangers here, to go up. And you know what? The way we've seen these players play before, it means that a 1v3, a 1v4 is entirely possible. Especially when they don't know where he is. He could get the surprise element on him. There we go. Ooh, is he gonna get it? No, not quite. But now he's shown off his location. That's gonna be Upgrade taking that hot drop. And the way that he's shooting the floor there, I'm wondering if that was a target by Strangers.
I'm getting annoyed. The thing is, I don't know what is causing this. I'll have to look back on the map feeds and see, is this literally teams dropping on drop locations that were initially the drop locations of then Region A, Upgrade, or Equinox? Or is this just
so.
YOLO, we just end up dropping on top of each other? Because if you are the teams in a Smash zone, again, eliminations do not matter realistically. I mean, they do matter to some extent if we don't have a Smash at the end. But if you want to go and get a win by Smash ruling, eliminations early game don't matter. So I'm quite surprised. Though that player's still in the secret room. YKG getting chased on down by Rich. It seems Niptra are getting desperate. They are on the cutoff. They're in 6th position. And Region A are eliminated too, right? So Rich, actually, this is the perfect setup for them. They're chasing eliminations, which is exactly what they should be doing. And they get an extra one onto 24K.
Well, especially when you think about that the 4 points that Rich got were the team of R8. That went straight over to them. So now they're feeling very good right now. They're going to try and do everything they can to bump up the leaderboard, bump R8 out of the top 5. But in order to do that, they would have to achieve Smash Point as well. It's possible we could have 6 teams in the Smash Point. But for now, it's all going to be down to if they can find him. Will they know where he is? Surely not.
They know.
How?
They know he's there. Oh, yeah, come on. A little tickle on his feet, and that is going to be it. YKG eliminated from this game in 7th position.
I didn't realize.
This is such a weird game. I don't know.
I didn't realize his legs were sticking that far out, dude.
Yeah, that's the time you wish we had the game mode, you know, with the flying carpet and you're just levitating above the ground, the ground, and you can just stay hidden. But no, it's just not.
That's so funny.
It's fun to see though. You don't see in esports, you don't see the secret room used all that often because normally in your classic games you have to find a key and open it. Here in esports mode, they're always open. You don't have to find a key, so you can get in there. There's no loot though. It's just there, and it's a room you can hide into. But yeah, you know what? I will be careful moving forward, Niptra, in my games of Ultimate Royale. That I'm going to check the angle because it could have a team there. Though the circle shifting heavily over to the eastern edge of Military Island, and Golden Eagles, literally almost the only team in the circle.
What were we saying about Golden Eagles again? What were we saying? Because they are set up for a win and a half here. Oh my goodness me. Upgrade, please have the wherewithal to go to the Western Bridge. It's not going to go well for you if you don't. Sun, again, going to be trying to do that botation like we saw, I think in day 1 it might have been. So let's see if that's going to be successful, but they might just move straight into Golden Eagles, and that would be horrific for them. Not only would they avoid, or not avoid, but lose out on winning this entire thing early, but they would give the opportunity to Vatic, to Equinox, even to Upgrade, to surpass them and boot them out of that first place position.
I'm going to say, straight out of Nepal, Sun Esports, hella lucky. Going for a rotation, they went on a line rotation. They went from point A to point B, crossed the river. There was Golden Eagles there for a split second. If a team started spraying on that hovercraft, especially if you have 2 players, and you get exploded in the water, smash, done, right? So you are lucky they rotated, what, 10 seconds late, a little bit sooner. I think maybe you would have had the entirety of Golden Eagles somewhat transition on this spot and kind of hold you off, but it worked out. So just want to say they better count their lucky stars because that could have gone way worse than what happened at this moment.
Yeah, that could have been pretty horrific, but as luck would have it, Golden Eagles, they're going to regroup up onto Observatory. They're not going to take that fight. And I like what Sun did there. That one player, he tried to do like a 3-1 split, saw that there was a moving vehicle up there and went, you know what? That's going to really isolate me if they take shots at me. So I'm going to regroup with my team. Really good move coming in from them. Rich, meanwhile, are going to be looking to move through to farm. Lux, where are you going? And we'll see what Rich is going to be doing here. Remember, 6 eliminations so far, a full squad. Not inside zone yet, but just on the edge. Now is the time to loot up. Remember, they haven't had time to loot up. They've been just chasing those elims, so they might want to just get a little bit of loot to send them on their way, because that is not going to be an easy transition after this.
Yeah, definitely going to be an easy one to execute. Vatic, though, I like the way Vatic have been playing this since they entered the Smash zone. Last game on Miramar was a good attempt. Unfortunately, the zombie boys were there, but now good entry point too. Because you see with that circle shift in particular, right? You're going to have a lot of teams trying to make an entry point all through the eastern side around Novo or the northern bridge. And so far, they're on the complete other side of those potential rotations, which is going to be the southern western edge. So really, Vatic, they are playing as best as they can according to the Smash ruling. I think they are being very methodical about the approach to this game. And Klaus on the front line, just scouting, getting some information over the ridge. And he's got the same McLaren skin as me. Oh, he's my boy. He's the homie. Yes.
Very nice indeed. The zone has actually moved in their favor. It's gone down to the southern side there. So Vatic have so much control. Really, they just need to stay in a good position, wait for everybody to fight it out, and then it's an automatic win.
We got 4 teams on Military Island. We only have 4 teams. Now 5. Equinox just joined them. We only have 5 teams out of... How many teams are alive now? I still believe we have got like around probably 12. We've got a few teams eliminated. We've got 13 teams in this game.
13.
But only 5 is on Military Island. Yeah, this bridge location is going to get a little bit overcrowded unless you have a lot of hovercrafts to work with. But I don't believe there's enough hovercrafts, Nipcho, to get all of these squads over to the island. Actually... I take that back. Rich, you have a hovercraft right next to them so they can get to it. And actually, Spencer's hovercraft. And actually, not just Spencer, the entire squad of straight out of Nepal are getting absolutely decimated here as they push downhill and picked off by the side of Extreme Slayers.
Oh, that is not good at all. They've only lost 1 so far, but how are they going to get out of this? There's no way out. It's in between 2 different teams. Luckily for them, it looks like they might just be out of the sightline of Observatory of the Golden Eagles, but Extreme Slayers are going to capitalize on this as much as they can. Okay, they do make it into this building. It's not a good position. They're out of vehicles, but it might just be enough for them to do something against Extreme Slayers to defend themselves any way they can. Demon, no! You can't lose him. He's your MVP. He's got to move forward. He's got to hold on. And looks like we're going to have just a little bit of a stalemate here. Just a little bit of a chill moment. But wait, perhaps not. Extreme Slayers looking to make that push. They hear the vehicle. They're going to try and do something here. The smoke road is a thing. Frady on the outside as well. This could go horrifically for Sun Esports.
It's not a fun building to breach, though. These kind of warehouse... locations with the attic, it's really not fun. It's down to, if you have Molotovs, it's easy to just Molotov the attic, but otherwise the nades are just coming right into the face of the players of Extreme Slayers. I think they're getting a little bit too aggro here, actually able to get a one-on-one trade. Nice nade from Juliai. As that's going to be also a trade-off so far. Nice knock from Bad Boy. Extreme Slayers, actually these are points that realistically, Nipchura, right? We're looking at straight out of Nepal. They're going to be really happy to get these points because that's going to create a bit of a healthier lead between themselves and the likes of VTC, Equinox, Upgrade. So they're not going to say no to those 3 points. But they did lose 1 player, which that is going to make it a little bit harder to go for that chicken dinner. Again, that they cannot afford to lose because so other teams could be going for that chicken dinner too.
We talked about how we're enjoying what... Okay. Oh, thank goodness. I was going to say, we're talking about how we're enjoying what Vatic are doing now they're in Smash Zone. Upgrade took far too long to rotate over. They allowed Zombie Boys in front of them. That could have gone horrifically. Thankfully for them, it didn't. But that could have been very, very, very bad. But they're up to 7 eliminations now, so it's a good start. It's a good gap to create here as we go back over to Sun versus Extreme Slayers. Yes, that's the name. Extreme Slayers down to a solo. So, again, another team that's been able to really pull back survival from the jaws of death.
And right now, they are getting slayed to the extreme, which is, that's not the right order of words you want for this squad name. The good points secured by straight out of Nepal. So many hovercrafts, which you would expect, right? Going into a military island finish, teams are going to try and get it as to facilitate their transition over the water.
Oh, hello. It's rain.
Good evening.
It's starting to rain.
Starting to. Oh, I was like, wait, why are you talking about rain? Like where you're living? But rainy sports. Okay.
Yeah.
you just caught me off guard the way you said that. I was like, it's starting to rain. Right.
It's starting to rain. Yes.
I enjoy casting with you, Nipchura. You know, you catch me off guard sometimes. I'm like,
I keep you on your toes, right?
Yeah, which I do need. I feel like I would get too comfortable otherwise, so I do appreciate it. Thank you. Over to Vatic. They're also going to be kept on their toes, looking for that early elimination onto none other than Havoc OP, a player from Upgrade. They already lost an early player very, very early on in this match. And you know what? They might just lose a second. And the rest of the squad, look at that on the leaderboards on the right. So low. Having to use a lot of their resources to heal up and look to get healthy in this match. Thing is, only Baby Tang really is in a close area to the play zone. It's not looking too good for an Upgrade chicken dinner. As Equinox also clashing, it seems, with Team Rich. They're down to just a solo at this point, and a very low player. Things are getting dicey, Niptura, as that is going to be indeed game over. Rich not able to pull off the comeback and catch up to Region 8.
Unfortunate, but it is what it is. Equinox, Meng able to pick off that team. Up to 8 eliminations for Equinox, actually. I mean, we're talking about teams here that have been unable to keep their players alive, right? Just down to 2 for each of them. But that duo, I mean, yeah, okay, it's exactly what you were saying. You don't need the eliminations, you just need the win, right? But those duos have come with 8 and 9 eliminations, just making sure that if anybody had any thought of replacing them or taking them over, that it's squashed immediately. This is at least good for that leaderboard if we don't get a smash.
You can just feel the tension in this game. You can cut it with a knife. So much to play for these top 4 squads. Even a win for a duo would be enough here. You're going to reach a breaking point eventually. Phase number 5 might be the one where all hell breaks loose. The calm before the storm is here. Nice 2-2 split actually, yeah, from Golden Eagles. Really big fan of how they're playing that game plan. Yeah.
Max, look at Upgrade's split though. Oh, well, Fear just got found.
Yeah, I was going to say, that does not seem viable.
I mean, I see what they were maybe doing is just like out there in the water for survival tactics, but that it's not Fanhawk, guys. Come on. Sun are out. Sun Esports are out. They're done. They're
Makes
gone.
sense.
No smash for them in this game.
I mean, the team that could really do it is Vatic. They failed last game, right? Losing it out to the Zombie Boys. They're given a second chance. They got a 1-up. But they got to make it count. The thing is, they still have yet to move into the play zone. They're just going to be, what is that, 50 to 100 meters away, so not too bad. And all the other teams are kind of fighting each other. They're infighting in the play zone, so this is a golden opportunity for the full squad of Vatic. Better make it work in your favor. Yeah.
Especially Golden Eagles having to move off of Observatory, right? The zone is moving away from these really high peak sort of areas where that Overwatch would just be too much for a team like Vatic to fight against. So this is actually really working in their favor. There's a good control area down to that south side that they occupy already. And so yeah, with between Golden Eagles having to move out, these high cliffs being moved away from these teams, and and everybody fighting each other, yeah, Vatic have an excellent chance here.
Definitely. They're crossing their T's, they're dotting their I's, they're making sure that they do no mistakes in these finishing moments. And the thing is also, if they do get the win, our top 5 would be locked. It would be Region A, Upgrade, Equinox, Vatic, and straight out of Nepal, right? So that would be our top 5 moving on into the PMGO NA regional finals. And Rich, their comeback, even the one of Rain, would be cut short. As Equinox, Shelby, got to be careful. Meng also going to be dropped down onto his knees. Shelby, final play for Equinox. Can he try and redeem it? As Baby Tang, also from Upgrade, a team that could technically get the smash, is getting sprayed on down with the AKM, and that is going to be game over. And same also for Equinox. Shelby eliminated by none other than Vatic. They strike and now making it to top 4. But Natura, not only top 4, they also have a full squad healthily making it into the play zone. Vatic, could they redeem it after that loss on Miramar?
It's entirely possible. Maybe they're learning. Maybe they're figuring out the formula for a win here. Look at them move in tandem. Not a lot of eliminations. That's not what you need here. You need the win to finish it all off. My only concern is Golden Eagles, the split that they have across this zone. Control as well. We know how good they are at fending off teams. Rain isn't even going to try to contest that. But this could mean a really tough move here for the team, for Vatic. There's 3 big teams all ahead of them.
I really want to jump on this, Niptra. Look at the way Vatic pushed all in tandem, all together. They felt like just one player. That's how good of a transition that actually was. They were just scaring away the entirety of Rain Esports. Even maybe Team Control very soon.
Yeah,
this
look,
is some
he's moving back. They're regrouping.
Gameplay. Yeah, the rotation we're seeing from Vatic is some stuff that you would love to see in a global event. That is the level of stuff Vatic are currently putting on display for us. I'm genuinely impressed. They passively bullied an entire squad. That is S+ tier gameplay. I love it.
Especially now, not only have they made room for themselves by scaring the teams into regrouping, now they actually moved back. They overextended, pushed Rain away, and then moved back into the place that they wanted. Look at this! They have full control of the south side. That means all of these 3 teams are gonna have to fight each other. Vatic, move to that ridge side on that bend of the road. Get down to that south side and you are good to go. Look, Golden has no other alternative than to fall into these teams. This win is practically handed to Vatic as long as they play it right.
You got to be careful, though. I think they are pushing a little bit too far to the east. Look at the west. 50% of the circle is completely unused by these teams, and there's a few decent dips and ridges to work and play around. So hopefully they don't get too narrow-minded on these eastern teams of Golden Eagles, Team Control, and also the squad of Rain Esports.
Just let them do it.
Got to keep your opportunities open and available for you later on in the game. It's still phase 6. You still got a few circle shifts to come up. There we go.
No,
Vatic can have a bit of a clash, but they're very spread here. Blaze is nowhere to be seen. Is XP3 and Klaus left stranded in a 2v3, but yet it's working out beautifully. They're standing up strongly. Finding 2, and now the hovercraft, they're looking to just squish the competition, literally. He finds 1, looking for the sole survivor of Wolf. And now he's going to try and just make it around the tree. Wolf is going to be taken out, and that's going to be elimination. Number 8 secured for Vatic, and the fact they still have a hovercraft at this stage of the game, the hovercraft alone, Niptra, could be giving them this chicken dinner on a silver platter.
It really could. Okay, you've made your point. You've done your damage. Go back. You're outside of zone. Go back to where your zone is. Don't let Golden Eagles move down that side. Yes, you have Casper on that side to defend, but don't leave him alone. You did that in the Miramar. You did that and left Blaze on his own, and it didn't go well. Regroup now.
Ooh, actually, this is a really good little dip on top of this mountain for Chuyong, able to keep his buggy in working condition. And also, when it comes to position-wise, they're the closest to the center currently. So they can apply pressure on Vatic, keep them at arm's length. That's what you want to try and achieve if you are Golden Eagles in this current scenario. But Vatic, look at the split they have. Huge. So many bloody angles. They're just playing their 4 solos at this point. You guys just got to be careful that if one player does get knocked, your entire setup somewhat falls apart. So don't overpeak it. And actually, they do get 2 players in a buggy looking to reposition, regroup a little bit more comfortably in the play zone. But I do think it's a very smart idea that you'll play this the most split. I do believe it is Blaze. He's got the hovercraft. In case he does get pushed upon, he can just get into the hovercraft. He's going to have a little bit of a mini fortress to work with, and he should be safe. So I actually think this is a very good game plan once again by Vatic. I feel like I've been saying so many positive things about Vatic, Niptra, but
have to.
It is deserved because they are playing this down to a T. It's beautiful gameplay.
It really, really is. There you go. They're going to leave 1 player onto that eastern side, but they are regrouping. Oh, don't overextend. The zone is moving them in, and General has a really good angle to whoever that is over there. Oh, but instantly spotted the spin coming in off of Vatic there, just to make sure that angle is not given away for free. And yes, here we go. Finally, moving up to that ridge. That's the one I wanted to see them use. As the zone pushes everybody together. Now, this is the defining moment. Do Vatic have to go to Golden, or do Golden have to go to Vatic? Who is going? And it goes to Vatic. I mean, it kind of centers up, but that's mostly to Vatic here, Max.
Oh, I don't see the southern side of the circle on the minimap. I don't know if their ridge is still in play. If it's not, Chuyong's dip is still in play, which if you could get the entire team there, as long as no one gets in nade range, you can just bully the entirety of Vatic. So actually the circle's really good for the looks of Golden Eagles. As a sole survivor, I think it's Nyx of Team Control. He's just trying to be forgotten about. He's just like, please give me a free silver medal this game. It could be happening. As he just wants to let this 4v4 unfold. And you know what? He's just going to get some popcorn. He's going to watch this fight unfold from this shed. He's very comfortable.
I mean, I'd get popcorn too if I had a seat at the table like this. I mean, he might just see the smash come into play.
I mean, no, he would not. If he does see the smash, that means he would have to die, right?
Yes, but he would be second, is what I'm saying. Is this fight would go down, and then it's a 4v1, you know?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, I get what you mean. I was just trying to be very nitpicky, but it was like, yeah, I get what you're trying to say. I do like this this split attempt from Golden Eagles, right? 3 players below. They're willing to sacrifice Bob. And give him a bit of a worse position because he's got more elevation, so you can get more intel, spot players way more easily. Especially, for example, XP3 as he's making it over to that ridge line. He's currently in the ridge. He is in circle, by the way. So there are still some dips that are available in the circle to play for Vatic. There's a very slim chance that's going to be the case for phase number 8. So phase 8 is when all hell is going to break loose here, Niptura. one team. I don't know which team is going to be. It might be Golden Eagles. It might be Vatic. It might be the two teams that will have to leave their strongholds on Phase 8. And that's when we're going to decide, do we end the tournament right now with a Vatic chicken dinner with a smash ruling in play? Or will Golden Eagles keep it going deeper and deeper up to match number 18?
It could go either way. It's quite literally a 50-50. The zone moves in now. Nyx just outside of zone now, has to move on in. Might just distract Golden enough for Vatic to get some hits on him. That you could never know. You know, Power the Solo once again turns the tide for a lot of teams, even if you are a full squad. But it is Vatic to take that point away. One more point going over to them. And I think, oh, Blaze!
Ooh.
Super high on that damage and should be able to get that res, or rather that heal up.
Wait. Circle is huge here for Golden Eagles. They're still having their dip in circle. The dip is not available anymore for Vatic, so they need to do something. They need to get desperate. They need to claim real estate at this stage of the game. But though the off angle is huge for Klaus, he pushes up over to the east. He gets some damage onto one of the players, but unfortunately it does not result in a knock, but meaning this still can create an opportunity for him. He gets back into the buggy, moves away because he is going to be in nade range, so he has to respect the position of Golden Eagles.
They're playing this so well, so carefully. They've slowed it right down. They're playing with what they can. They're not over-peaking at all. Even if they don't win this one, I'm going to be so impressed. This is far and above a better result, a better second place than the last game, but it's not over yet. They could still win it all. 4v4. And actually that percentage goes in the favor of Vatic here, just slightly, even though they don't really have zone. That I think actually Golden Eagles are more on the edge of zone than Vatic are right now. If you look at that mini-map, that next zone, stage 9, Golden have to move first.
I mean, the two teams are going to have to move, regardless, right? The thing is, one thing you do have to keep into account is the Blaze does have the hovercraft. If he can, I would even say, that what would not be a bad play is to, we see Blaze do a sacrifice play. Put the hovercraft at an angle in the circle, you create a makeshift compound for your teammates, right? That could be a good game plan to go for as you go into phase number 9. Phase 8 about to wrap up completely.
Here we go.
As it comes to completion, yep, Blaze does slowly push deeper and deeper in this area, in the grass. Golden Eagles, they still got some utility. I want to see the ammo count too. Actually, yeah, they still got a lot of bullets, so they can spray for the rest of this match. This is intense, Niptra. This could be the last game of Pmnc USA Spring 2026. Or we could go to the final game to decide who will be our champions. But Vatic, so much on the line. You can feel the pressure. It's here. Golden Eagles making the first move and will make it to the center of the circle.
That is really hard work for Vatic now. I was hoping they'd keep a bigger eye on that ridge so that they could start spraying immediately, because now these nades are going to come flying in. Blaze immediately goes into that hovercraft. I think this is where the play comes in. Don't play carefully now, guys. This is where you don't want to be passive. You've got to push forward. You've got to make some sort of play here. Somebody needs to sacrifice. There's no way you can win this as 4. Klaus over onto the outside. The Blaze, yeah, Blaze coming in. Full hovercraft, full send. Hello. Hey, no way!
He gets
no
it!
way!
He's going for the solo push with a hovercraft. He's trying to squash the entire team. He jumps on out, but unfortunately the backstab is there for Bob. Nicely executed, but the rest of Vatic is pushing up. Down to a duo for the Golden Eagles. It's General, it's True Young. Can they hold down the 4? Can they claim the chicken dinner? Or can Vatic end it in a smash? 3 players now alive, looking to push it up. They got the utility, they got the grenades coming up to the hands of General. The damage is there, no knock yet. Shuyong also looking quite healthy, will be attempting to go for the race, but keep in mind that Lux is also giving some information. The spray connects, and the MG3 is not going to be used in Iptura. Vatic down to the proper 2v2. Will they fail once again, or can they claim it and redeem this match? The nade, big damage onto General, but he connects onto KXP3. No way, Casper. The 1v2 for the ages. The nade is inbound, and Vatic can't do it once again. They fail back to back, and the smash ruling does not come into effect.
Vatic, why? That was so well played up until the final moment. Up until that point, the hovercraft came in clutch. Blaze did exactly what he needed to do. Klaus going down there was exactly the wrong thing. I think that's what killed that game for them. There is no way they just did a back-to-back loss. Max!
It's not a back-to-back loss, Nipcho. It's a back-to-back second place.
It is, but it's a loss when you're going for smash ruling. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, it's a loss, but in second place. Back-to-back.
I mean, second place, yes.
They had the perfect setup too. They had 4 players. They had a man advantage on Miramar. They had a man advantage here at the end because they got the opening knocks right with a solo push of Blaze. The thing is, you have a world, Niptra, where Blaze actually gets those 2 squashes over to the west of the circle. He gets those 2 eliminations. I thought he was going to get it, but they were somewhat hiding behind that buggy, so it was really hard for him to get the proper launching point to find those 2 extra eliminations. But oh my goodness, my cortisol levels are all over the place, Niptra. I'm stressed as hell, and I'm not even playing.
Same, absolutely same. It was so close. Golden Eagles also played that very well. Let's give it to them. They did play that quite well. They really bounced back from what should have been an impossible situation to bounce back from after that hovercraft comes right in the middle of your squad. But they end up doing it. They take a lot of eliminations alongside it. It is more of the game we were hoping from Golden Eagles. It's probably a little bit too late. However, you know, a good show in the second to last game, because we are going to go all the way to match 18 here now. I do want to say just very quickly, though, Max, is even though they didn't smash, even though it didn't work out, that performance has put them top of the leaderboard. There is no way it hasn't. I think there is a world where Vatic, even though they don't smash, still win the tournament.
Sorry, I need a second. I feel like my voice has given up on me.
I have a stitch.
We've had to. Oh, my voice is leaving me. No, like genuinely, we've had too many close calls, and I'm just giving it my all, but my voice is now dying. But we still got 1 game. You know what? I can survive. But yeah, as you said, right, that's definitely going to push them really high up in that first place. But Team Equinox able to get 12 points, but that's despite Niptra, the fact that they did take a very early casualty over to the eastern side of Erangel. And even same for Upgrade, right? Losing a player, I think it was Fear, right? Very early on, getting eliminated out of this match. Sun Esports also out to the eastern side towards Nova Repnoia. So the storylines for this season of PMNC are going to be hard to beat for the full season, because this is absolute cinema at its absolute best. And I cannot wait to see who's going to be crowned our champions. And moving on to the PMGO regional finals as we go on to the second page of the match standings. And one team that is going to be down there you don't want to see, Niptra, is Region 8 Gaming. That early fight up north was just not it.
I think even though, yeah, they went out way too early with not enough points at all, I think they're safe. The way Rick have been playing, they're trying again from earlier. They keep trying, but the points just aren't adding up for them. So in my book, I think Region 8 have done enough. There's still too much of a gap now in 1 game for Rich or any of those other teams there around that area to actually end up taking it. So for me, it's kind of game over when it comes to that top 5. But Meng saw Demon take his spot and went, no, not allowed. I'm gonna take it back. 5 eliminations. Here we go. MVP of the game coming in clutch here. Demon's still doing a lot of work, but I think Meng just might have taken it away from him.
Yeah, so many people say, hey, Coops, best player in NA. I'm telling you, the new generation is here in Meng and Demon, even other players like Nika and such. So, we got some really cool individual players stepping up to the plate massively, and I'm loving it. Meng, 5 eliminations for himself, almost 600 damage, and able to make it to the almost 20-minute mark of this game. So actually, for the 20-minute mark survival, Niptra, 5 eliminations, that's a really good, like, average elimination to get on a map like that. So well done indeed. But you know what? I'm telling you, Niptra, I don't know when the break's going to come up. I'm going to enjoy that break because I need a bit of a breather before diving into match number 6, or also known as match number 18. The last game of Pmnc USA Spring 2026 is almost upon us, Niptra. And yeah, the pressure on these teams' shoulder is going to be paramount.
It really is. Very excited for that, Max.
Yeah, that's going to be it. With that said, guys, we're going to head on over to a break that we desperately need. But stick around. You don't want to miss it because Absolute Cinema is coming your way in a few short minutes. everyone, let's relax, because this next game is going to get crazy. It's going to get all over the place. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting ready for match number 18 of PMNC USA Spring 2026. And after this game, not only will we crown our USA champions, but also we will know which will be the 5 teams to advance to the PMGO NA Regional Finals. My name is Maxman, again joined by Niptra to bring you all of this action as we check the leaderboards for the final time today before we know our champions. And Vatic here jumping up, not only overtaking the side of straight out of Nepal, Niptra, able to create an 8-point lead for themselves.
And the way that Sun Esports have been playing, I'm sorry, but 8 is a big gap. I'm sorry. I'm gonna say it. It's been hard work for Sun to get anywhere here, and Vatic taking full advantage of it. Another jump up is going to be Golden Eagles. They've jumped up a lot, actually. Moving into 6th place. Is it too much to ask for them to get into 5th? It might be with 1 game left to go, but that win could just be the boost that they need to make it happen in this game, Max. I don't know. Somehow, Region 8, I don't think can be particularly feeling safe right now.
I think they're safe if they don't pull a last game, right? Which literally would be them dying the first in this game and getting 0 points. Otherwise, I think our top 5 squads are locked in, right? Of course, Golden Eagles, Rich Esports, they can make it. I would say Rain Esports and above, it's done. Game over. GG's. Well played. Good attempt. Otherwise, yeah, Golden Eagles, Rich Esports, everything is going to be on the line, but they don't just need a chicken dinner here, Niptra. We need to see a Rondo levels kind of chicken dinner in terms of elimination count. They need to secure this match, which has happened in the past, right? I've seen comebacks like that happen, but I could count them on one hand. So it's not quite many, but you know what? They could make history here in the side of USA for PMNC.
You could indeed. Do you think Vatic are actually going to win the whole thing, or do you think somebody's going to come back and bite them back and go, no, actually, we're going to win?
Do you want my evil answer, or do you want my evil answer?
I want both.
Okay, because they're the same, so I'm glad you're asking.
Awesome.
I think Vatic is, again, going to get in like a podium finish, right? They're going to make it very fun in the game. They're going to look super healthy. But one of the other 4 teams in top 5 currently in the Smash Zone are going to get the win. And they're going to get 2nd or 3rd place or something like that. I hate saying it.
But it's earned. It's deserved. Happen. It's deserved. Honestly, there's no way they do almost back-to-back-to-back podium finishes and don't win. You know, that's 3 second places. Matt, no, 2 second places. No, I'm crazy. 2 second places. But still, it's... Yeah, I want Vatic to win, honestly. I think that they've had a fantastic run in the last 2 days. They've just gone from 0 to 100 so quickly, so effectively, so well, that I really would love to see them win. However, back-to-back second places when you could have won is inexcusable. Inexcusable.
I don't want to say inexcusable. I feel like when you get to that point where everything is on the line, I get why you have some slight fumbles, and it's literally down to, like, for example, I don't think they played bad that previous game. I just think those were exceptional grenades from the Eagles, right? They would just get 2 knocks at the end, able to flush the entire squad. That utility was really good, and it wasn't a bad play from Blaze with the hovercraft. It was a strong distraction that also created a man advantage initially for himself and his squad.
Blaze, I'm absolutely, I think it's Klaus. Honestly, I'm gonna name and shame, not really, but I think for me, the Klaus getting knocked there when he had the MG3, he had all that power in his gun to do something. He got knocked. He should have gone prone rather than jump. I mean, it's these little tiny mistakes that end up, you know, winning or losing you the game. Blaze's play is exactly what you would wanted them to do as well, right? You would want him to go straight in, make some cover for his team, and that's what he did. He was far more aggressive than what he thought he'd be, but it really did work out. So, can they do it again? Despite the disappointment of not getting the smash, Vatic have played the last 2-3 games exceptionally well. Very, very well.
Yes.
Can they do it again? Can they smash? And another team smash? We'll all have to just find out.
No, I don't think they want to do it again. I think they've had enough of the silver medal. It's going to haunt them. They're going to hate the color silver until the end of their life. You know, they're like, oh, I hate it. 2nd place, no. It's like that thing, you know, seeing people are like, you always want to be first or third place. You never want to be second place or fourth place, because then it's like, you did good, but you could have done even better and made it all to the podium or first place. And that is exactly what's happening for the side of Vatic. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, for the very last time here for PMNC USA Spring 2026, we're going to dive on into the battlegrounds, the good old grassy pastures of Erangel. And after this game, we will be crowning our champions. Let's go. Plane path over from George Pole down to the southern coast of Sovnovka Military Island. Not the best plane, I would say, but teams have to go very, very carefully to their drop location, as Region 8 actually here going to Zaki. So just in case, no one's going to chase you in Zaki, unlike what happened near Severny, right? So R8 should have a very chill early stage.
Yeah, they should be good to go. Vatic, on the other hand, worries me slightly. Not sure we're used to seeing them go there. Oh my goodness me. Okay, the zone, first of all, shifts all the way up to Stalber. Stalber finish, maybe. Also, away from the plane path, that means everybody's got to have to move. However, Rich lose 3. All right, they're in top 5. Done, dusted, sorted. There's no way Rich can get the 30 points he needs. They need as a solo. There's no way. That is horrific. Oh, Max, I feel so bad for them.
Yeah, they're not the only team that could technically catch up to top 5, right? So there were 2 teams that were behind Region 8. And the other one is Golden Eagles, right? That you want to keep an eye out for them. But yeah, Rich, unfortunately, unless you're pulling Meng or Demon-like performances as an individual, it's just not meant to be. So GG, well played. It's just going to be even more of a lock on our top 5. Over to now Finial. Taking a fight versus the entirety of Team Control. In the smoke, though, going for the pre-fire with the PPBs on. Able to find that opening knock onto Nyx. Now trying to parkour his way through. Hopefully able to pull the reload. He does it, but I think you get knocked there. Oh my god, I thought it was going to be way more damage. He makes it. Jumping on down, and now will be going for the first aid alongside his teammate of Aspects.
Control, I will say, have been playing a really good game. Remember, they had a solo left in the top 3 in the last game. So still racking up those points. You see them there in 13th position. 20 points ahead of the last place from where they were, you know, just a day ago. So really nice comeback coming in from them. And Finial as well have been showing some really good strats there, as Falcon with that nade almost takes a double knock there. Really good stuff. Nick somehow from... Oh, Extreme Slayers. Okay, they're just farming at this point. Extreme Slayers hear shots, and they're like, nope, those are ours. We're going to take your points. Thank you very much. And that really could be dangerous, actually. Look at the split that they've got here. Extreme Slayers, the 2-1 split, now a full squad, might just spell the end of both of these teams.
Oh, that's a good angle. But yeah, Extreme Slayers are just... They're just memeing at this point. They know where they're not making it to top 5. They're like, might as well go hard in this game. And they kind of ruined it almost for the team of... Well, actually, not kind of. They did ruin it, right, for Straight Out of Nepal in the last game over in Novo. So they were chasing down the competition, just trying to deny some teams from being able to end it early with a smash ruling. Ooh. And pump to the face. That's it. Team Control out of the game. And that will be also the end of their PMNC USA adventure.
Nice try. It's been fun watching you guys play. Well, that's going to be it from you for the spring season, unfortunately. I just do want to mention in the Elam feed, though, Max, Rich, that last solo, took out one of the players of R8.
Oh, no.
So that is something to consider moving forward. I don't know if he's still in that vicinity or if he just kind of one and done'd it. I have no idea. Yeah, he did. Okay, so he won and done it. He's moving into the circle. Upgrade. Hello. Have a fantastic position. This is where they usually go, if I'm not mistaken. They do go over to Yasnaya, and they are really, really set up very nicely here. Vatic, though, up against strangers here. This could be trouble. Well, maybe not. The Molotov is going to grab Coffin, and that's going to be them down to... Oh, that's them just gone before I can even say it. They're done. They're dusted. It's 3... Oh, whoa, please! Please! I know it's in the name, but you don't need to do this.
They're just trying to stomp out the fire.
Yeah, they're like, oh my god.
But you know what? Klaus redeeming it, right? Because actually, I didn't even have time to talk about... Wait, actually, what's happening over here? We're in apartments next to school.
Yeah, still in apartments.
Up against, who is that? Zombie boy. So you know what? Actually, we don't care. So I'm gonna... Actually, sorry, that's a bit rude. But To go on your point, I do think Klaus did somewhat throw the previous game. I think that pushing uphill in that finishing moment was too greedy, especially when you have a weapon as impactful as the MG3. I think you should have stayed put to the east. And if you'd done that, maybe they can turn the 3v2 into an actual chicken dinner, and that would be tournament over at that point. So he's trying to redeem it. He got a lot of those eliminations in that early fight, so he's like, sorry, guys, I'll make up for it. And he did. He did just that.
He did indeed. Up to 3 eliminations, pulling away from Sun. Straight out of Nepal, now need 11 points to catch up. 11 points to catch up. Whew. That is going to be, in an Erangel, right? It's, if you get a win, typically it's like, I don't know, anywhere between 15 to 25 points, which is a large margin. But basically what we're saying here, if to get 11 points, you basically have to get a podium finish. Just how things work out, unless you really frag out. So for Sun, immediately to grab that #1 spot back, they're going to have to do exceptionally well in this game, which unfortunately for them, we haven't seen so far. In the last few games, they've kind of been very quiet. They've gone out too early. They did have, I think the best one was when they actually went into the Smash Zone in Rondo 2, and since then, they've been very quiet. So they do have a lot of pressure on them if they want that #1 spot. Do they have the top 5? Absolutely, yes. There's no catching them now. I think everybody's good to go at this point. However, we will see if they can grab that first place back from Vatic.
Actually, you know what? While things are coming down a little bit, I kind of want to have a quick conversation with you before we get to the meat and potatoes of this game. Are you happy with this top 5?
Yes.
Okay, so do you think this is the best lineup of 5 squads we could have to represent USA in the PMGO NA regional finals, yeah?
Based on what we've seen the last 3 days, or 2 days really, yes.
Okay, I would agree. I think this is the best USA currently has to offer outside of like the invited teams, because we're going to have some invited teams over in those regional finals. I'm not sure who it is actually, but it might be like the typical suspects of the top teams of NA.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll see how that's going to be going. But I also agree. I think this is the best this region has to offer currently. Maybe one that I'm a little bit sad to see go, I think, is Rain. I think they showed some glimpses of true raw potential.
Yeah.
It just wasn't enough this tournament, but I think that Rain could come back even stronger next time. The biggest disappointment would be YKG.
Yes.
With the lineup like that, I was expecting top 5 to be an easy achievement. Maybe I had too high expectations for YKG. But hopefully they can take that as a very good learning opportunity, grow from it, and to come back even stronger in the full season of this year. Here, looking at some of the rotations, a lot of teams actually in the blue. One of those is going to be Equinox, a team that could smash on his final game. Again, some people, I think this is very important actually for us to mention, which is Smash is still very important. If you are Region A, if you are Upgrade, if you get a chicken dinner and you still have less points than, for example, Vatic or straight out of Nepal or Equinox, you still become the champions, despite not being #1 on paper. So very important that a Smash could have an influence in this final match.
Absolutely. It could have a big influence on that prize pool distribution, right? You get a lot of money by, you know, jumping from 5th to 1st. So that is going to be super important for these teams to figure out and understand, as 24K going to be just watching from the sidelines here. The zone is really starting to move on in. I don't know why we're still out here 1,800 meters from zone, because the zone with that kind of distance looks like it's probably gone up to the northeast side. We're going to go up more towards Yasnaya here. So for these teams that are still out here, this isn't good. Oh, but Mang might just have an easy spray onto YKG, and yes, they do. Valak is going to go out. That's going to be an easy pickup there, but now time to go. Don't overextend. Don't overstay your welcome here. Get out of here. Oh, and they've stayed too long. Oh, no. They overstayed their welcome. No. Meng is going to go. Jimmy's going to help out, though. Fate is going to go on down. And this is going to just stop everything in their tracks. Not good at all for either of these teams. Safe res.
Yeah, it's a safe res, especially on Meng, right? You don't want to afford to lose Meng. You can't afford to lose him, otherwise it's going to get real tricky. And they're getting some points too, which is very nice. They have to find 2 eliminations onto YKG. That's going to push them up slightly closer to straight out of Nepal. Now, initially they were 5 points away. Now they're just 3 points away to tie with that team. So, up to a really good start for Equinox. Could have been risky. Could have gone really bad really quickly. Yeah. Luckily enough, not taking a single casualty in that fight, in that skirmish. But on the front line, Shelby scouting with a buggy, just trying to get some intel as to where players might be located. And keep in mind, they're actually quite far from the circle, right? They're actually 1,600 meters away. We are going to move slightly more in the direction of Yasnaya Polyana, as we saw in Phase 1. I didn't see where Phase 2 went, actually, Niptra. I don't know if you saw it.
We haven't seen it, no.
Okay, yes, we don't know where it's going to be, but that is still quite a stretch. Even looking at YKG, Tricky still was that 500 meters away, so they got a long kind of distance to close.
They do, and they're taking their sweet time to do it as well. Not exactly what I like to see, but with the zone moving in, they got 20 seconds. I guess they got meds. It's not really looking fantastic for them. Sun as well, out in the middle of zone. Vatic moving in behind R8 and the solo of Rich over on Stalber. That could be super interesting, Max. I saw that. That was going straight to a tree. I saw that. We moved away just in time, but I saw that.
Look at... Oh, no. Oh, this... Okay. This is going to get hectic. We had a loss here in this finish in Miramar. And you know what? It seems like we might just have a Yasnaya Polyana finish to crown our Pmnc USA champions. This is getting absolutely wild. And all the teams that are in the top 5 right now, Nipcho, you just know, are just sighing like, God damn it.
They're just like, oh,
why?
God, why?
Are you testing us in such a rough manner? This is awful. This is genuinely one of the worst setups you could have for this final game.
So true. And Vatic have done very well to go, absolutely not. We're getting out of here. We thought we might challenge this, but no, thank you very much. We're going to get out of dodge. I mean, it's not too far from the zone from this position, and actually the ridges will be pretty decent to use, at least for the next phase. However, yeah, you're really going to want to start moving in on that lake area. 9 times out of 10, a zone in this area goes over to those cliffs. We've seen it so many times. So for me, if Vatic take those cliffs and are aware of that position, I think they will go very far in this game.
Could be the case. Hopefully it will be exactly what happens. Tricks spotted out from YKG, and same for 24K. They will be the 3rd team to be eliminated in this match. 3 squads sent to their home early on. Extreme Slayers, again, an early fight that they just keep coming their way, it seems. This time it's ARs either. I don't know. This team just woke up and chose violence on day 3, Niptra. They're like, we mean business. And you know what? It's been actually their most successful day. So hopefully they can keep it up in their future tournaments, as he's going to jump in the smoke to get the res on his teammate. No way, Winter! He's a ninja!
That's wild. Oh, hello! Okay. He almost got it, though. Kudos to him for trying. But no, not going to happen. Down to a solo. Frady might be able to get this res, maybe, but Zombie's looking at you as well. Going to be super tough to get anywhere near here. Zombies have gone pretty much where I thought Vatic might. I think Vatic are going to go more to the north than they have, but okay, they're going to stop here. But for me, Zombies have a fantastic position. They're on the compound, onto the very edge there. So that's going to be a really nice position to really work from. Maybe not as much for Elims, but definitely for that placement. As long as the zone keeps going their way, that's going to look very good for them. As Golden Eagles now.
Oh no.
Oh, Bob. Feeling the effects of rain of Vostok here. Shadow gonna be taken out in return, though. It's Golden Eagles' first elimination on the board. The only team, apart from Rich, who's a solo right now, who could logistically take the 5th place away from R8.
This is bad. If you lose an extra player, if you lose Bob fully, I'm going to say, well, he does get rest, so that's going to be good. But if you lose an extra player, I'm going to say this is the top 5. Locked in, Vostok surviving with the DBS and now getting even some good shots through that window frame. But unfortunately, they line up through that window and the door, and that's going to be it for him. Wolf, sole survivor, utility being chucked in his overall direction. He's got the UMP in hand, also with the Scar loadout. The damage is just not quite hidden. Wolf trying to bide some time. He's got no utility. His vest is damaged. His helmet's damaged. He's struggling, and he gets swept under the rug. That is going to be Golden Eagles getting all those eliminations and getting a res onto Lux. Golden Eagles, the dream is still not dead.
Not yet, it's not. They still got a little way to go before that's really a reality. Oh, Vatic versus Sun, Max. Okay, interesting. Klaus has gone down here. And that hovercraft is coming for him. I saw it. This could be really tough for both of these teams. Neither of these teams want to. Equinox and R8 now also in a fight. They're going against each other here. Demon with the hovercraft. They're like, nah, I'm gonna use your tactics against you here. As all is quiet on the front of Yasnaya here. Upgrade actually moving out of the city. Demon now getting rid of Claws completely. That is not good here. Both of those teams really fighting for dominance, but that means that they're losing that opportunity to win by the second, as Vat are just going to full send into the city now.
Not a bad entry point, playing the northern side. The thing is, when you do have these circles in particular, you want to try and play the outskirts of the urban area. Klaus, though, being eliminated early, of course, is going to be hindering their chances of a smash. In a city finish, thing is, even a solo, right, could come out on top and claim victory on the battlegrounds of PUBG Mobile Esports. I'm looking even at, yeah, Jay Nepal, they've got a pretty big central control on the city. Thing is, I say city finish. It could still end up being in the fields of Yasnaya Poliana. It could shift over to the lake position. It could end towards even near Alamo, south of the Yasnaya field. So it is not locked to be a city finish. But it is pretty central. So who knows where it's going to move later on down the line. Spence got the hovercraft. He's not giving it to anyone else. He's like, I'm going to be driving it this one to avoid that blunder of the last game in Novorotnoye. So they're just looking to scout around Garden. Garden also decent scouting ground, as it's going to be having some extra elevation, so they can maybe get some intel on the likes of Golden Eagles before making their push in the city. Again, if they are forced to do so, so far it could go anywhere. But Rich, final player, is eliminated, and the race to top 5 for them is also going to end prematurely.
Unfortunate stuff coming in for Rich. Valiant effort, but just wasn't quite enough. R8 able to pull away from the rest of the lobby there, solidifying now the top 5, right? Because those 3 teams that were closest to that 5th position are no longer with us. They are gone, they are done, they are out. Our top 5 will stay the top 5. The question is, in which order will they appear? Because it's not an order of appearance, it's an order of who's going to get the most points.
They got 2!
Wow!
No one taught them about sharing, apparently.
Sharing is
cool,
caring, guys. Come on.
Well, mate, you know what? Maybe you shouldn't care about your competition. Tournament like this. Come on, city finish. Might as well. You know what? Let's do it. Let's go evil mode. Give me the city finish. Oh, actually, a little bit of a hard shift. So, actually, it could still be an open ending. And one team, I have to say, that's in a beautiful position currently, is going to be Equinox. They're playing southern western side of Yasnaya Poliana. They're controlling 2 apartment complexes. They can zone teams away. They're going to go for that southern rotation, like, for example, Golden Eagles. So I'm actually looking at Equinox as a very big contender here, Niptra, for this chicken dinner. They could go the entire way.
I have to agree with you. I think they're in an excellent position here. But what did I say? The zone keeps going over towards that lake, the edge of the lake, and here we go again. It's entirely possible that we have maybe an R8 finish, something like that, because they are over on that area, and if they can just hold it down for long enough, they should be good to go. As Golden Eagles now have to move in, this is going to be a really hard transition because Equinox, like I said, full control over the south side, but they don't have any real time. Well, they have 2.5 minutes, I suppose. Through the windows. That's the second through the window shot we've seen long range. That is crazy. That's happened twice today, and Lux is going to go out. Jimmy takes him out, shot by shot, long range across the fields, and we're already feeling the pain that Equinox is inflicting on everybody else. They're got to be feeling very good about this.
I'm so confused. You're actively being shot at, and you're not moving the car significantly. You're just going to build back and forth, though. That's going to be a big knock onto Ten's Jelly. And again, Region 8 could have been a team to smash, but they're down to now just a solo, as you say here, Niptura. And unfortunately, it's a solo with a name that I can't read. I wish it was anyone else I could actually read the name. But you know what? So I'm just going to call him Habibi. maybe that's the best way to go about it. As Equinox here looking from a range. Oh, only going to have a red dot, it seems. I'm sure he was hoping to find himself possibly a 3x or 4x scope to really just get a full scope of the land in Yasnaya Fields. But now, again, the calm before the storm. But the hovercraft is parked up deeply inside of the city, it seems.
Yes, it is.
Oh, don't lose him. Oh, he's gone.
He is gone. Down to a duo.
Oh, that's terrible.
That is so important for these other teams. Is Golden Bob. It's always Bob. Bob goes down. Everybody forgot about Bob. But at least there's 2 more still for Golden Eagles. Into a really good building, actually. They've got a really good spot here. Sun, though, I mean, at least Demon is still here, right? Demon and Spence, two big fraggers. Demon, MVP contenders. So all hope is not lost. However, they still have a long way to go to get up against Vatic, who have a player advantage now, who have a good position in zone as well. And for Sun, today has just not gone their way. We were looking for them to come in, do a big game, and then smash immediately, and they've just been crawling their way through these games. Just trying at any time just to survive.
I do have to be brutally honest. I'm going to be blunt. I think the straight out of Nepal through that. I don't know why in this kind of a circle you would send it so deep into enemy territory. It doesn't. I don't even care it was with a hovercraft. You're sending it so deep in a city that you can't actively scout. You don't know where anyone's positioned. They're lucky they're still in circle, but I think that was a super risky play. I think you just hug the east, you wait for the next circle, and you push building by building. Here, they just were like, let's risk it for the biscuit. And in this case, they lost half of their team. But I think it was just a misplay, genuinely a misplay. Of course, it's a city finish, so you never know. Maybe a duo would be enough to wrestle away that chicken dinner. But I think this is a play that they're going to look back upon and just say, that was a mistake. We shouldn't have done that, and we threw our tournament.
I think a good way to look at it is if is a win here is going to be a silver lining to the mistake. It's
fair enough, yeah.
It's not going to be a good enough reason to lose half your squad. I'm especially surprised they did it with hovercrafts, not because the mode of transport was wrong for the push, but that you have two massive tanks that you're not going to utilize to maybe do a little bit more of an open play, go up to the north perhaps, tank a little bit of damage if you can, set up your own sort of compound with the tanks. Like, there's a lot of options that you could have, and instead you full send on a very slow moving vehicle into a bunch of teams. Just doesn't sit right with me at all.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, when you're in a position like this where you have so much on the line, you go for a push like that because you're getting very desperate, you're getting very stressed as to what decision you should make. And you know what? Unfortunately, sometimes it just doesn't really work out. Though, looking over to a fight that is very important here, Niptro, we looked at their position earlier. We were saying how good it was. It is going to be the apartment complexes, the two apartment complexes of Team Equinox. Now, contested away by the Golden Eagles. It's a 4v2. But up the staircases, this could get ugly real quick. Surprise, trying to nade it from the other side. That could have been good onto Meng, but unfortunately, different room.
Yep. Not going to be finding their target just yet. Really glad that Equinox went for this fight. I saw the zone move over and I went, okay, you know there's a duo in that building next to you and it's a far better position. You got to go and take it. But Golden Eagle's not going to let it go without a fight here. Equinox, you've got to be able to push as a full squad, or push at least not one by one, right? And you see the nades cooking on the left side of the screen. Look how many nades are wandering around here, as we're going to be looking now for those nades to continue to come through. Upgrade losing a player, losing two to Demon. That is so important in the Elam feed.
Oh, that's fair, and FS. Three players you don't want to lose on their squad. This is not looking too good for the side of Upgrade. Now going for the push. Nice engage, good synergy,
Very nice.
Good communication, and especially good timing from this squad. Equinox keeping the dream alive. 6 eliminations to their name, closing the gap between themselves and Vatic too here, Niptra. So even if we don't get a smash, they're keeping the dream alive of maybe snatching away the first place by overall points secured in this tournament. So phase 7 is going to show its ugly head very soon in about 25 seconds worth of time. As Halico PF Upgrade also getting knocked, but this time by Jimmy of Equinox. The fight is raging on, and right now Upgrade are losing big.
I tell you who's not losing big, though, Max. Oh, another great nade coming in onto an Eclipse now, as Spence is trying to fend off Upgrade. But I tell you who isn't in any of these fights. It's Vatic. They've kept to themselves. They got 3 eliminations.
As they should.
They lost a player. Exactly. They've got a good position, and they're like, yeah, y'all have fun with that. We're going to sit over here. We're going to chill. We're going to be zen, and then we're going to win. Maybe.
Yeah, but it's going to... Wait.
Whoa.
We did it twice in a row. Okay, let's not jump to conclusions here. But they do have the entire squad set up. They've got a good northern position. Literally, no one's in a 100-meter radius around them, so they are having a very easy transition to, I would say, a top 5. That position alone should easily make them get to top 5 and get some placement points and stuff on board, which is going to make it even harder for the likes of Equinox, straight out of Nepal to make it. Actually, I said they had a full team. Sorry, they're down as a trio, but still very important position as a trio to have.
Oh my goodness.
So, yeah, the amount of placement points they are going to get off of this game could secure the golden medal here, secure the trophy for Vatic.
I actually really like how Vatic are playing that, though. Look, they're pushing up right up against the edge of zone. They're using the far end buildings. They're not trying to get surrounded at all. And I really like that preemptive move as a squad to just move up to the edge, let these teams have center, and because they know they're going to be broken, they're going to be bruised and battered with no utility, not a lot of meds. If they can just hug the edge of the zone, they can let all those teams come to them, and then they can just bombard them with nades from the edge. It's a great plan.
Definitely could be a good idea. We'll see if they can hopefully not have a fumble 3 times in a row. I think that would be... Oh, that would be memed upon. 4 years on the USA scene.
And I would be at the forefront.
Oh, yeah. You would be leading the charge on, on that meme, for sure, yeah. Instant Niptura video coming out.
Oh, yes.
Demon not moving an inch out. And the thing is, because he's not really given any audio cues, they might lose track of where he's currently located with his teammate. So that could be really impactful. Though, Upgrade, we did see some players earlier, right, Niptura, get knocked. They did get the full reset. They're back up as a full team, and now they're going to be pushing forward onto the building of Demon. He's got the setup. He's got the shotgun. Yeah, he hits the body shot, but he doesn't get the knock. Demon dropping down. Down to only Spence as a solo. Can he hold it? Can he survive? But what a push. A beautiful engage here for Upgrade, and Equinox looking to do something very similar down south of this circle. And that's it.
Oh. Done. It's dusted. Sun not going to win after holding podium for so long. Not even going to have second place here, Max. It's yet to be decided if they will get 3rd or 4th place. Maybe even 5th. R8 still here as a solo. It's not impossible. Equinox here as a full squad. Vatic here as a trio. Upgrade here as a trio.
What are we doing? Why are we crossing before the smokes bloom? You do the smoke road, then you cross. You don't cross and then do the smoke road. This is completely all over the place for the side of Equinox. And because of that, they take 1 casualty they easily could have avoided. Luckily enough, though, surprised with the Org is there to step up and is able to actually maybe facilitate their own transition with that knock of his own. Now utility in the hands of Jimmy on the window of Rivera. That could be a great opening knock if they can get it back to back, but Meng is the next to fall on the roadside. Very hard to res. Surprise, Jimmy, they made it over.
Oh!
The nade, it's so beautifully cooked, and now Jimmy, sole survivor, gonna try and clutch the res onto Meng. Again, if there's any guy you want to keep alive in this match, it is gonna be him, one of the MVP contenders. A Shadow Cat for Jay Nepal, able to successfully defend his staircase. That's 1 extra point headed his way.
It is indeed. Vatic lost Klaus, though. And
that's true.
Now, Zombies actually defend so well. Surprise goes down. Meng next. Meng, what are you doing?
He did it. He made it over to the. He made it to the whole high portion of this building. Sorry, I'm losing my words. Meng is crazy. He gets the nade of the century. He gets the double. Jimmy and Meng, what are they up to? And I even named his teammate. Oh my goodness!
No!
What is going on? Jimmy is still alive, though. He's able to claim the life of an extra player of the Zombie Boys onto Smiley. That is an unfortunate nade. He does eliminate his teammate, Meng. That is so unfortunate, but risky. But you know what? It kind of paid off. As Jay Nepal also eliminated, Upgrade up to 5 eliminations. And slowly but surely here, Niptura climbing, catching up to Vatic as they have 10 eliminations to their name.
And R8 go out. Vatic grab that point away. R8 can do nothing except take 5th place. There we go. That is settled. Now, we still have 3 out of our top 5 alive in the top 4. And ARZ are trying their darndest to throw a wrench in everybody's works here, Max. Vatic moving on forward. Trying to just avoid as many nades as possible, but they're gonna get squished together soon.
This is going to get real intense. Niptura, Vatic, they're still looking healthy. They got 3 players. Same for the side of Upgrade. Got 3 players. And also Jimmy, sole survivor. He's still there for Equinox. Again, a solo player can make the difference. Can smash here in Pmnc USA. The utility. Vatic have been so silent. This means they should have a ton of resources, healthy helmets and vests, a lot of bullets, ammo, everything should be ready to go at a moment's notice. The nade inbound from Tristan, but unfortunately not connecting on anyone as he go right to Jimmy. He's forced in a 1v3. He's got the nade in hand. You maybe got to swap to your main weapon. He doesn't have time to do it, and that is it. The dream is done for Equinox. And Vatic claiming life after life in this game.
And ARZ somehow still a full squad. I mean, Vatic and Upgrade really just want to go head-to-head here. They want to get this done and dusted and sorted. But ARZ are like, no, you're going to do this on our time. The nades are coming through onto those smokes.
He's on the roof.
Meaning Upgrade can't move forward. Blaze is on the roof, you're right. But the nades from Casper come on in onto ARZ. And maybe it's ARZ's turn to feel the heat as all those nades come through. Upgrade joining in. And ARZ just down to a duo now down to a solo. Blaze on the roof is epic here, but he's got to be careful of Upgrade. Upgrade should be able to see him now. The nades are going to be chucked up over the roof. Blaze, you've gone down. Yeah. Stayed a little too long.
No, this is huge. Able to get rid of Blaze. That is exactly what Upgrade needed if they want to secure this chicken dinner. Vatic, will they do it 3 times in a row? Get a second place and unable to get the chicken dinner. Unable to smash. It seems like it. XP3 making a jump out of the window. They do find FS, but the baby Tang is there stepping up. That's the end for Vatic, and it will be a smash headed the way of Upgrade, and they will become your Pmnc USA Spring 2026 Grand Champions.
What a play coming in from Upgrade, the unlikely team in all of that fighting to come on through, take so many casualties, take all the names, and say ours is #1 on the board in the region. We are ready for those regional finals. Here we come, PMGO.
I genuinely believe actually Niptro Upgrade might not be first in terms of overall points, but it doesn't matter because they got the chicken dinner. But oh, that is definitely not correct. It's like, there we go. It's on. No, it's not. So it definitely has to be Upgrade as they did get the chicken dinner and they were in the smash zone. Congratulations to the entirety of Upgrade. And it was close here. But you know what? Baby Tang in particular through the smoke, able to find that final player, was able to secure that chicken dinner. GG, well played indeed. But if you are a Vatic fan, Niptra, right now, you must be so down in the dumps because that was just heartbreaking to see them get second place, followed up by a second place, followed up by a podium finish. Just unable to smash on the second half of today.
Oh, and the first place being taken away from them as well, right? By that smash. Yes. They were in first place, and it got taken from them because they went out in third instead of winning. To be fair, in their defense, that was not their fault. That zone was not on their side. They had to jump out of the window. There was nothing else they could have done. It was just trying to take these individual 1v1s. It didn't work because, of course, Upgrade had the upper hand there. But, oh, the heartbreak. Vatic, my heart goes out to you. You've played so well, but it is going to be Upgrade to take the win in a smash. And finally, a smash! We win! We get it! We get the smash! I mean, it took game 6, but we get it.
It still is a smash. That's all we care about. We've actually, most of the smashes, if I'm not mistaken, kind of happened in game Americas. 6. Like, we had it in the PMSL Americas last year, and now we had it this time around in PMNC USA. So I don't know, it's just the region of the smash ruling working out in the favor of some of these squads, Neptro. But what an exciting, nail-biting finish for all of these teams. It was down to the wire. It was down literally to a proper city finish. And he has now Pollyanna to decide who will be the victors and who, unfortunately, will not become your crowned champions of this regional PMNC. What a day it has been. I gotta say, I feel like this is gonna be one of the toughest moments for a team, right? You're looking at Vatic. They were given time and time again some opportunities, and it just couldn't snatch it for themselves. As you check out the chicken dinner stats for Upgrade, and yeah, it was very clearly here, I would say, Niptra, a team-wide performance. They all stepped up when it really mattered the most.
They really, really did. And I want to say they actually did this quietly, but looking at the damage, I don't think it was quiet at all. I think there was just so much going on. They kind of got swallowed up in the chaos. They were able to come out of this so well, and just able to, like, so much chaos going on, right? Put yourself in their shoes for a second. Teams surrounding you in practically every building there is. All of them duos, trios, full squads, all of them out to get you. As soon as they know that there's somebody there, they're going to be defending their position, which means shooting you. So Upgrade able to fight through all that, make decisions, good decisions, and able to actually move through, take their time, control what they needed to control. Very, very well done from Upgrade here.
So initially there was a 16-point difference between Upgrade and Vatic. Here there's not a 16-point gap, meaning Vatic should be one in terms of overall points, which is actually, this might be the first time that we get the situation where the champions don't have the highest points. Usually a lot of the times in the past, whichever team smashed were number one also in overall points. I feel like this might actually be the first time ever, unless you guys in chat tell me what you guys think, if you remember a tournament where that was not the case. But this, at least for me, is the first time I have witnessed the smash ruling applying to this extent in the last game. So, what a game for Upgrade. Again, that was an insane chicken dinner. But looking at the second half of these match standings, I mean, Niptura, absolute upset early on for some teams like Rain Esports, Rich Esports, some teams that had, even Golden Eagles, right, that had that opportunity, but it was just not meant to be here in match number 18.
They did a really good job, and I want to say shout out to Golden Eagles. They played well enough to actually crawl back to like a 6th place or a 7th place there, even though they actually, I did see them at one point today go down to 11th, so it is nice to see them be able to come back up and at least finish on the first half of that leaderboard. Here we go, though. So, right, let's break this down real quick. Vatic, technically, based on points, quote-unquote, win. Upgrade, however, smash, so they win. They win with 6 less points than Vatic. There you go. That's how this is going.
Exactly. Congratulations once again. Upgrade will be your Pmnc USA Spring 2026 champions. And what a way to end it. Looking at the final head-to-head. Oh, this come on, production is just bullying Vatic right now. Why do you got to make it worse? But indeed, Upgrade got 4 chicken dinner, which is an insane ratio, right? Looking at it, out of 18 matches, 4 chicken dinners headed the way of Upgrade. This team has been hella consistent from day one until the bitter end here for this Pmnc USA season. But the elimination's so close, the damage also insanely close. A little bit, actually almost 100 damage more for the likes of Upgrade. But average placement, also very close. It goes to show it was neck and neck the entirety of this tournament. It was the smash ruling that made it so that we could know who will be our champions.
It really was. I mean, if you think about it, though, right? You're looking at 4 games won by Upgrade. Remember, Upgrade and Sun were fighting for first position for the first 2 days. Right? Yeah. Vatic is the newcomer. The Upgrade are just taking their rightful place back, basically, with this smash, because they were going head-to-head for the longest time with Sun, which, by the way, Sun Esports, a really unfortunate day. They were looking so good after yesterday. 2 really consistent days, but it often happens with the smash ruling, right? Once you reach smash, then all that pressure's on you, and you just cannot get back from that.
Well, it was clearly a tournament all about golden opportunities and shattered dreams here. And you know what? A lot of dreams were shattered in that Yasnaya Polyana City finish. But you know what, Niptura? We're also going to keep in mind the MVP, right? Meng or Demon? I still believe it's between those two. Who's going to be our seasonal champion? MVP, sorry, for that. You think it's Meng?
I think it's Meng. Because Demon, he popped off, but not in the last 2 games.
He was held back by his teammate. He got naded by Jimmy. What a backstab. He was like, you're not getting that money. Get him with his own nade. But yeah, Demon also made it relatively fine that game with Spence in the center of the city. I think it might be down to damage if they got the same amount of eliminations, but I do think we may have 1 or 2 more eliminations in favor of Meng. But we didn't see it. But we didn't see the rankings, right? I think for the last 2 games. So really, we have 2 Erangel matches. We don't know what happened. So I think it might be Meng. But here we go, checking out the leaderboards, and it is going to be Meng becoming your MVP of Pmnc USA Spring 2026. Congratulations. And actually, that's a significant gap that I just didn't expect built up over the course of these 2 Erangels, Niptura, able to eclipse Demon by 8 extra eliminations. GG's.
Also, massive shout out to Meng, not only for that, but also remember he had 42 eliminations, I think it was, coming into today. 43 in the halfway mark of today. And then all of a sudden he's got 57. So he saw that Demon eclipsed him and went, absolutely not. I'm not having that. No, thank you very much. Almost getting 10k damage, which is insane. But yeah, 57 eliminations over 18 matches, all on his own. All on his own is an insane stat. So he can be very, very proud, as can Demon. I think Demon clutched In some ways, yeah, Demon clutched more than Meng did, because Demon, on at least 2 occasions, basically did almost two full squad wipes in a matter of moments, right? So for me, Demon was definitely the clutcher. So he can be super proud as well. Blaze being able to, you know, pop off with a mini once or twice. So, you know, all of these players here definitely showed us some great moments. So fantastic work from all of them.
Indeed, fantastic work from everyone involved. But yeah, good to see FS actually quadruple 6, right? Able to make it at the end. He was not on that list for a period of time, so you know what? Hey, it doesn't matter. As long as you make it at the end, that is all that really counts. But again, congratulations to our 5 teams that will be officially now advancing to the PMGO NA Regional Finals, which is going to be then Vatic, Equinox, straight from Nepal, straight out of Nepal, not from, well, same wording, Upgrade, and also Region 8 Gaming. And we said it earlier, right, Nipchura, that this is the lineup that we're the happiest with to make it to that point and also represent USA. And you know what? I'm going to say I wouldn't have it any other way. These 5 teams are looking stellar here in these 18 matches.
I love it because we've got Vatic, who are super aggressive but also know how to play controlled. You've got Sun, you've got Equinox as well, Upgrade, Sun and Upgrade, who actually, you know, use the zone, use their angles, spread out, get that control. You've got such a great balance of teams here, R8 falling somewhere in between that. Such a great balance of teams that's going to make those regional finals so interesting. I love the mix that we've got here going through to that next round.
Oh, definitely. It's going to be very exciting to see how that next round is going to play out for all of these teams and players that did qualify to the next round. But I do want to say also, all the teams that didn't unfortunately make it to that next stage, you know what? Don't give up just yet. It's just the start of the 2026 PUBG Mobile Esports season for the overall region of North America. So I would say some of the teams showed a lot of potential, like Rain, for example. I think they should stick together as a squad, come back strong in the full season, and who knows, maybe because of that qualify to the incoming PMGC or maybe even the Esports Nations Cup. That will be fun to see who's going to be picked for that squad. But yeah, great times all around here for this tournament, Nipchura. I've been having an absolute field day about this, and with all the regions happening also in the next tournament, it's going to be very exciting. But anything you would like to add before we do end this stream?
Just big GGs to those qualifiers, big commiserations to the the teams who didn't. There was, like you said, several who just had a really unlucky weekend, but showed great promise. I want to say, you know, Team Control and Zombies for me, both of those teams really impressed me in several of the games. So, you know, just keep on going. Can't wait to see the top 5 next weekend. It's been great having you, Max, you know, being on cast with you, and it's a great time. I've had a blast.
Yeah, it was an absolute blast. Again, thank you very much, Nipchura, for joining me here for the show. Wouldn't have it any other way to break down all of this amazing action that we witnessed throughout these 18 matches. Of course, thank you very much to the production team that put this show together. It was exceptional. Thank you very much. You guys were doing amazing. Thank you to all of you guys at home and all the people also doing watch parties. You guys know who you are. And if you want to check out the next step for these 5 teams that qualified, it is going to be happening, if I'm not mistaken, on the 8th of May. So stay tuned for that. Mark it on your calendars, because I'm telling you, the North American region has a lot to offer when it comes to the PUBG Mobile esports scene. Thank you very much for watching. Have a great rest of your Sunday, and we'll see you very soon for some more PUBG Mobile esports action.